Good morning, everyone. I'm at-large Council Member Anita Bond, Chairperson of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. The time is 9:45 a.m. on Thursday, February 27th, 2025. We are meeting in the council chambers, room 500, and via Zoom to convene the committee's performance oversight hearing for the Department on Aging and Community Living, and the Commission on Aging. The purpose of today's hearing is to receive public and government witness testimony regarding the performance of these agencies for fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25 to date. I am asking that each of our public witnesses keep their remarks to 3 to 5 minutes, so that we can get through our wonderful list of presenters today. Want to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to be heard. Would like to note that your entire written testimony will be a part of the record. So if you have not submitted it, please email it to CEAL@dccouncil.gov. That is CEAL@dccouncil.gov. Today, we are here to understand what these agencies have accomplished in the past year and to examine their overall performance. Along the way, we will identify areas of success and areas of improvement. Here in the district, our senior population is substantial and continues to rise. Our most recent census data reflects that the district is home to nearly 100,000 older adults. Older adults meaning, now if we start counting at 65, I think that's a good number. But if we count where organizations like AARP do, they start with 50. So then that means we're at least 150, if not more, in this community. So just keep that in mind as we move forward in seniorhood. Just want to point that out. I am proud of the progress that our community has made in efforts to support our senior population. We are exploring new and creative ways to combat social isolation for our seniors. We have increased senior access and understanding with technology and conducted check-ins and wellness calls for vulnerable residents. We continue to provide and improve our programs and services to meet the residents where they are. And that's what today's hearing is about, to understand if we are in fact doing as much as we can with the resources that we have. So with that said, I'll just check. Anyone on with us? Okay. All right. So we're going to solo right now with hearing from our public witnesses. I'd first like to just read a little bit to remind us about the Commission on Aging. The Commission on Aging's mission is to advise the director of the Department on Aging and Community Living, the council, and the general public on the needs and concerns of elderly residents. The commission serves as an advocate on behalf of the district's senior residents. Over the years, the commission has reported that the most pressing issues for seniors are transportation, housing, isolation, and safety. So I look forward to hearing how the commission plans to address these challenges and what proposals they have in assisting the community in the current year. And so with that, I am going to turn to our public witnesses, gave you a little food for thought. And no, I'm sorry, I'm going to turn to Chairman Bobo from the commission. We'll hear from the commission first to sort of set the tone of the work that is going on in our community. And then we will turn to our public witnesses. So Chairman Bobo. And all right, thank you. All right, I will now swear you both in. If you raise your right hand, Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete?
I do.
I do.
All right, you may proceed.
Good morning, Chairperson Anita Bonds and members of the Community Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. Chairman Guilford Bobo and Commissioner Francis Johnson, that's me, thank you for the opportunity to testify on behalf of the Commission on Aging. As commissioners, we were tasked with advising the mayor, the city council, the Department on Aging and Community Living, and the public concerning the views and the needs of seniors in the District of Columbia. In fiscal year 25, the commission used the following methods to gather information from the seniors in the district. The commissioners, we visited wellness centers, recreation centers, ANC meetings, nutrition programs, senior villages. As commissioners, we also attended senior forums sponsored by council members and advisory board on wellness centers. During fiscal year 24, the commission carried out the following activities. We organized and escorted seniors to most of the activities for seniors in the city. We attended senior meetings at Commission on Aging, tenant association, recreation centers, and churches. Also facilitated government engagement directly with seniors as the Office of the Attorney General, Department of Building, Internal Revenue Service, and Office of the People's Council. We provided meals for seniors on holidays and certain other days for senior activities. Organized and provided transportation for seniors to shop. We attended activities to support and encourage the Department on Aging and Community Living programs and services. Sat on advisory boards and committees in the senior community. We attended senior eating sites, including congregate meals and central kitchen. We engaged and supported programs such as the Friendship Bench and senior daycare facilities that help address isolation and mental health. Since the beginning of fiscal year 25, the commission carried out the following activities. We reached out to the Office of Planning and received data that provides a clear understanding of the demographics of seniors throughout the ward. Well, throughout the city in every ward. We participated in planning of the new wellness centers in wards 2, 3, and 8. We then visited seniors in nursing homes and rehabilitation facilities. We assisted seniors in organizing tenant groups. We increased senior awareness of the availability of snow removal assistance. And we worked with the senior village communities and the Department of Transportation addressing sidewalk safety. During fiscal year 25, the commission plans to continue with activities similar to those carried out in fiscal year 24. The commission also plans to discuss and explore the feasibility of simplifying the application process for city government services for seniors, a centralized one-stop virtual shop. The objective is to make the application less cumbersome, avoid the duplication of services, reduce wait time, and in the long term, save staff time that can be dedicated to ensure the quality of the services provided. The Commissioners on Aging of Ward 5 plan to start their Ward 5 mini commission, and that will be in March 2025. The Commission on Aging plans to continue its efforts to help seniors to stay aware and address other legal issues that they may encounter by continuing to work with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia, the District of Columbia Office of Attorney General, and the Legal Aid for the Elderly. For example, the United States Attorney Office for the District of Columbia has given forms to seniors regarding scams, address illegal issues, legal issues, and given instructions to seniors on how to submit impact statements to the courts. The DC government through DACL provides many services for the seniors, but those seniors inside rehabilitation centers and nursing homes fall outside its mandate. However, it often listens to complaints about these services and may contact the Department of Health to assist in resolving the issues. We propose that during this year, we establish a formal working group with both of the Department of Health and DACL, tasked with the responsibility of taking steps to, first, ensure that all nursing homes and rehabilitation centers in DC meet quality standards established by the Department of Health. Second, create programs to prevent social isolation in the institutions where none exists, and then to develop a supervision system for all. Third, establish a suggestions complaints office, or designate an existing group in DACL to address through the proper channels. The Commission plans to continue to advocate for improvement in the maintenance of buildings that house senior programs. Some safety issues still exist. The Commission would also like to work with the Department of Recreation to increase the number of senior-friendly recreation centers. Now, prior to Mayor Bowser's administration, the quality of services that seniors received was based on the ward or the community they lived in. For example, Ward 8 had one caseworker for 3 years with more than 8,000 seniors during a 10-year period. The Commission on Aging encourages the mayor and the city council to require grantees of the Department of Aging and Community Living to specify services provided to seniors by wards and communities and not by regions.
We thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we will answer any questions at this time.
Thank you both so very much for your testimony. I must say, each year you go greater in depth, and I think the city is blessed for that because it is a clear statement of the outstanding value that the Commission on Aging has and gives to the community. So thank you very much for that. I wanted to ask just a few questions because your report is pretty comprehensive, but you mentioned you worked with the Department of Transportation in addressing sidewalk safety. What were your findings? I mean, how widespread is this problem throughout the city?
Councilmember, it's mostly in like wards 2 and 3, areas of the city that have brick type sidewalk settings that we counted this issue. Commissioner, I can't remember his name, one of my former commissioners, he did a handicap video for the city. And in that handicap video, he showed especially seniors that have visual issues, addressing sidewalk safety is very important and to them.
All right, so then perhaps should we check with the Department of Transportation to get access to this video, or is this something that you have, or how do we get that?
I think Department of Transportation would have it.
Okay, all right, we will definitely do that. I think that's very important because we, years ago said we were going to be a walkable community, and we spent a lot of effort towards that goal. And even today, we continue to have these kinds of issues. And I know sometimes, like now, we may be under constraints to get everything done as we plan because of, constraints on our budget, our revenue sources. But this is a goal that we must put in place. I recall in talking a few weeks ago with the age-friendly task force that they have indicated a number of goals that they have set and continue to pay attention to in the city that relate to our population, and roadways and sidewalks were mentioned. So I'll try to get that. We need to learn the extent of it so that we can make those repairs. I live in a community with brick sidewalks, so I know something about that. I'm not in Ward 2 or 3. I'm in Ward 5. So I suspect brick is in many different communities, and it is a problem. Was there any indication in the discussion about sidewalks, about seniors feeling about bike lanes, then the road diets, the concrete that's in the roadway now? I know it's new because many of our seniors are not familiar with this over the years. There are many years of living here, but I wondered if there were conversations about that or any data that spoke to that.
One of the issues that we were having was scooters and things of that nature being left as obstructions. That was one of the main topics.
Scooters on the sidewalk.
Vehicles being left for higher transportation means being left on sidewalks and things like that. And I think they tried to address that by creating areas for people to leave those transportation vehicles since then.
So scooters parked on the sidewalk. I think every community has that problem. Across the street from me, we have scooters and bikes. And sometimes you have to kind of move it aside. That is an issue. But then, as you know, the manner in which we provide parking for these new items of transportation take up parking space.
That's correct. Yeah.
So what should we do? You got some solutions?
That was a major concern because it was taking up a lot of the parking, especially for the seniors that like to park right in front of their homes and go right into the house. So those bike lanes and whatnot took up a nice little area that would have been ample parking. I understand, and we understand the parking and the freedom of that, but they began to be somewhat cumbersome and an issue for the seniors that have a problem in mobility.
So sounds like that's an area we have to do a great deal more work if we're all going to have the opportunity to live together in the district. All right. I wanted to, I love the fact that you are very interested in having a simplified application process for seniors and the services. I can hardly wait for us to make that happen. We've been talking about this for 5 or 6 years, and it just boggles my mind as to why it takes so long to get something like this done. But I understand that almost every agency has its own computerized system of managing information. Wouldn't it be great if we had one system?
One system.
Oh, my goodness. I wonder how we'll work on trying to make that happen. You're giving us a mandate to make that happen, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I know there's a lot of data from discussions about the need for a simplified application process. So I appreciate that. You mentioned in your testimony that you worked with the U.S. Attorney's Office regarding forms on scams, legal issues, and then how seniors can submit impact statements to the courts. Can you talk a little bit about the impact statements? Because I'm not sure everyone knows what they may be.
Yes, ma'am. A lot of the seniors that were being violated, for lack of a better term, were having issues expressing to the court the impact that violence had to them and their community. So during the process, the Office of the Attorney General for the U.S. Attorney General's Office created what she called Chat and Choose, where she gathered groups of seniors. I believe the first one had about 200 seniors, and I'm not sure how many the Ward 3 one had, Ward 2, 3 one has. But at these symposiums, I'm gonna call it, or forums they had, they informed seniors that they would have these classes, I'm gonna call them, on how to submit impact statements. And since then, I know at several of the wellness centers, they've actually went in and did it on a smaller scale to help seniors address when they are victims, the impact that it had on them.
So do you have any recommendation to the U.S. Attorney's Office for expanding this program? When I hear Ward 2, yes, downtown
Okay.
violence is a big
Well,
issue and is covered more frequently by the media. But violence really happens in other parts of the city. And so
Right.
do they feel that the rest of the city should be incorporated into what they do?
well,
Seniors live all over this city.
well, what was happening previously is that the U.S. Attorney's Office community outreach person was a precinct or number 7 or located in Ward 8. And she was also responsible for the Ward 2 area, the precinct up there. So she did those presentations in the wards that she was connected to. But I'm sure they would be willing to expand that process.
Okay, so is the Commission on Aging interested or will write to the U.S. Attorney's Office and ask for that forum style to be presented in other parts of the city?
They are open. I spoke to the community outreach person actually last week, and she's open to it. Now, what happened during the previous ones was it was a coming together with the Department of Recreation, DACL, or the lead agency for each ward, and the U.S. Attorney's Office, and they brought this together because the DACL brought the seniors to the site, Recreation provided the site, and U.S. Attorney's Office provided the information. So it would have to be a gathering of those 3 entities.
All right, and so then I should understand that this is primarily a program of DACL, that they're pulling all of these pieces together.
Well, actually, the commission has been the one that's been.
All right.
Facilitating.
Okay.
We are facilitating it, because
You're
we
the
actually have the
facilitators.
contacts with, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and we're glad to, work it out with the different.
Okay,
agencies.
so you do have a commitment to try to expand it
Yes, ma'am.
citywide,
Yes, ma'am.
Citywide, yes.
Okay.
Throughout the wards.
and you're already working towards that.
Yes, like I said, I spoke to her last week, the outreach person.
All right. What are some of the scams that were mentioned when that was the topic?
One of them is in our Internal Revenue Services calling someone supposedly from the IRS, give their name, a fictitious number, and they would tell the seniors that they owe taxes from 1999, and we need to get that immediately. And then they would pretty much intimidate that senior. Very, 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 the person on the other line, from what I understand, is very intense. And they would intimidate them in terms of how they need to get the money. That's a major one. And the person on the line generally is from another country sometimes, or they are close by, and very, very believable. I happened to hear one day over a senior's home. But once you give them information back, they hang up the line. So that's a major one, the IRS. And then calls that are supposedly from the district's utility companies. And they somehow, I forget the word that the telephone company, they'll call your number and it'll say Washington Gas, but it is not. And then they'll ask you that you owe money and we need to get the money quickly. When you call the Washington Gas company up, they say that's not them. So those are two major scams that the seniors are experiencing.
Yeah, I might add to that. We had an issue for a while where people came out and misrepresented utility companies and had them to sign up as a third party, or even they didn't sign up once the people got the information. They would use that information to enroll you in programs that you weren't aware of. So we try to address things along those lines.
All right, so we have to spread that information around. So I think it's great that you're engaged in this and that I believe I'm picking up a commitment to spread it around. All of the ward areas want this information and need it. And I guess we have to think about, how do you spread it around? I mean, not all of our senior population comes out on any regular basis. So do you have a plan for reaching those that that tend to stay in, that stay at home, and those who are isolated? We know that they're in a building or on a block, but.
Well, we have a pretty good relationship with a lot of the community senior leaders in the different communities. And DACL has a pretty good ambassadors program. This seems to be flourishing. So we have a pretty good connection to the senior community, I believe, at this time.
All right. Thank you for that. I love the idea of a group that will focus on health, and particularly the long-term care facilities, assisted living, nursing homes, and the whole rehabilitation process. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about that as you think about how this can be formed. If you need legislation, I will get that done for you.
Thank you.
You mentioned that you're concerned with the maintenance of buildings that house senior programs. What about buildings that house seniors?
We have been working with the Department of Buildings. They changed the makeup or the structure of this DC government and created the Department of Buildings. Since then, we've been working with the community outreach person for the different wards for the Department of Buildings. And we've had seniors to actually being given instructions by the Department of Buildings on ways to approach issues that they have in their buildings.
All right.
The
Well,
only other thing I might add is the Department of Buildings only deals with private entities when they don't like to switch over and address issues that are in government buildings. They don't like to cross party lines, so we have to address that part of it.
well, yes, and the Department of Buildings has an inspection process, and that's for all properties, residential properties. So that's one avenue that we can certainly use. Always the question is, what happens once the inspection takes place? Because usually the owner is mandated to make the repairs. And if it's a rental property in a building, there are certain tenants' rights that must be followed. And like, you cannot just go with your nail and your hammer and open the door. You have to go through the tenant. So that has been an issue over the years. But I do think we need a process. I would love for us to have a process in our government where we had dedicated repairs made to our senior living environments. And I think I'd like to work with the commission on how we might affect that.
Yeah, I might want to mention that I believe, I'm not sure if it was Councilmember Henderson or one of the other council members was trying to close a loophole in the government's oversight of buildings where a lot of the owners were changing the name of their buildings or the ownership of their buildings. It was actually the same people, but under different names or whatever. So I think they tried to close a loophole so that that doesn't exist anymore.
That is one thing that can be done and certainly needs to be done. But that's customary, whether it's residential or commercial, we find that happens. But I'm more concerned with how do we hold a owner to making the necessary repairs, because it's usually a safety issue. So I think that's one of the first priorities we have to focus on. The other is the licenses issue. And you're correct. And the council members are correct in we wanting to close that loophole. Definitely. So sounds like another working group. And we'll get some legislation on that. You'll make a note? All right. Okay. We'll try to explore with DACL, that probably knows a lot about why Ward 8 has had one caseworker for 3 years. And you're indicating 8,000 seniors during the 10-year may have needed that service.
I would like to address that also.
All right.
Okay. What actually happened was we did, during a 10-year period, Ward 8 had one caseworker assigned to the ward. We also had assistance from senior village that wasn't recognized by the DC government that provided a caseworker. And eventually, under the Senior Advisory Coalition, under the direction of Sally White, started assisting us. But we never had official caseworkers from the DC government assigned to Ward 8.
All right, and so the caseworker that was assigned to Ward 8, was this person from any of the agencies or from a nonprofit or?
She was from Family Matters. She was from Family Matters. To start from the beginning of my experience, council member, I became a mini commissioner in 2010. We had no caseworkers for Ward 8. Under Director Brown, I believe, I sent a letter requesting that we get caseworkers. Then under Director Thompson, I went and requested caseworkers. There were no caseworkers assigned to Ward 8. And what perturbed me was I came to your hearings in 2013, and the hearings lasted from 9:30 in the morning to almost 8 at night. And Ward 8 was not mentioned once in almost 11 hours of testimony. And that's when I went to the lead agency and found out that we weren't even allocated caseworkers. So what happened was under Director Newland's direction, she declared equity in all 8 wards. And that's when we began to see the benefits of the Office on Aging.
And so today you're indicating the lead agency for Ward 8 maintains 1 caseworker?
No, under Director Newland's direction, she put all casework within the Department of DACL, and so that we would get it throughout the city rather than by wards.
All right, when DACL is before us, when our government witness is before us, we'll talk a little bit about that and how that seems to be working citywide. I recall that decision being made. And so, but I'm trying to understand, is the testimony you're providing today accurate as to the situation in Ward 8 today?
No.
This is from the history.
This is from the history.
Okay.
This is why they're in the process of making regional grantees for the wards instead of wards grantees. And I would like every ward to have their services identified rather than by regions where you come in and like East of the River is responsible for wards 1, 7, and 8. I don't want a presentation saying what they do in the region for Ward 7 and 8. I want to know what they did in Ward 1, what they did in Ward 7, and what they did in Ward 8.
All right, well, I thank you. That's very informative. I just have, we talked about your testimony. I just have a few other questions, okay? All right. You mentioned that the commission currently has 11 of its 15 commissioners. And what's the status of the 4 vacancies?
I'm not sure, honestly. I'm not sure of the status of the 4 vacancies. I guess he's under Mayor Bowser, but at the last senior town hall meeting, he put out a call for additional commissioners. So it's a volunteer basis. So it's up to the seniors or people in the community to volunteer for these positions.
All right, so you're indicating that there has been a request for volunteers that might want to serve in this capacity. This request came from the mayor's office, the EOM?
Mr. Walker, I'm not what his
Yes,
title.
yes, he is the deputy chief of staff, yes.
Yeah.
All right, so any seniors who are interested, please reach out to the EOM. That is the Executive Office of the Mayor, and Stephen Walker is the direct contact. You have the basic number 724-8000, which is always on the tip of everyone's tongue, area code 202, so that you can express your interest. I think when we chatted, you indicated towards 2 and
7.
2 and 7 in particular are where we need more individuals. And I inquired if maybe we need to think also about another representative from 3, because I think 3 has only 1, and I think Ward 1
as a,
1 and 3 only have one
Right.
representative, and so it'd be great if we could do that. And I will explore with Mr. Walker, if he gets an abundance of applications, how we can maybe expand the commission so we customarily will have at least 2 from each of the wards.
thank you.
All right, so. Can you explain to the public, or give us an overview of what are the agendas of the commission meetings? I know you meet monthly, just to give them a taste. Now, if I'm gonna volunteer, I want to know what I'm volunteering for, as an example.
Well, we meet once monthly on the fourth Wednesday normally on the monthly. And the agenda of the commission is to address issues that the seniors have in the communities. But the first agenda, I'm gonna call it, of the commission is to make the person that's coming to volunteer realize that he represents the 100,000 seniors in the District of Columbia, not just the group that he might be associated with. So that's one of the main things that we try to do. So we usually have ex officios to attend and update us on all of the services that seniors are being provided throughout the city from the different departments. And it's pretty thorough, and the commissioners also get an opportunity to ask questions of those ex officios.
All right, and is the meeting held in such a surroundings that you also offer the public an opportunity to sort of be in the audience? Or must they watch it virtually?
They can,
Or can they watch it even virtually?
well, we don't have the capacity to watch it virtually right now. We probably could add that. But the attendance is it's an open meeting, so anyone can attend.
All right. So we'll be checking to see how we can broadly disseminate you into all living rooms or kitchens when you meet.
Okay.
Because I think it's important that this work it's better known by the senior community in general and anyone else who might want to help. And I know that would be very helpful for our villages that rely on volunteers that tend not to be seniors, but very enthusiastic individuals. Many are retirees, recent retirees, some students that would love to have the opportunity to help. I think we're finally getting back to the way of life where we understand we have to help each other
Correct.
to
Also in our monthly meetings, granted, it's not being streamed yet, but maybe in the near future it will be streamed. But a lot of the commissioners, we do communicate with the seniors, and as you said, the young folks, the intergenerational people that live within the city, because they see things that we don't know, and we see things that they don't know. So when we bring it to those monthly meetings and we have some of the agencies there and we interject questions, a lot comes out of that. A lot comes out. A lot of the seniors are isolated and they don't talk, but when you get that opportunity in a department store or just walking the street, they will share all kinds of things that are going on with them, with the utilities, with the neighbors, with the crime, everything, good, the bad, and the ugly. So we bring that to the commissioners' meeting along with whoever can address those crucial issues.
thank you. That's very important for putting that on the record. Thank you very much. What are some of the agencies that have appeared before the commission in this, I'll say in FY '24?
I don't remember offhand. I know we had the Office of Planning attend. And I'm not, we spoke to DPR because we were concerned about some issues we were having there. Oh,
All right. All right, we'll just get a list of, what we will do is get a list of all of the presentations, and we will include that in the record, the oversight record as well. I can recall a few of them, but yes, we'll do that. What role does the commission play in oversight and support for the many commissions? I think Ward 8 still has a mini commission, Ward 4. I don't know if every ward does, but that certainly could be a broad way of disseminating more information and giving those who are not going to come down to and not members of the formalized commission an opportunity to have say.
I think the many commissions, they give the commissioners a lot of advice on what needs to be addressed. But also, a lot of times we have ex officios to come to the mini commission meetings also. And they help the seniors directly address issues that they're concerned about. So it works out pretty good. It's a less formal setting, and seniors really get a chance to express their personal issues and concerns.
Ward 2 and the other wards do not have like a wellness center, Ward 2 and Ward 3. Would it make sense for those wards to have a mini commission? I'm just thinking about the value of the wellness centers, where people do get an opportunity to congregate, to discuss, talk to each other, and perhaps surface issues or concerns, and really comments about, their pleasure with the type of services that we may be offering.
Yes, it would make sense to have the many commissions. An issue with Ward 2 was that they had a commissioner, and the many commissions usually fall under the commissioners. And I don't know if you recall, but Ron Swanda was the commissioner from Ward 2. Through reallocation or rezoning of the city, he was moved from Ward 2 to Ward 6. So then we ended up with 3 commissioners in Ward 6 and 0 commissioners in Ward 2. And that's when things like that happen. We encounter problems.
All right, sounds like we need to look at how the Commission on Aging is organized so that we have a very robust, opportunity for participation around the city.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned in part of my testimony about addressing seniors more by communities than by wards.
Okay. So addressing seniors by communities. Now, we have that community process, official process through our advisory neighborhood commissions. So, yeah, are you thinking that it would be wise to look at how the commissions are organized to the extent of recommending that there be a individual that is a commissioner that is responsive to senior concerns directly? I know I'm kind of stirring the pot, but my goal is to understand how all these different processes that we have in the city can work so that there is a delineation of who's doing what, because when all is said and done, where do people go to get help?
Like I,
when they need it.
yeah, like I was saying at first, the commissioner's primary objective is to address issues of any senior in the District of Columbia, regardless of where they're located. I'm just saying, when it comes to getting input from the communities, that the commissioners would have to at least encourage the different communities to participate in their mini commission meetings to get that input.
Okay, all right, well, I'll leave it at that. Does the commission have a website?
No.
All right, so we need to work on that.
Yes, ma'am.
So what are the top 5 priorities of the commission as we're in FY 25? Have you set those goals?
We set goals that we gave out, but I'm not sure. I know we want to address the need for oversight of long-term care facilities and things of that nature. And we were also concerned about, hold on, just, we still want to try to work with the council, excuse me, on a unified system.
The unified application process? Okay,
And well, we have that, but also we want to actually establish a better working relationship between DACL and the Department of Recs. You know,
between DACL and the Department
of Recs.
of Rec,
Yes,
okay.
because like I spoke earlier. Excuse me.
All right,
Like I spoke earlier about the Office of the Attorney General program, that would take coordination.
and the Attorney General?
I was saying, like, the program.
Oh, you want to expand that program, informational program, okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Bobo and Ms. Johnson. I am thrilled that you're here. I think I've been joined by council member. You have any questions? All right, okay, all right. Well, thank you very much for chatting with us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay.
And so now we will go to our public witnesses list, and we will good morning. Okay. Right. So we are now ready for our public testimony, and we thank you all so very much for being here with us. We have Mr. John Bang from the Iona House Senior Services Center, Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, from the Legal Counsel for the Elderly, Leah Myers from the Legal Counsel for the Elderly, and Max Broad from DC Veg Week. Okay. Right. All right, that's fine. What is the name? Okay. All right. Ms. Bates, we understand that you are here also from Legal Counsel.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. And Should I go to? All right, and we'll ask Sal Salvaggio, who is with the Iona House Advisory Group. You can join this panel as well. And Mr. Bang, you can begin when you're ready.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds, Councilmember Louis George, members of the committee, Chairman Bobo, DACL Director Hines. My name is June Bang, CEO of Iona Senior Services. I feel very privileged to share with you that 2025 marks Iona's 50th anniversary. Iona's history, as some of you may know, began in a clapboard house on Butterworth Place as an answer to an expressed need from within the community. 3 churches, St. Columba's, St. Anne's, and Eldbrook United Methodist, joined to establish a community service center to help aging individuals receive guidance on medical care, public and social services. Iona's budget in 1975 came from a combination of dues from these faith institutions at $500 a year. Through the efforts and leadership of Iona's inaugural executive director, Pearl B. LeBeer, Iona was able to offset some of our operating expenses with the support provided by DC's Office on Aging 50 years ago. From there, Iona started the Friendly Visitor Program, began publishing resource guides, and with the support of Councilmember Polly Shackleton, formed the Citizens Advisory Council, and we'll hear from the chair of the Advisory Council, Mr. Sal Salvaggio, as well today. In 1980, everything changed when the organization was designated by the DC Office on Aging as a Ward 3 lead agency. By then, Iona operated under the leadership of Executive Director Mary Callahan and 2 social workers, a small but mighty team. In the years that followed, Iona continued to thrive and grow under the leadership of Elizabeth Fox, Louise Myers, Joan Lewis, Deborah Peoples, and Sally White. I share Iona's history because our work would not be possible without the strong partnership and support that exists between Iona, DACL under the leadership of Director Hines, the City Council, the Mayor, and all the tireless efforts and hard work of the staff at each of our respective organizations. 50 years later, Iona is now the lead agency for Wards 2, 3, and 4, providing over 13 programs to over 2,300 individuals daily throughout the 3 wards and over 4,000 people in the region. Our partnership makes it possible for us to serve over 75,000 meals to food insecure older adults, offer 5,125 activities and classes through around town DC and at our community dining sites to help foster community, belonging, and lifelong learning. And in all 8 wards, district-wide, our dementia navigators continue to help individuals aging with dementia with the care they need, with the highest percentage of our services concentrated for people living in wards 5 and 8. While there is much uncertainty with the changes in federal policies and budgets, it is certain that more than 11,000 people will continue to turn 65 every day. 3 in 4 older adults are living alone. 1 in 3 older adults are experiencing hunger, and 1 in 6 older adults are aging with dementia in our city. And we look forward to receiving your support and continuing our strong partnership that is embedded in our history, allowing us to meet the needs of our most vulnerable and vibrant in the district. I have attached to my testimony our impact numbers and demographics for your review. I also want to thank Iona's amazing supporters who are here with us today, here to share their testimonies and their experiences of our programs, and to our members who are tuning online. Thank you for your leadership in the city and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I just have a question. And what is the level of support that you currently receive with the dementia program, the Navigator program, from the government, DC government?
DC government, are you referring to the amount of the dollars or the full
Dollars.
scope? I think right now we receive around 250,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll next hear from, okay. Ms. Holmes. Welcome, good morning.
Morning, good morning, Chairperson Bonds and Councilmember Lewis George. I am Rhonda Cunningham Holmes. I'm the Executive Director of Legal Counsel for the Elderly. This year, LCE celebrates 50 years of service to district seniors that's defending, protecting, and empowering our older DC seniors. I'm here to discuss LCE's work in fiscal year 24 through our partnership with DACL. LCE works closely with DACL via our legal hotline and long-term care ombudsman program, also called OMB. LCE is the only organization in the district offering free legal and advocacy support exclusively to seniors. Our holistic approach ensures seniors have safe housing, can improve their economic condition, access public benefits, and age with dignity. First, I want to thank Director Sharon Hines for her strong leadership of DACL. She's been a great collaborator working with me to improve our partnership and resolve issues like the LCE DACL warm handoff for case management. Her efforts reflect DACL's mission to provide high-quality services to district seniors. I also appreciate her speaking at LCE's annual volunteer luncheon last year, where she thanked and motivated volunteers in their vital work supporting our seniors. Thanks to DACL funding, LCE's legal hotline, available to all DC residents 60 and older, has expanded. The demand is tremendous. And with additional funding from the council in fiscal year 24, thanks to your leadership, Councilmember Bonds, we hired another attorney. This allowed the hotline to handle nearly 3,400 unique cases, each worked to completion by a hotline attorney or referred to an in-house practice area or pro bono partner for further assistance. We're exploring ways to expand this capacity further. Hotline attorney Melanie Bates will soon testify about the life-changing impact of these services for DC seniors. Next, I want to highlight DACL's support for the Ombudsman program in fiscal year 24. In fiscal year 24, Ombudsman led the nation in complaint resolution, successfully resolving 86% of complaints. That's compared to the national average of about 74%. They also responded to over 800 requests for information, educating the community about long-term care services and empowering residents to understand their rights. The program includes a dedicated in-house attorney. This attorney handles fair hearings and represents residents facing illegal transfers and discharges. A full-time assistant would allow the attorney to support even more residents, including those seeking to return to the community. The Ombudsman team advocates for residents in nursing homes, assisted living facilities, mental health residences, and those receiving Medicaid waiver services. Their work is made possible by DACL's support. Albert Reed, Senior Ombudsman Specialist, will testify this afternoon about the personal impact of the program. In closing, Councilmember Bonds, I'd like to thank you for your years of support for LCE and the elderly. As the landscape for federal and local programs supporting nutrition, healthcare, and housing shifts, we anticipate growing demand for our services. I look forward to discussing our fiscal year 26 budget requests with you. Council support for DACL and LCE is crucial to ensuring district seniors remain safe, healthy, and age in their communities, which we all desperately want. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And Ms. Bates will now take your testimony.
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and Councilmember Lewis George and staff. My name is Melanie Elizabeth Bates, and I'm a part-time hotline attorney at Legal Counsel for the Elderly, a proud affiliate of AARP. I've had the pleasure of serving in this role since December 2018 and have seen firsthand the tremendous impact that our services have on the lives of older adults who are fortunate enough to call District of Columbia their home. As you heard specifics from our Executive Director, Rhonda Cunningham Holmes, I will focus my testimony on how the hotline empowers older adults in DC with the support necessary to navigate the often challenging issues that arise as we age. Hotline helps protect older adults from abuse. I assisted Ms. C with filing a petition for an anti-stalking order against her next-door neighbor. Ms. C had faced continued harassment, including verbal threats, physical assaults, and even had a cup of urine thrown on her. Ms. C was hesitant about filing the petition because her neighbor had intimidated her from doing so by saying that he would just evade the surface. I encouraged Ms. C to feel empowered to move forward, which she did, receiving the emergency order the same day she applied. Hotline helps older adults maintain healthcare coverage. I assisted Mr. A, an older adult with glaucoma and a triple bypass heart patient. He had not received any medication since his healthcare coverage abruptly stopped in November 2022. He was previously incarcerated but released in 2011. Unfortunately, his release date was not accurately reflected on his SSA records, so I made a three-way call with the client to his health insurance company to confirm proof of release. After 5 different transfers and extensive hold times, we were able to speak with a representative who was able to update his release date so he could re-enroll for healthcare coverage. After the call, Mr. A said, "I don't know whether you get paid or volunteer, but if you get paid, tell them I said you need a promotion, and a raise." Hotline helps older adults receive benefits they are entitled to. I assisted a non-English speaking client through interpreter services. As a result of advice and counsel, the client's SSI benefits were reinstated, her overpayment withholding was overturned, and she received issuance of a back payment for 3 months. The client's daughter shared the following feedback. "My mother and I cannot even begin to tell you how grateful we are for your excellent and timely professional advice, patience, and above all, your kindness. My mother, an 87-year-old disabled refugee and war survivor, has no family or friends other than me to rely on. You came to her rescue when she was feeling desperate and abandoned. In addition to helping her professionally, you supported her emotionally by giving her a sense of hope and belief that things will be okay. You took the trouble to communicate with her through the interpreter and patiently listened to her concerns, asked her thoughtful follow-up questions, and spent time making her feel comfortable. You advised her on how to respond to SSA's request for information, reviewed the drafts, and made invaluable suggestions. Most importantly, my mother knew she could trust you, and that gave her confidence and courage. Ms. Bates, thank you for your amazing professionalism, knowledge, expertise, empathy, and genuine concern. You made a huge difference in my mom's life." Chairperson Bonds, there are many more stories like this, and there are numerous cases in which Hotline identified legal claims and defenses and referred the case to another lawyer at LCE to provide full representation. This life-changing work would not be possible without the generous support and partnership LCE receives from DACL. In conclusion, I urge the council to continue enabling this valuable partnership. It is an honor to partner with DACL and serve our cherished District of Columbia seniors. Thank you again, Chairperson Bonds, council members, and staff for making all of this possible.
And thank you very much for your testimony. I just have one question. Is there a income qualifying in order to receive your services from the legal?
Yes, the hotline is open to everyone. So that's one of our services. Everyone who's 60 years of age, lives in the District of Columbia can call the hotline and we will provide the assistance, this brief assistance for that. For those who need extended services, we also have a criteria that allows them to qualify. They have to be 250% of the federal poverty level, and there's some asset requirements as well.
All right, that's very important.
Right.
We have a bunch of people we want to refer to you. So I want to make
And
sure.
we want to be able to help all of them, and with the
Yes.
support, we will
Yes.
definitely do so.
Yes.
But we are really at capacity. And so we're working
Yeah.
to hire right now another part-time attorney so that we can do even more. We just want people to be patient so that we can get to everyone.
All right, and I'm sure I'm going to hear more about that and as expected. So, as I hear from Iona House, I know, we know what we have to get done.
Right.
We understand throughout our communities. Thank you. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Next, we'll hear from, we'll go with you. So, okay.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and Councilmember George. My name is Sal Salvaggio, and I am the chairman of the Iona Senior Services Citizen Advisory Group. Our membership is composed of DC Village members, recipients of government services, religious institutions, and others who advise Iona on issues important for our older residents. June Bang, our executive director, just testified before you in support of Iona, and will provide you with additional statistics to describe the scope of services by Iona to our community members. What I would like to do is to recount to you a few stories that highlight the positive impact Iona has had on people I have known who were recipients of Iona's programs. Martha is a refugee from Castro's Cuba who came to this country many years ago with her family. Her daughter and husband are devoted to her care and realized that Martha, then in her 90s and having early dementia, needed the stimulation of those her own age during the day when they were at work. Iona's adult day program provided that venue. She flourished there and had a chance to create paintings, something she had done throughout her life. I've seen these paintings, they're wonderful. Her daughter and husband are so grateful to Iona for adding living to her life. This allowed Martha to thrive for more years in her own home and gave her family and the break they needed to care for other family members and each other. Another person I knew who has benefited from the existence of Iona was a doctor. I'll read excerpts from his daughter's message to me. My dad loved going to Iona. He attended Iona approximately 2 times a week from 2013 until a few months before his death in 2019. During that time, he really blossomed, lending a helping hand to the overworked staff and less mobile participants. They were sweet to let him think he had an unofficial job at Iona. He had people to talk to throughout the day and participated in gentle exercises. Through their amazing wellness and art program, he did art for the first time in his life, and I was astonished to see his drawings of himself and some landscapes. Iona was a godsend for the entire family and offered caregiver support groups, social activities such as the Memory Cafe, in which we could meet other families, professionals who helped us make our house safer, lent us a wheelchair when we needed one, and provided a long list of recommendations for other elder care-related services. These are just 2 stories of many that illustrate how Iona has brought happiness and peace of mind to individuals in our older community and their families. Gathering data and statistics are needed to evaluate the effectiveness of an organization, but as important are the real-life consequences of the existence of that organization. Iona needs to be fully funded to continue to make a positive contribution to our community, and I thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and thanks to this panel. I won't go in depth. I have a number of questions, so I want to make sure we get through everyone today. So I know you understand that, but I would like to have an opportunity to have a follow-up call with you so that we can understand the extent of the need. As you know, my commitment is totally to our senior community here in the District of Columbia. And I want to make sure that as much as we can, we have resources that will help us to put greater dents into the need. We will not be able to do everything, but, and there may be some creative ways of getting some things done. So I'm looking for that. And would you think about your private sponsors? When I say private sponsors, those that might be inclined to provide help in this particular season, I'll say. I think, and we'll have conversation about that. So thank you very much. All right, well, we'll call our next cadre of witnesses. We're not sure who's here, but all right. Edith White. Okay, Marta Suarez Miris, we understand is in Zoom. Nancy Feldman. All right. Anyone? Okay. Habiba Bia. Gloria Mosley. Mobley, sorry. I think that takes 4 at the table. All right. Oh. I think we can take 4 at the table. I may have miscalled. We were just going down the list, and you are Habib. All right, so we'll take you next. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. All right, and would you identify yourselves for the record? And if I do not have your written testimony, please make sure we get it for the record, okay? All right, and so we'll start with you.
Hello, my name is Gloria Mobley, and I
Ms.
am a native
Mobley.
daughter of Washington, D.C. Shall I continue?
Yes, please.
Well, son, I tell you, life for me ain't been no crystal stair. It's had tacks in it and splinters and boards torn up and places with no carpet on the floor, bare. But all the time, I've been a climbing on and reaching landings and turning corners and sometimes going in the dark where there ain't been no light. So boy, don't you turn back. Don't you sit down on those steps because you find it kind of hard. Don't you fall now, for I see still going, honey. I'm still climbing. And life for me ain't been no crystal stair. Poem by Langston Hughes. When I first started having symptoms of dementia, I was able to brush them off. But in time, it became apparent that something bigger was happening. Initially, I was in shock. Looking back, it makes more sense. I've had family members with dementia, and I was a caregiver for my parents as they aged. I've been a superwoman and an independent all my life. So I credit my daughter for finally encouraging and getting me and convincing me to seek support. Together, we called Iona. Many years ago, when I was director of the co-curriculum program at the Madeira School, I supported our students to find internships in the DMV. Some of my students interned at Iona Senior Services. They left with the experience of able to relate with older adults. Many of them moved into careers in the medical field, and unknowingly, I vetted my future service provider. Getting connected to Iona has been a blessing. They were there just at the moment I needed them. The professionalism of everyone in the building is evident. The disease is often misunderstood. I feel more informed now than when I first was diagnosed with dementia. People at Iona understood both the mechanics of the disease and the emotional aspect. Providing emotional support is extremely critical, and the level of compassion is remarkable. I'm learning how to cope. I don't have to explain myself. It's a safe place to be and adjust to my new reality. People get it. It's okay to cry and be upset. Iona is helping me smooth a rocky path. I don't know what the future holds, but I urge you, I urge you to continue funding Iona's Wellness and Arts Center. Their services are essential. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Mobley. Thank you. Next,
Hi, I am Nan.
press the button. There you go. When you see the red light, you're on. And
Thank
Ms. Mobley, would you take your light off? There you go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds, and thank you
Pleasure.
for this opportunity to testify. My name is Nancy Feldman, and I'm here to testify on behalf of Iona in general and their Around Town DC program in particular. So I guess you may have my testimony in front of you, my written, but I've lived in the district for over 17 years now. And what do I want to say? Yeah, Iona's Around Town DC classes are so valuable. I worked for 14 years at a desk job here in DC and then retired this past May. And I did kind of wonder what would become of me, like what would I do with my days, and would I be socially isolated without my work colleagues around? But then I heard about Iona's Around Town DC classes, and I started going, and I find them to be wonderful and amazing and so helpful because so physically, after sitting at a desk, as many of you may know, you're not getting enough exercise. And so the exercise classes with the Zumba Gold with Ruth and the Strength Core and Balance class with Emma, they're both on Mondays and Fridays at different times, and I go to them. And they've really helped me get stronger and therefore stay safer and more independent as I age. Yeah, I don't know if I said I'm 72. And sometimes I feel older and sometimes younger, but what else do I want to say? So they're just, oh, right. So aside from physically helping me, the social aspect of it, it's like, right, because I could do this during the pandemic. I did an exercise video sometimes at home, but right, sometimes I just didn't bother. And with the classes, it forces me to do it, and it's so much fun because I meet other people, other seniors like me, and we're like all in it together. It's just wonderful. So it's really good for socialization, and the teachers, the instructors are just wonderful. Ruth is amazing. And so is Emma. And then I also take the Sewing Cafe class with Edie, who is here, which is also wonderful and amazing. And Edie is fabulous. What did I write about her? She's an excellent instructor. She's knowledgeable, kind-hearted, and talented. And we get to practice on a sewing machine, which I hadn't done since one time in 8th grade, many years ago. So it's just been wonderful. She's so kind-hearted and easygoing, and she makes learning sewing fun. And so I'm getting things mended because I'm shrinking as I age. What else I know I'm going on? Let's see. Liana King at the program is amazing. She's wonderful and administers everything and communicates with us. And she's just great. Everybody at Iona that I've met is wonderful. So, right, technology help with Albert has been great. He's helped me with my smartphone and my laptop. which, yeah. So after work, I had to get my own laptop and that was scary. But he's helped. And so room for improvement. So everything's wonderful, but room for improvement, we need larger spaces at Iona. The exercise room gets very crowded and it would be wonderful just to have a little more space. And I know we often have to move our sewing cafe from room to room because there aren't enough rooms at Iona to have everybody in the way that would be beneficial. So it's wonderful as it is, but it would be great if Iona could get more money for these classes and more physical support for the building too. I think that's all I've got. Thank you so much for letting me testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and I will not ask you now, how do you propose expanding the space? I'll do a follow-up question to Iona on that, but thank you very much for that. And next, if you will identify yourself, please. Since we jumped around, I'm not sure.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. My name is Zoe Lijar. I'm 65 years old. I have been living in DC for 4 years. Arrived in Washington during the pandemic without no jobs, no driver's license, and suffering an overweight and especially a very high blood pressure with medication twice a day for the rest of my life. I wanted to have regular physical activities. Thanks to around DC, actually, I started practicing yogas. And after, it was 2 years ago, more than 2 years ago, and the results are amazing. I started losing weight, and especially even my doctor reduced the level of my medication. Last year, 1 year ago, so I decided I have to go more and combine exercises like yoga, Pilates, balance, and Zumba. And the result are really beyond my expectation. Thanks to, sorry, I'm a little bit, English is not my,
That's all right. Go right ahead.
my third language. Anyway, last year I started to practice 8-hour physical activities, Pilates, Zumba, balance, and about strength and so on. The results, I just want to tell about it. On September 1924, I took part in the test passport to falls prevention at St. Albans, which showed very satisfactory results for my age. In addition, after that, actually, I fell down on the street, the concrete one, and I was able to stand up and went home for 20-minute walk. And especially, I realized last, it was a little bit, my physical strength. On Tuesdays now, I'm able to practice Pilates at Georgetown Library, walked to Cleveland Park Library, practice yoga for balance, and then walk again to my home at 10 Layton. So it's really increased my physical strength to participate to around town disease activity. And especially, for example, that my doctor I saw him last December, instead of, because I am really very high blood pressure, instead of seeing me 3 or 6 months, he just said, I'm participating to the around town disease activities. I told him 8 hours now, and I said, okay, I gave your prescription for 1 year. See you in 1 year. So it's amazing. even I couldn't believe it. So I lost 20 pounds in a year, and he told me not to come back. Just in 1 year, it's like just I don't need my doctor, except of course if I fell down or something like that. And even I fell down and nothing was broken. So it's really amazing because our instructor, she said that Ayana with Pilates, Ruth with Zumba, Ayana with balance, Ruth with balance, and so on. Even teacher, like I just want to mention it, like about kickboxing with a young instructor. His name, I think, is Diane. Actually, people, they don't go to this activity because maybe they think kickboxing, actually, it taught us self-defense, especially for ladies. So that's why, I just want to say, to conclude, that really the physical activities are really very important. It really saves our lives, and to avoid to see doctors even less and to spend less budget. That's it. So thank you.
Much.
Thank you.
If I'm not careful, I will think I'm hearing that Iona House is the fountain of youth, huh?
Could you repeat,
Is that what I'm
please?
hearing? Okay. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, ma'am.
And you can close yours and now you can start yours. Thank you. And identify yourself.
Hello, my name is Edie White, and as already mentioned, I do teach a sewing class at Iona. I've been an active participant in the Iona programs for seniors. That started before I was doing the sewing. And I have to extend my gratitude for keeping activities for seniors alive near me. My husband and I moved to DC at the end of the COVID-19 lockdowns, and we were isolated quite a bit. And making friends or even attending events with other folks wasn't recommended. And I began to sink toward clinical depression, which I had not had in about 20 years. The day I saw the Iona sign outside St. Albans, my life began to turn around. The structure of those exercise programs targeted for seniors helped me to get back on track and to fight the depression. Today, socialization while eating nutritious meals in the community is still good for me and for my peers. I shudder to think for the consequences of all of us seniors in DC without the challenges to our minds, our creativities, and our bodies with these amazing programs. The activities provided through Around Town DC and Iona Senior Services helps keep our minds and hearts engaged. It's heartening to attend drum classes and see the improved activity levels of our peers who are struggling with dementia. Some who could barely move are now actually getting up and dancing, cautiously, but dancing. My near hermit spouse emerges to attend drumming and to teach chess. These programs reach so many people and do so much to help us age well and not become a burden to our families. And especially in this time of this national climate of fear, it helps keep us focused and not sinking into depression. The nutrition program is critical, as are the exercise sessions, art classes, drum classes, music classes. The very quality of our lives depends on funding from the Department of Aging and Community Living, Iona Senior Services, and Around Town DC. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you to the entire group before us. We now will hear from, we have a witness online, Ms. Marta Lorenz, and we will take your testimony now. Thank you so much for your patience.
Good morning.
Good
My name is
morning.
Marta Suarez Murias, and Iona has really opened the door to an entire component of my retirement and my health. I came to DC in the beginning of 2024, and I had heard about the program and was very intrigued because of its reputation. I was actually invited to participate by one of its ambassadors. It's really been invaluable. For health reasons, I'm one of those folks that is still sort of isolating because I have to exercise extreme caution and the small rooms would be an issue for me. However, Iona is the perfect solution. There are compassionate and skilled yoga instructors and several other fitness programs. It's very easy to participate virtually and in some of the library settings. It really also provides a community of other folks. And as becomes apparent to more and more of us, the physical component is fed on by the emotional and mental well-being. They all work together. And the way that Iona helps with this, they publish a calendar with all types of activities, some that are fun, some that are physical. And for me, they're inspirational for when I can join society and do more things in person. They really nourish figuratively and literally our community. I have a goal to participate more as my health allows, but in our community newsletters, even in the neighborhood, whenever anybody needs a walker, somebody always says, try Iona, try Iona. And on a tour once, I saw the loving way that folks that are in the dementia area were treated. The staff is phenomenal. It's a really good group of people, and I'm very happy to participate in my small way. And obviously, I thank you for listening, and I encourage any kind of funding to be increased to the extent possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now call forth our next panel. We'll start with Habiba Bia and Deborah Peterson, who is on Zoom. Bill Retian, I believe you're here. Ethel Burrows. We can take one more at the table. Anthony Stone, we can take, I believe we can take you at the table. Yes. Mr. Stone, if you're here, we can take you at the witness table. Charlotte Coe. Joan Kerry. Maurice Mason. Raymond Still. Edie White. Karen Zuckelstan. All right. Trying to make sure we have a full table. All right. Thank you so very much. And if you would begin when you're ready, and if you would be sure to state your name so we have the record clear. Yes. Go
Hello,
right ahead.
I'm Habiba Bihi. I want to thank everyone here today for your...
Pull the mic a little closer to, there you go. All right, there. Now we can hear you.
Yes. Thank everyone here today for your interest and time. I was diagnosed with dementia early for the diagnosis, but that turned out to be an opportunity. It's giving me more time to deal with it and anticipate what is coming. I want to express my appreciation for your support of facilities that provide assistance for people like me, like Iona. I attend the Iona Wellness and Arts Center 5 days a week because I need it. I'm awed by the staff and their kindness to us. They don't treat it like a job, but more like a mission. I'm really glad we found Iona Senior Services through a neighbor who was a participant previously. I like the activities we do, whether it's to stimulate our brains, make friendships, observe others at whatever stage they're at in the journey, or share lunch and laughter together. The alternative would have been wasting a lot of my time, my day at home, talking on the phone, watching TV, but I prefer the chance to be around others who are experiencing the same thing I am. I urge you to continue expanding on programs like the one at Iona. They are vital to people who are experiencing dementia and provide a safe space where I can feel at home. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Welcome.
Next, yes, sir.
My name is Bill Rechting, and I attend and participate in the programs at Iona's Wellness and Arts Center. It helps me to improve my cognitive skills. In fact, I don't think I would be here today testifying before you if it wasn't for Iona and the staff there. Before I came to Iona, I was diagnosed with vascular dementia, which I believe was caused by a stroke a few years back. My short-term memory is so-so, but my long-term memory is still good. In fact, I think I know I can answer some of the questions on Jeopardy. Coming to Iona helps me with my people skills and keeping social. And before I attended Iona, I didn't consider myself an artist. But within my first few months, I spent time in the center's art studio, and I broke out of that thinking. I created a piece which I titled The Park. I entered it in a local VA arts competition and won an award. The award was second place for watercolor. I lived in St. Louis, Missouri for most of my adult life and attended a similar program there. I was able to connect with other veterans. This was a stepping stone in helping me to improve my cognitive skills. When my wife and I moved to DC in 2023 to live in the Armed Forces Retirement Home, we began looking for a day program and found Iona. I'm glad that we did. Thank you for your time today. I ask that you continue to financially support Iona and programs helping other adults and those with mental health concerns. It doesn't only help me, but it also helps the community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and I'm just disappointed you did not bring that watercolor here today. I love it. So maybe we need to think about how we can have an art exhibit of some of the works that have and bring life to this meaning of, I guess, growing older and more experienced. I'll work with you on that.
Good morning. My name is Ethel Burrows, and I'm from the James Apartments. I started late with the I Owner program because I never really knew anything about it. So I got to talk to the social workers and community manager about eating healthier than what I was doing. It was important because I have sugar, high blood pressure, and heart disease. I now use less sugar, salt, exercise, also diet, and stay at the dentist. In 2024, I had major surgery. So I was out of the program for 6 to 8 weeks. I returned back to the program for my eating habits because I had fallen off again. I also needed help with standing straight and walking. They provided me with a walker and a cane to help me balance myself. The program also helped with stress, physical and mental exercises such as regular art classes, exercise, Zumba dancing, puzzles, games, historical trips, and just conversating with others. The program is really good for the seniors, and we need to keep it going, and it helps you to meet others. And I thank them for their services.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Ms. Zuckelstein,
Good morning.
good morning.
My name is Karen Zuckerstein. I appreciate the opportunity to talk today about my experience with programs serving older adults. I have been involved in senior-focused activities as a member and volunteer for Northwest Neighbors Village, a participant in Iona's Around Town DC classes, a student at the University of the District of Columbia classes, a member of the Task Force on Senior Wellness Centers for Wards 2 and 3, and as a member of the Commission on Aging. I feel fortunate to live in a community that has great organizations, Iona, Around Town DC, and the villages that facilitate healthy aging and assist older adults as our needs evolve. The villages mobilize neighbors to assist seniors within the community, and over the past few years have been particularly focused on welcoming low-income seniors into the villages. Their efforts help build community while fighting social isolation. Iona has been the lead agency for the Department of Aging and Community Living in Ward 3 for a number of years, and is now also the lead agency for Wards 2 and 4. It operates nutrition programs, wellness activities, and referral services for these wards, as well as leading many of the district's efforts to address the special needs of those experiencing cognitive decline. Iona also operates the very popular Around Town DC program that engages older adults in a variety of wellness activities, including arts and fitness activities. These organizations receive some to most of their funding from the Department of Aging and Community Living. It is essential that these organizations receive adequate funding. Many of the programs help older adults stay active and connected and help when changes in physical or cognitive health require intervention. Last summer, I was sworn in as a member of the Commission on Aging. The commission is an important body for identifying issues that should come to the attention of DACL, other district departments, or the council. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues on the commission to address challenges facing older adults and provide a perspective on how initiatives are affecting older adults. The area I have been most disappointed in over the past year is the slow progress towards designing and building a brick and mortar senior wellness center in Ward 3. As you are aware, there is not a senior wellness center in the planning area commonly referred to as Rock Creek West, the area west of Rock Creek Park. As a result of the efforts of the chairwoman and several members of this committee, funds were included in the fiscal year 2023 budget for planning senior wellness centers in Wards 2 and 3, and a task force was created to oversee the planning of these senior wellness centers. This effort has stalled. The task force has not met for several months, although I understand that a contract has been awarded for a feasibility study, and the task force will resume meeting in March. I would ask that this committee encourage the Department of Aging and Community Living to move forward with this effort as quickly as possible. I think we've heard just this morning about the physical limitations that programs in Ward 3 are facing. That concludes my statement. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you very much to our sitting panel. We have one more, I think, online. Ms. Deborah Peterson. Ms. Peterson, you're online. You need to accept the invite so we can put you on screen. You continue to hit decline. We need you to hit accept, and then we will see you, and you'll be with us. She's coming? Okay, all right. Now you have to hit unmute, and we'll hear you. She left again. Okay. We will come back and pick her up with the next panel. Thank you all very, very much. And next we have Kristen Irwin, DC Appleseed Center, Dr. Katrina Polk, DC Villages Collaborative, Marla Lahat, Home Care Partners, who is on virtual. I got it. And Gail Williams, Ward 4. Oh, this is coming too soon for. Gail, can you just wait for the next panel because it's a full panel? Thank you. And I think I'm overcalling, trying to make sure we fill up. And Heather Foote. And I believe, do we have another one here? Okay. Okay, Dr. Katrina. Okay. Okay. And Don Quattlebaum. I think we can take you at the table as well. Thank you. And we'll have a full court press in a minute. And thank you all for your patience. I know it goes slow, but you note, I hope, that I'm less verbose and I'm trying to cut down on my questions because we could talk all day, quite honestly. These are very important programs. And for me, you're a very important resource for the district. And so I want to hear whatever you've got to say. Within reason, of course, okay. All right, we'll start with let's start with our person who is on remote. And who is that again? Okay, Mr. Hott, we'll start with you and then we'll go to the table.
Okay. Good morning, Chairperson Bonds.
Good
morning. My name is Marla Lahad, and I am the Executive Director of Home Care Partners, a nonprofit home care agency and a proud member of the DC Coalition on Long-Term Care. We received 3 services funded by the Department of Aging and Community Living, our Homemaker program, the DC Caregivers Institute that supports family members, and the Safe at Home Home Modification Program. We are very appreciative of the generous funding and the support from Director Sharon Hines and the staff of DACL. I'd like to talk to you today about two major challenges that impact our DACL-funded services: workforce shortages and funding. In workforce shortages, as a licensed home care agency, Home Care Partners relies on trained and licensed home health aides to provide the services for the clients in our Homemaker program. This program is the only service for older persons who have limited income to pay privately, but do not qualify for Medicaid home care. In addition, our DC Caregivers Institute program offers a respite care option to family caregivers, and they also use licensed home health aides. But unfortunately, the pool of licensed home health aides is shrinking, with over 4,000 DC licensed home health aides not renewing their licenses in 2023. The DC regulations are cumbersome, which makes it more difficult for people to work in DC. And there are now only 2 schools that train home health aides. So the pipeline of new people coming into this field is inadequate. I would recommend the following. The shortage of home health workers impacts a number of committees and agencies in DC. As you know, Chairperson Bonds, I urge DACL to be a leader and continue working collaboratively with their partner agencies such as DC Health, DHCF, OSSI, and DOES to fully implement the Nurse Aid Amendment Act of 2024, which was already passed by Council and will make a huge difference. We need the regulations set out so this can be implemented. The second issue is funding. And in FY24, all our DACL-funded programs had very tight budgets and waiting lists. In FY25, the budget strain is even greater, and I shudder to think what FY26 is going to hold. We feel that when there are tight budgets, we do need to make some adjustments in these programs, and we really commend DACL for working with us in FY24 and 25 to make adjustments in 2 of our programs, Homemaker and DC Caregivers Institute. In our Homemaker program, we had to reduce home health aid service for our clients. We did it in a very thoughtful way that really minimized any negative impact to the clients. In our DC Caregivers Institute program, we asked our caregivers to choose one respite option rather than multiple options. They were able to do this and continue working with our program. For our Safe at Home program, we are now at a critical juncture. We're 10 years into this program, we're starting our 10th year. We've done home modifications for over 7,000 clients, and this is an exceedingly popular program and valuable program. But our waiting lists are growing, and we look forward to working with DACL in the coming months to consider ways to maximize our funding and shorten those waiting lists. As we move into an extremely challenging budget cycle, I ask the Council not to forget about our vulnerable and valuable DC seniors. When you're making hard choices, I hope that these very vital and cost-effective programs can be preserved or enhanced. I thank you, Chairperson Bonds, for your support and leadership. The DACL team, including our wonderful grant monitors, Stephanie Bryant and Edwin Jenkins, the DACL senior leadership team, and of course, Director Hines. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and we will follow up with you individually later. Okay, thank you. All right. And now we'll turn to our panelists here in the council chambers. And we'll start with you, please. And state your name, please, for the record.
Good morning, Chairwoman Bonds and staff. My name is Kristen Ewing, and I am Policy Counsel at the DC Appleseed Center for Law and Justice. My testimony today will focus on the district's long-term care crisis and the need for a coordinated whole government and whole district response to ensure an adequate workforce to meet the needs of district residents, particularly aging residents and those living on low incomes. DC Appleseed is a member of the DC Coalition on Long-Term Care and chairs the coalition's workforce committee. The coalition's work is increasingly vital as the district faces a long-term care crisis that will continue escalating due to increased need from the large baby boomer generation. In the district, the over 65 demographic is projected to increase by 25% between 2019 and 2030. Unfortunately, while we experience a growing need for long-term care, we are simultaneously seeing the workforce decline as providers leave the industry, and we fail to address the barriers to retention or create an adequate pipeline to fill these vacancies. During the renewal cycle in the fall of 2023, over 4,000 formally licensed certified nurse aides and home health aides did not renew their credentials, roughly 30% of the long-term care workforce. Already, seniors and others who rely on Medicaid to access care face significant gaps, particularly during nights and weekends. The urgency of this growing crisis cannot be overstated, and the district can and must take steps to intervene through a coordinated response involving multiple stakeholders. The district must adopt a whole government approach and comprehensive strategy to address this crisis. A comprehensive strategy would involve the collaboration between various stakeholders, including government and healthcare agencies, educational institutions and training providers, consumers and family members, advocates, and community organizations, all working together to create a sustainable workforce. DACL and the DC government should adopt key components of a whole government response, including increasing funding and resources. Allocating more funds to support the retention and recruitment of staff is very important. Currently, over 80% of DC's home health aides receive public benefits to make ends meet. This data point strongly suggests that wages are well below a living wage. We need to streamline training programs and credentialing to expedite entry to the workforce. We need to improve working conditions by focusing on job satisfaction, workload, pay equity, benefits, and opportunities for career advancement. We need to create public awareness campaigns to elevate the profile of long-term care careers, as well as educate the public about the long-term care crisis that will inevitably impact them or their loved ones. We also need to engage in long-term workforce planning to identify future trends. We need to leverage technology, and we need to review and reform policies, regulations, and legislation that impact the long-term care sector. By implementing a coordinated and comprehensive approach, the government can and must work towards resolving the long-term care shortage, ultimately improving care outcomes for those who need it. The issue of DC's long-term care workforce shortage is increasingly pressing due to the recent holding in the Brown v. DC case. On December 31st of 2024, the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia ruled in the class action Brown v. District of Columbia, determining that the district violated DC's residents' rights under the American with Disabilities Act. The court found that DC failed to adequately inform nursing facility residents about their options to leave for home health services and community-based support and housing. Further, DC failed to assist in facilitating the transition to the community when necessary. This ruling, which concluded 14 years of litigation, initiated in 2010 by advocates including Disability Rights DC and the AARP Foundation litigation, underscored the government's obligation to provide the necessary information, assistance, and facilitation of the transition to the community in line with the ADA's integration mandate. Although this case centered on DACL's transition services and the availability of housing, DACL and the district will not be able to move residents with disabilities or seniors to community settings without a healthy long-term care workforce, particularly home health care. DACL must be a leading voice in an entire system approach to addressing the long-term care workforce shortage. The coalition is grateful for the leadership of Director Hines and the entire DACL team. However, we urge them to take a more proactive stance in advocating for long-term care workers, as they are essential to the health of DC seniors. Specifically, we implore DACL to do the following: advocate for the swift implementation of the Certified Nurse Aid Amendment Act of 2024, which allows CNAs to work in home care positions, develops a universal credential for CNAs and home health aides, and expedites approval for Virginia and Maryland CNAs to work in the district. We would like them to support the swift establishment of medication aid training providers in the district to improve patient care and free nurses for other tasks, to support initiatives to investigate the barriers to creating and sustaining successful training programs, to improve communication with providers, consumers, students, training facilities, families, and the residents about changing regulations, career pathways, and long-term care programs, support a wage increase, champion a whole government approach. DACL and the Committee on the Executive Administration and Labor are not the only entities involved in addressing this crisis. Several different agencies and committees, including DHCF, DC Health, the Board of Nursing, the Committee on Health, the Executive Office of the Mayor, DOES, OSSI, and the Committee of the Whole, and others, all need to be at the table to create a successful whole government approach. We also ask that DC government support a long-term care coordinator role. We hope that DACL and the committee will support identifying a point person within the government to facilitate continuous collaboration and convening of all DC government stakeholders moving forward. Thank you for your time and attention to these critical matters. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your very thorough testimony. I just, as you were speaking, I was thinking dollars, 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 coordination, coordination, coordination. But thank you very much. And now we'll turn to Ms. Quattlebaum.
Good morning, Chairperson Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor and your staff. My name is Dawn Quattlebaum, Chief Executive Officer of Seabury Resources for Aging. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present this testimony as part of the performance oversight hearing for the District of Columbia's Department of Aging and Community Living. This month, Seabury is proud to celebrate its 101st anniversary as a nonprofit organization providing personalized, affordable housing and services to help older adults in the greater Washington, D.C. area live with independence and dignity. Seabury supports more than 6,000 older adults and family caregivers each year through good housing, good food, good resources, and good care, things that every resident should have, but not everybody does. We are laser focused on 4 priorities: creating deeply affordable housing, connecting more seniors to resources, building bridges out of isolation, and satisfying senior hunger. Research shines a spotlight on mounting critical needs. As a nation, we are in peak 65, with more older adults over 65 than in any time in history, and growth of that demographic is only increasing. In the district, that growth is creating serious challenges. Seniors are already the largest demographic group in DC's point-in-time homelessness count. Almost 1 in 2 DC seniors don't have enough food to eat, according to the Capital Area Food Bank. More than half of DC residents served by DACL live alone, according to their State of Aging Report 2024 to 2027. Yet, thanks to the support and partnership of DACL, Director Hines, and her staff, we continue to improve and enhance older adults' quality of life. It is a connection that makes the difference, and DACL support allows us to provide the spaces and programs that nurture it. And here are 3 examples. Deeply affordable housing. Housing is the foundation of stability. With DACL support, the Home First Residences program provides 3 permanent, independent, shared living homes for 20 older adults at risk for homelessness. With DACL as a partner, we recently refurbished the Pleasant Hill home and are accepting applications for 7 new residents right now. As the lead agency for DACL in Wards 5 and 6, Seabury continues to serve more than 1,500 seniors and provides over 100,000 meals annually at our lead agency dining sites. These sites are the foundation for connecting seniors in our city to food and other resources. Our 9 dining sites and lunch programs at 2 senior wellness centers offer not only nutritious meals, but also enrichment programs and community to combat isolation. However, if older adults in our city cannot access the dining sites and other resources, what use are they? DACL already provides transportation funding support to help connect residents to resources, and we are very grateful for that. But we also need more. Seabury's grant from AARP DC to have group transportation bring residents to Model City Senior Wellness Center who couldn't get there otherwise demonstrated that additional funding support resulted in higher participation, new members, and increased use of resources by a grateful community. We all know this is a tough budget year, but I encourage you to think of transportation as a small investment with an incredible return. For the cost of a ride, we can connect isolated residents with resources, community, food, connection, and support. It is our great honor to be hosting Silver Pride as part of the 2025 World Pride celebrations. We hope that this commitment to our values and diverse communities in DC will be an encouragement to other leaders and organizations worried about stepping up or stepping back support. We at Seabury are grateful for our continued partnership with DACL and encourage you to commit to a budget that steps up support for all older adults in this incredibly tough moment for our communities. Thank you, Chairperson Bonds, your staff, the committee, and DACL for your continued support.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And as you're thinking into the next few weeks, think about how you can increase the number of units housing that you provide. I think it's already been documented this morning that there's a tremendous need. And I know that you do a very effective program. And so I'm putting that on your shoulders for the moment.
My shoulders can handle it. Thank you very much.
All right.
And good to see you.
That's what we want to hear. We're pulling this all together. Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Foote.
Good morning. My name is Heather Foote. I'm a Ward 1 resident. I work on older adult transportation, digital equity, and senior pedestrian safety. I serve as co-chair of the DC Pedestrian Advisory Council, appointed by the council member, although my testimony today is in my personal capacity. I'll note the context in which DACL, I still use that earlier term, DACL operates, and its specific forward-looking efforts and activities that I've seen firsthand. First, context. In September 2024 analysis, the U.S. Census Bureau found that in 2023, the poverty rate by state for the oldest census group, that is 65 years and older, was highest for DC at 17.7% and Mississippi at 15.8%. This is the challenge for not only DACL, but for each and every DC council member and for residents engaged and not engaged in older adult health and well-being. This is especially critical in light of likely upcoming changes in federal funding affecting the district. Several of my activities have brought me into contact, as in other years, with DACL work. DACL is a leader in producing print copies of its resources and activities. This is vital for effective communication with all seniors, and hopefully will be mirrored in action and resources allocated by other agencies. I keep repeating this year after year in testimony. It hasn't happened very much. From my perspective, Director Hines has made efforts to reach more older adults, evidenced by larger participation in major senior events and collaboration with DPR on activities such as the Valentine's Day party at Deanwood and another rec center. This is important since older adults themselves select varied venues, each with its own character and attractions. Last year, I continued my regular contact with the Ward 7 and 8 wellness centers, where directors and staff organize and present an almost dizzying array of programs. The weekend nutrition program with East of the River Family Strengthening Collaborative's talented nutritionist, Evelyn Miner, expands outreach to older adults. As for DC Villages, a few examples. I first connected with a DC Village in 2014, December. It was Cleveland Woodley Park Village when I returned from 6 years in rural Northern California, driving to work for the first time in my life after assisting my mother before her death. This year, I doubled my annual contribution to the village in appreciation for its prospective member outreach to those living in Ward 3 apartment buildings. I serve on Ionia Senior Services Citizen Advisory Committee, ably led by Sal Salvaggio, and know of Iona's vital work, including its helpline and online around town menu of activities. Both Iona and Cleveland Woodley Park Village serve, among others, low-income Ward 3 residents, a population sector in this relatively wealthy ward that is better understood by delving into census details outlined by the DC Office of Planning. Thanks to a Capitol Hill Village consultancy, last fall, I selected and conducted 7 workshops on older adult transportation, 5 of them east of the river and 2 in Spanish. One was Kingdom Care Village. I followed the expanding work of Kathy Pointer, its director, and her able staff in the still underserved Ward 8 area. What stands out is how the many senior sites may serve a quite different senior constituency and quite different sets of needs and historic access or lack of access within DC's older adult population. So comparisons among services offered need to be done with great care and knowledge. I sit in as a member of the public on meetings of the Commission on Aging. I appreciate the coordinated work of Director Hines and Chairman Bomo to assure a steady flow of informative presentations by DC agencies, as well as commissioners' comments, issues, and questions raised in that they reflect an important array of concerns that are very likely widespread, some quite longstanding, and some quite challenging to resolve without increased interagency collaboration and funding. Chairman Bobo's leadership and his meeting management skills are outstanding. Here in person today are directors of Seabury Resources for Aging and Vida Senior Services, whose work I've witnessed close hand and greatly admire. Director Hines has also led an engagement with WMATA to bring its staff to some major DACL events and to senior wellness centers to sign up residents for a senior Smart Trip card on the spot. While Metrobus and Metro Rail will very definitely not meet all seniors' transportation needs, this collaboration is a valuable contribution to DC's aim to increase overall use of public transit and to my personal goal of seeing all older adults getting their senior Smart Trip card and understanding how and where to use it. On the subject of transportation, on which I'll have much more to say in the budget oversight hearing, I strongly support the valuable transportation options, the Senior Med Express and the Connector Card program offered by DACL and administered by DC Yellow Cab. Connector Card offers a Visa debit card with a scaled income contribution for use on a variety of transportation options. I have 2 specific recommendations to DACL at this point. Given the large wait list for the Connector Card and continuing uncertainty among some seniors on whether they are registered, this despite hundreds of calls by Yellow Cab for follow-up with seniors, it will be important for DACL to consider discontinuing marketing the program pending clarity on how budget allocations may reduce the considerable wait list, and importantly, over what period of time. And secondly, to retrain staff not to refer older adults to DC Yellow Cab to sign up for the program because there's a waiting list. It's a pleasure to note that the DACL accomplishments to which I've had direct access over the past year, and to look forward to the agency's ongoing work, hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we'll hear from.
Okay, hard acts to follow.
All right, Doctor.
Greetings, Chair, Councilwoman Bonds, and DC Council members. I am Dr. Katrina Polk, the inaugural Executive Director for DC Villages Collaborative.
Could you push the mic a little closer to you?
Okay, that better?
Maybe this, yeah, bring that a little closer. Now we can, I think we'll hear you better. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you want me to start from the beginning or just?
Yes.
Okay,
So
good.
they
Okay.
know who you are. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, greetings, Chair, Councilwoman Bonds, and the DC Council members. I am Dr. Katrina Polk, the inaugural Executive Director of DC Villages Collaborative. I appreciate the opportunity to submit my testimony for this performance hearing for the Department of Aging and Community Living. Before I get into my testimony, I want to honor you, Councilwoman Bonds, for your authentic commitment and follow through in prioritizing DC seniors. For me, as a 30-year geriatrician, you're a trailblazer. I want to praise Director Sharon Hines and her team for their progress in keeping their pulse on senior services and programs that allow our aging population to thrive as they grow older. We appreciate your support and will as we serve seniors in their neighborhoods. DC Village Collaborative is a collective of 13 villages in the district supporting the needs of seniors. More precisely, this alliance provides innovative service delivery models through volunteerism and strategic partnerships that serve seniors who want to age in place within their community, cultivating a centralized, synergistic approach. Though DCVC goals for 2025 and 26 is to focus on system change and solution innovation. We want DACL to continue its investment in our system change initiatives because they address the root cause of the issues that lead to sustainable improvement in aging health and aging equity. Our approach influences policy, creates widespread impact, and fosters collaboration among multiple stakeholders. These aspects are essential for DCVC to sustain and scale its initiatives. At the same time, solution innovation is equally critical to DACL's investment in DCVC as we prioritize deep cutting-edge solutions together. We offer many strategies to tackling challenges, demonstrating clear and quantifiable outcomes, and present potential for replication and expansion of villages. DCVC emphasizes the village model as a social innovation method for aging in community, transforming neighborhoods for the aging population in DC, and creating age-friendly environments. Our solution, the village model, is unique because it can customize delivery service and infrastructure for each village. The collaborative approach promotes advocacy, technology, and resources to create an inclusive society for the population aged 60 plus and older. It allows them to age well while delivering both social return on investment and return on investment for the city. We are also preparing to look at the potential impact for Medicaid cuts so that we can see how we can develop a solution to affect low-income seniors across the city and surrounding state to improve this particular service around the crucialness for the aging population. So more specifically, as we continue part of our DACL and DCVC strategy alliance, we aim to establish our organizational structure. We are focused on developing nonprofit. We need to improve our leadership and operational framework to ensure sustainable operations. We're hyper-focused on, as I said, system change and social innovation. The second piece is strengthening villages' capacity. Capacity building efforts are focused on training, resource sharing, leveraging collective bargaining power. We are working currently on logic models and resource development plans among each village. The third thing that we're focused on is expanding the village model. We're focused on equitable distribution of villages throughout the district to fulfill existing service gaps and address racial and income disparities in the village movement here in DC. Currently, we are incubating 3 churches, Pennsylvania Baptist Church, Faith United Church of Christ, and Zion Baptist Church of Eastland Gardens, which will take about 2.5 years to create a standalone nonprofit village. We are engaging in conversations with Village Movement of California to help with this incubator process. The fourth thing that we're looking at is increasing sustainable funding. We are currently working with Cambridge, Washington Home, and other funders to increase our funding pool to ensure diversity in terms of financial sustainability and sustainability of DC and monies for villages. So just to give a couple examples of what we have been able to look at in terms of added value and cost savings for the city. In 2024, we estimate about 1.86 million value adds in terms of volunteer time donated to the villages. This is an estimated value based on activities compared to the equivalent private sector services, and total cost using the private sector resources to replace village services would be more than $1.5 million. Transportation services make up 6% of the total value of villages services, including $62,000 for medical services, $23,000 for other rides, and $11,000 for delivery of food, and $3,000 for other errands. In-home supports provided by villages, volunteers makes up 33% of the value. This includes $191,000 for friendly visits to combat social isolation and $250,000 for long-term support services, $16,000 for in-home help, $6,000 for yard work, and $32,000 for tech support services. Health and Human Services supports make up 46% of the value of villages services. This includes $200,000 for support groups and $500,000 for case management services. Also, as we look at DCVC and how it intersects with the district state plan, we also focus and we find ourselves in, especially in goals 1 and 2, where we are regularly in communication with members about fraud, risk, and educational sessions. We also find ourselves within the goal, let me see what other goal is. At goal 2, where we're working on helping support their family members and other non-paid caregivers. So we are actually putting to work the things that you asked from the last hearing, and we have made some great strides in this particular process of ensuring that seniors have the ability to age well. And I thank you for this testimony. It's time for this testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I hope we can get a copy. We do not have a copy. Am I to understand, Dr. Polk, that you have taken what would customarily be considered budget like dollars and turned it into value hours? Very unique, very savvy. Thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
And I'm sure the villages appreciate that approach. I was just thinking that Ms. Irwin would probably like for you to take a look at her objectives and put some value onto those. I think the two of you need to work together and come up with these values that we can attribute to what it takes to work with the senior population and how we can assign true value to what can happen in community. So I appreciate that, but I'd
Thank
love to
you.
get your testimony.
I think you have it, but I'm willing to work with you.
Okay, thank you so very much. And thank you to this panel. Okay, all right. Next, we are turning to our next panelist is Gail Williams, the interim chair of the Ward 4 Mini Commission. And Betsy Paul. Is Hillary? What is their last name? Okay, we have Hillary Castor, who is online. Jocelyn Johnson, who may be here. Okay, Miss Johnson. Ramon Branch from should we do East River? Okay, from the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative. Frank Phillimore. All right, thank you very much.
And then Hillary needs to accept the invitation.
Ms. Katzer, would you please accept our invitation? You're online and we'd love. She's what?
She just accepted it.
All right, thank you very much. All right, we'll start with Ms. Castor since she's our only person online, and you notice we're having to move around, trying to keep it moving. All right.
Hi, thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, indeed. I just passed lunchtime. Thank you so much for this opportunity. And to you, Councilmember Bonds, and your office has been so supportive over the years, and your staff. I testified for the first time last year in writing at your budget oversight hearing for DACL, and the topic is hoarding disorder. And I will spell that because it's easy to mishear and not know what one is talking about, because it is a topic which is unfortunately largely closeted and hidden under the rug, but we can't really ignore it and make it go away by ignoring it. HOARDING. Sometimes people will refer to it as HD, hoarding disorder, or finders keepers, or collecting behavior. I'm so sorry. Can you please call me back in 10 minutes? Apologize. That's actually a call regarding a senior service. But the reason for using those different terms is because there is such extreme shame and stigma and judgment. We will other and think of as less than people who live with this diagnosis that was defined over 12 years ago by the American Psychiatric Association. Now, this is a DACL hearing, and I'm talking about a behavioral health diagnosis, but it is a severe unmet need and service gap in the Department of Behavioral Health. If I call the DC Department of Health, Behavioral Health today about a problem with hoarding disorder, what happens? They refer me to DACL. And DACL houses adult protective services. So let's say that's me calling on my behalf. I'm not going to do it because adult protective services, first of all, they cannot provide behavioral health care. They're not a behavioral health care provider. And they have the power to deem that my problem is a danger to myself and others and place me in guardianship if I can't change my behavior or put me into long-term nursing care. This is emergency crisis triage intervention for an unmet need that has gone unserved for decades over a lifetime. So it's a DACL problem because nobody else is taking care of it. So I'm not sure how this committee or that agency can address the problem, but the problem seems to me that DACL is doing more harm to individuals because DACL can't provide behavioral health care. That's not their mission. And it's also far more costly, and it's also more costly to FEMS. Anybody who gets past somebody's front door knows how widespread a problem this is. I will have a lot more data in a written testimony that I'm sorry I have not yet submitted. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and that's my time.
Thank you very much for putting this issue front and center during this hearing. I happen to know that DACL is attempting to address this issue of hoarding, and it's been with us, I guess, since the days of Pompeii as humans. And so we really want to see what we can do as it relates to assuring those that have or may be diagnosed with this disorder, that they are accommodated, and at the same time, through the DACL program, make sure that where individuals are willing to work with the government, that we can help them with making the necessary changes in their environment. So that's
it's a very, very challenging condition. Having been defined as a clinical diagnosis 12 years ago, and to me it seems like something more should have happened in that amount of time, but actually that's a very new diagnosis. It's a challenging area. People don't know a lot about it, but we have to start. We have to shine light into the clutter closet, and we need early intervention and harm reduction, risk mitigation, person-centered. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from our panel here in the council chambers. We'll start with Ms. Gail Williams.
Good morning. Excuse me. Good morning, Chairman Bonds and all members of the council in attendance. I am Gail Williams, interim chair of the Ward 4 Commission on Aging, Department on Aging and Community Living ambassador, and a native Washingtonian. I am pleased to testify before you today with immense gratitude and deep appreciation for the exceptional support and assistance provided by you, Councilmember Bonds, and Director Hines from DACL. Both your and Director Hines' unwavering dedication and commitment to addressing and resolving the issues faced by our senior community have been remarkable. At a time when our Ward 4 senior community was grappling with multifaceted challenges, both you and DACL stepped up. Your and Director Hines' approach and thoughtful interventions have not only alleviated immediate concerns, but have also laid the groundwork for sustainable solutions. Both of your efforts have significantly improved the quality of life for countless senior residents in Ward 4. Councilmember Bonds, your assistance with providing laptops for seniors of the Ward 4 Mini Commission on Aging who have been waiting for 5+ years has been invaluable. We have received 10 laptops since June 2024, even though we're still waiting for 22 more, and continue to work with our current lead agency, Iona, to receive the remaining 22. Fiscal year 2024 presented significant challenges for the Ward 4 Mini Commission on Aging, necessitating assistance in finding effective solutions. Director Hines and her team addressed our issues and offered help. Their assistance has had a profound impact on community engagement through meetings and conversations, which has fostered a sense of collaboration and inclusiveness, allowing seniors to voice their concerns. While some might assume that it is the responsibility of you, Councilmember Bonds, and as DACL Oversight Committee Chair and Director Hines as head of DACL to address our concerns, the Ward 4 Mini Commission on Aging has experienced instances where our concerns were not addressed nor heard by other council members and agency heads across the district. Seniors want to be heard, and when a council member such as yourself and department head, Director Hines, hears us, it reflects a commitment to addressing our needs. The Ward 4 Mini Commission on Aging would like to extend our sincere thanks to you, Councilmember Bonds and Director Hines. Your tireless efforts and compassion have not gone unnoticed. The positive changes we witnessed today are a testament to your hard work and dedication. Thank you for listening, hearing us, and providing solutions to our concerns. I appreciate the opportunity to testify and am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. I think we next have Mr. Villamore. All right.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Frank Finnemore, and I'm the Executive Director of the Cleveland and Woodley Park Village, one of 13 villages in the district, with many more hoping to come online soon. I'm also a member of the Ward 2 and Ward 3 Senior Wellness Task Force. I live in Ward 3 and consider myself a native Washingtonian, as my great-grandfather immigrated here to the Italian section of Capitol Hill in 1887. I'm also a care partner to my mother, who is 94, who lives with Alzheimer's, and lives with me and my family in Woodley Park in Ward 3. As the executive director of the village and as a care partner to my mother, I have the privilege of seeing firsthand how support from the district impacts older adults. In FY25, the district budget had a $135,000 decrease in the base budget for senior villages and a one-time funding increase of $350,000 for village expansion and citywide projects. As such, the baseline budget for senior villages is a question, and I would urge the committee, the full council, and the Department of Aging and Community Living to at least maintain the current level of funding received in FY25 in the FY26 budget. At least maintaining our current level of funding is critical to meeting the needs of older adults. Villages are uniquely able to meet many needs that other aging service providers cannot. For example, although some villages have offices and even meeting space, at the heart of the village concept is that we provide services where, when, and how older adults need the service. For example, if a member needs groceries, we facilitate a volunteer to work with the person to get the groceries, which might be taking the person to the grocery store so that they can do what they've always done, which is to pick out their own vegetables. In other cases, if the individual is not able to go out, our volunteers do the shopping and bring the groceries to the individual. Villages facilitate these services, and when they are actually carried out, is based on the individual's needs. That is, services are not limited to business hours. Another example of a service that we uniquely provide is related to transportation. Not only is the transportation free to our members, but our volunteers take great care to ensure that the older adult gets the support they need. Oftentimes, our volunteers call before picking someone up to remind them of their appointment. Then the volunteer helps the person out of the house and into the building or office where they need to go. It's not just picking someone up at the curb and dropping them off at the front door. That's not enough. It's much more personalized service that is tailored to the needs of the older adult. I can personally say that I have taken members to appointments and even been in the appointments with some of them to take medical notes for them after being appropriately trained to do so. So many village services, and especially transportation, meet the full needs of the older adults. In many cases, our members would either be overwhelmed by all the service providers they would need to assist them, or they simply wouldn't get assistance at all because they don't see themselves as needing to be a recipient of city services. And yet, they will call on their village because they see us as a one-stop shopping center and really a group of neighbors that are willing to help them so that they can remain living independently for as long as possible. During the pandemic, for example, my village helped a woman, Marilyn, a dear friend, in her 90s with most everything that she needed in order to stay in her beloved home. Volunteers delivered groceries, occasionally took her shopping, and then prepared virtually every meal that Marilyn had for approximately 2 years. We made her appointments with her retina specialist to treat macular degeneration and then took her to and from each and every appointment. I can tell you that Marilyn would have never received meal deliveries because of her own pride, and in her last years could not have navigated Metro Access or other city services. But Marilyn trusted us because she saw the village and our volunteers as her neighbors who cared about her and were willing to offer neighborly support. Perhaps most important in the delivery of the plethora of services, including transportation, errands, deliveries, medical note-taking, handy person services, tech tutoring, and such, is that our staff and volunteers provide an important social engagement that helps lessen the isolation and loneliness, which has been linked to improving health. In other words, the conversation and neighborly banter that inevitably occurs is part of our special sauce, if you will. Furthermore, our volunteers are important eyes and ears attuned to our members. There have been instances of noticing mood and cognitive changes that we are able to discuss with the members and their families or other emergency contacts. We are there for them, even when their circumstances change and they need more services than we can offer. We help them or their families get the additional help that they need, either through short-term case management to get them through the crisis or to help them to transition to a higher level of care. In addition to all of these critical services, I can say that my village, like many of the others, is committed to reducing social isolation and loneliness by providing programming to the greater community. Cleveland Woodley Park Village offers a speaker series in partnership with the Main Street program and our library. We hold a summer concert series in venues throughout the neighborhood and educational programs of interest to older adults, such as the importance of fall prevention. These are always free and open to anyone in the community, regardless of whether they're a member or not. Finally, to ensure that we are accessible to everyone, we offer free memberships to anyone that has a financial need. We don't want the inability to pay to be the reason why an older adult doesn't get access to the programs and services that will help them remain to be engaged and live independently. It's an incredible commitment that our village has made to our greater community. All of these things are made possible in part due to the funding that we receive through the Department of Aging and Community Living. In my village's case, we leverage that funding to provide as many programs and services as possible to the greatest number of older adults. Funding from DACL for us is less than 20% of our budget, so we're pretty adept at partnering city funds with other sources to deliver nearly 2,000 services or acts of kindnesses, as I like to say, and we also provide more than 1,000 visits or calls and attract over 4,000 participants to 347 programs. That was in 2024. As proud as I am of these figures, I'm just one of 13 villages, and when you look at the impact of all the villages, I'm even more proud. Collectively, DC villages provided 49,142 unique direct services that help enable independent living, including 7,441 rides. 829 village volunteers donated 36,552 hours of their time. And as Dr. Catt mentioned, that's valued at $1.86 million. We hosted 5,260 events with a total of 37,128 total attendees. Working with houses of worship and other partners, 980 people in underserved areas of the city were connected to services through a faith-based initiative called the Ambassador Program, led by Kingdom Care Senior Village, and you'll hear more about that, I hope, from Dr. Kathy Pointer. I'm grateful that DACL has provided funding to villages in DC since 2016, and we hope that partnership will continue. I hope that funding for villages will remain the same or increase in FY26 due to the important role that we play in ensuring older adults can remain active and supported in the community that they love, right where they live. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds and members of the committee, for your attention to this important matter. We appreciate your concern and your service to our seniors, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm looking forward to meeting with the villages and seeing how we can broaden the outreach that we know is necessary. So again, thanks for reminding us of the $1.8 million value that is attributed to the work of just the villages. So if we were to add all of the other services, we're talking a lot of resources, but we're also talking about an expanded need because every day, every minute, a new senior comes online.
Absolutely.
And we have to remember that.
Absolutely. And we want every inch of the city covered by a village.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I just had to sort of heighten the fact that every minute, another one of us becomes a reality. Thank you very much. Next, Ms. Johnson. There you go. You're on now.
I was going to ask, since my testimony is a little different, I was going to kind of refer to my brother here on the side, because mine is, while I'm here to love up on you and everything, mine is a little different, as you probably assume. And I don't want to break the role because it's, I was expecting from talking to your assistant that I was going to be different.
Well, you can go ahead with your testimony. I think Mr. Branch can handle it.
Cool. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. I'm Jocelyn Johnson, Ward 4, and I am the former chair for the Ward 4 Mini Commission. I'm a homeowner since 1998, a Ward 4 resident since 1962. I am also a member of the DC Safe Streets Coalition. That's a citywide coalition that addresses concerns of safe streets and bicycle lanes and that kind of thing. That is chaired by Nicholas Deladone, who I think is on your list of people to testify today. I'm here, I'm kind of anxious or trying to be cool, because my testimony is a little different. And I actually feel like I'm forced to give it because as we've met twice, you and I, as well as with Mr. Martell, you know that I am coming to speak to the process or the lack thereof to deal with an attack that I had to deal with personally back in September 2024 by my council member. I'm not really here to talk about that, get into the dirt and the weeds of that, but I am here to talk about the fact that I did come to you. I went to the chairperson, Mr. Phil Mendelson. I went to several agencies to discuss the issue. And I was very concerned as a senior. You are our champion. There's no question about it. You're a champion of the seniors. You oversee DACL, the Department on Aging and Community Living. And when seniors come to you, and even though the situation that concerns me is dealing with seniors, I think that it's a disservice if anybody came to you that had the series of situations that I did. I received a letter and it accused me of bad behavior, disruption, and it included another one of our attendees of our Ward 4 Mini Commission, but it didn't include any details, any specifics, any evidence whatsoever. But it also, while it didn't include that that supported the allegations made against me, it did name the council staff, my council person staff, the mayor, and different agency directors and their staff. I was accused of all kinds of things, and it was public pretty much, because from that letter, I was pretty much removed or voted off of or out of my position as the
I'm listening.
Okay. I didn't know if you were ready to.
I just wanted to make sure we had some information.
Okay. And if you don't have it, I brought documents
No,
for you. But anyway, I had I was voted off of the Ward 4 Mini Commission on Aging. Situation got worse. The members who attended the mini commission and had to engage in different, I would believe, unacceptable, hostile, bullying type behavior that can actually be proven because these meetings are on Zoom, which means they are recorded. And in the first two meetings, which followed what happened to me, which was October and November, the DACL director was present. And actually the DACL itself was present October, November, and December. They never said anything, as the behavior was very hostile and very disruptive and very insulting, frankly, to the seniors. I came to you to express the situation to you, but also expecting to get some direction, some guidance about a process that should be taken, what I could do to defend myself. You're right, I didn't get it. And what I'm here today to ask of you during this performance hearing, if you will, is that the council, and with you spearheading it, would in fact put a process in place so that anybody who is ever accused where alleged behavior or be alleged anything, even if whether or not I'm right, wrong, or whatever, if it's put against me or against that person, they would be able to defend themselves. And as a champion as you being a champion of seniors, I think that's a reasonable request. I actually thought that that would have been done. Not that you would be taking my side or any side, but that at least I would have been directed to a process. If I had specific details, evidence, documentation, dates, times, that kind of thing. Of course, you know, if you have that, you can just go through the legal process. But when you don't have anything, just a whole lot of stuff, you know, and let me just kind of back up a little bit. In the world that we live in now with Doge, Trump and all that. You expect that. That's the way they roll, and that's what they're doing. But I honestly did not expect that back in September, and that's exactly what I got. So I'm asking you on 2 issues. One, that the council would, like I said, and you spearhead a process that anyone who would ever face this, because if you could do this to me, you could, the council or anybody could just kind of go to the chairperson or the president of the bowling league, the Boy Scouts, and just accuse them of anything. I did go to the director of DACL. I did just do that on the 6th of February on about, and I reached out to her assistant, and the director called me back the next day. But she did let me know that she was busy and I probably would not get a meeting with her until March, if then. So I haven't gotten any help, and I think that's unfortunate. The other thing, though, that I wanted to, where I think that I am hurting is because the group that I'm in, the DC Safe Streets Coalition, we attend different meetings, the BAC, the Bicycle Advisory Council, the PAC, the Pedestrian Multimodal, and we attend as just people attending. We have asked to be members of that group as concerned citizens, because not that we want to shut it down or bully it or bogart or whatever, but because we would like to be heard, because I think the council does itself a disservice when they don't hear that there are other people, other groups that have concerns that are not the good, warm, fuzzy side. You want to hear what other people are saying. Nobody represented Ward 4 in the Bicycle Advisory meeting. Nobody. So I asked Saturday, my council member had a meeting, and I asked about it. She said it was somebody that was sick or something, but I assume going forward, somebody will do it. But if not, there are vacancies on these committees that our group would like to be a member of, so that we can bring the other side. And that is truly lacking on these different groups. And part of that is because bicycle lanes, the lack of safe streets, whatever, impacts on the disabled population. It impacts on seniors. Seniors can't always cross the street if they have to cross over a bike lane, that kind of stuff. We would like to be a part of it. I asked about that, and I haven't gotten any real contact. Nobody has followed up to tell me anything about anything. I have spoken to Mr. Martell. He's given me some feedback, and I appreciate that. And I do appreciate your championing, being a champion for seniors. And I hope that with what I'm saying, and I will give you my written testimony, but I figured it's too long to read it. I would hope that going forward, there would be a process so that anyone who's attacked by anybody is able to go through, when it comes to the chair of our council, our city council, that's part, I would assume, home rule, that they would have an opportunity to defend themselves. It's kind of hard to defend a shadow. It's not fair to defend a shadow. And I was thinking that you accepted, you understood that's what my spiel was, or my ask was to you.
All right.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for your testimony. And I'm very happy to speak to all of what you've said. And I will try to be very quick with this, okay? As a individual and as a officer of this government, I try very hard to not get into personal arguments. And that's what you presented to me on 2 different occasions. Let's understand that. And so when there are personal arguments amongst groups or members of groups, I think anyone who is in attendance at that session tries very hard to leave it to the individuals that are sort of warring or discussing the matter loudly or what have you. And so what you presented to me was your opinion of what happened to you. As you know, the organization you're speaking of is an organization that has bylaws and a process that it follows. If I'm not mistaken, the documentation that you shared with me indicated that the body voted, took a vote, and the vote was not in support of your position. It was in support of a different position. So as a officer of the government and not a member of the body, I don't know what you expected the government to do to try and change the vote or the process. You and I know, sitting here with us today, we have the new chairperson who was very much a part of that vote, sitting at the dais with you. I don't think it would be appropriate for us to get into a he say, what say, and I would ask that you not want that to be the picture that's presented at this time. That's what I would ask. As it relates to being a member, you or any member of your group being on any other committee, there's a process. The process is to, you can make your application to the talent office. Stephen Walker, we talked about earlier, is the direct contact for that. And it's done through the executive office of the mayor. So you can always do that. So I just wanted to make it clear. And that's all I can say about that matter, Ms. Johnson. We're not going to have a back and forth.
No,
Okay,
no.
we're in a formal hearing
But,
today.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay?
But you are mistaken on the process.
Ms. Johnson,
No,
please, would
no,
you
hold on.
close your mic down?
I'm not doing that, Ms. Bonds. All I'm saying to you is, and you took copious notes. I told you that the vote was taken by the executive board and the bylaws state the membership. That's not a problem. I'm not even getting into, I didn't bring you that today. My ask was for a process to deal with it. And that's all I asked.
All
with a
right, well,
person.
thank
So
you
that
very
is-
much,
And
Ms.
I hope that
Johnson.
you would extend me the same courtesies that you've given everyone else.
Well, you're
And
going
that's it.
beyond the courtesy now.
No, I'm not,
we're
because that's, you're fine. But because I didn't get into names, I didn't get into any of that. But I do appreciate that would be the ask. And you didn't
All
give me
right,
the
well,
information for the
thank you
BAC. What did you say for the BAC and the PAC? What did you say?
Ms. Johnson, if you are interested in any board or commission, you can make contact with the executive office of the mayor. That is where the predominantly number of commissioners and board members are filled. And they would be very happy to take your application, your expression of interest on any committee or board.
Thank you. You didn't tell me that before.
Always.
Thank you.
Well, as a former employee of this government, you are very much aware of how services are dispersed and where to find them. So I'm aware of that too, and you are too. So I thank you very much. And now we're going to move to our next witness, Mr. Branch. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. My name is Rockman Branch, and I serve as the Chief Executive Officer of the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative CEAL programs. It's an honor to share my experience and perspective of services provided to seniors residing in the region. I would like to thank Director Sharon Hines and the Department of Aging and Community Living and her team for providing funding that allows our agency to continue to provide services to decrease social isolation and hunger in Ward 1, 7, and 8. East River Family Strengthening Collaborative is a grantee of for the Ward 7 and Ward 8 lead agencies. This fiscal year, East River was awarded the Ward 1 lead agency after a successful partnership with DACL in 2024. We're also the grantee for 2 senior wellness centers, the Washington Senior Wellness Center in Ward 7 and the Bernice Fontenot Senior Wellness Center in Ward 1. We provided services this fiscal year for nearly 2,100 seniors, including participation at our community dining sites, often called friendship cafes, nutrition programs, outreach events, care coordination, transportation, and reassurance calls. I appreciate Mayor Bowser and the council's continued support of DACL and the district seniors. The funding received has helped our seniors to cope with continued challenges of food insecurity and isolation through this post-pandemic period. The funding allows seniors to engage in recreation activities, health promotion, physical fitness, and receive daily nutritious meals at any of the 15 friendship cafes across the 3 wards. Additional services we provide are chef demonstrations to include a recipe bag and food tasting, planned grocery store trips to assist with shopping, nutrition educational programs, and group mental health counseling sessions. The in-person support groups help the community with various senior buildings that are led by a licensed mental health professional. We've introduced a robotic pet therapy program that provides cats and dogs to 1,000 seniors in the district. We continue to provide reassurance calls to isolated homebound seniors. Each senior receives a call weekly and can be connected to various services to assist seniors with aging in place. We also continue to provide outreach events and activities to engage out-of-network seniors to include pipe-ups, large ward-wide events, grocery delivery, and flash tables, which is basically a meal prepared by a chef that includes cooking demonstrations. Our care coordination team continues to partner with DACL, their social work program, to provide services to seniors who are not directly on case management, but need a temporary basis of assistance that includes utility assistance, medical and food stamp applications, prescription delivery and support with medical appointments. We continue to manage the citywide heavy house cleaning program and the district-wide deaf and hard of hearing program. As a grantee for DACL, the East River Family Strengthening Collaborative continues to develop partnerships and collaborations to bring more resources to seniors residing in wards 1, 7, and 8. Our goals for the fiscal year continue to be identify seniors that would benefit from interventions that would increase their opportunities for socialization and reduce hunger, build public awareness of the Senior East River Regional Socialization Hub, provide a variety of nutritious food options available to seniors in the communities in which they live, to decrease isolation in seniors and increasing opportunities for socialization, to provide services and options to homebound seniors to include in-home medical support to improve their quality of life, and to continue operations of a citywide deaf and hard of hearing program for seniors, which provides opportunities to engage, enhance communication, and ASL language education to utilize specialized equipment as well. We're grateful to our community leaders and partners who assist us with providing resources in wards 1, 7, and 8. We're thankful to the chairperson and to the executive director Hines for the support of DACL as we pursue these goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony to the entire panel. Mr. Branch, I just want to make sure I heard, did I hear that you do pet adoption, like the temporary visit with pets?
Yes, so it's a robotic pet program. So there are actually 1,000 robotic pets that we've given to seniors, cats and dogs, speckled pups, things like that. So.
Okay. So now you know I'm listening. I was just
Yes, ma'am.
just
Yes, ma'am.
wondering. Okay, I'm
Yes, ma'am.
hearing what everyone is saying.
Eat
Yes.
and have to go for walks.
Okay,
Indeed.
so you don't have to take them for walks or
They
to the
respond to
potty.
sight,
Yes,
they
I
respond
got
to
you.
touch, they meow and bark when you need them to.
So how is that going? That's kind of unique.
So it
to our
started, this is, there was a pilot for this program in New York City, I believe. And through the support of the Washington Home and Capital Caring, we found 1,000 seniors who have identified certain elements of social isolation. And so through this program, data has shown that people are a little more comforted, not as socially reclusive when they have this kind of experience. So we've just finally delivered, I think maybe the last month, the last of our 1,000 pets. So over the course of the next several months, we'll be getting data back on what the outcomes are for our seniors.
May I just share with you a little point? You know, my mom, she was into her little stuffed dog. okay, that would wag its tail and what
Gotcha.
have you. So now I get it. I full center, understand the value. And when we would visit her, we would have to make sure that Pooji got to continue to.
Everybody pets.
Okay.
And to a
So-
point you brought up earlier, definitely one of the things that Director Hines' vision has been in support of organizations like ours is to your point that you made earlier. Every moment there's a new senior, right?
Yes.
And so the plans that are laid now are to support seniors now, but also, those of us who are inevitably going there as well. So thank you for your support of
That's
this
right.
population.
Sure. Thank you very much. Very interesting report you've given us today. And thank you, Mr. Fenimore, for trying to pull all of that part of the villages together. That's very important. And I'm sure you, as you mentioned with Dr. Polk, and I threw another organization into the mix so we can be as comprehensive as possible. And as you said, covering every portion of the District of Columbia with services and the services that are needed, because they vary across the spectrum of our seniorhood. So I think that's very, very important. And I think, I will try and have legislation together so that we can have this coming together on a regular official way. And I think that having the mini conventions, the mini commissions as a part of that has to be a way. And maybe that gets more to where Ms. Johnson is about the process, looking at the process, because perhaps what we have in place just doesn't work. And we know in her case, it did not work. So we'll look at that. So I thank you all very, very much. Did we have anyone online? No. Okay, forgot. I know we frequently do. Thank you all so very, very much for your comments.
You're gonna have one person on there, Deborah Peterson.
It's March, just 1 minute. Let me go to my closing comments and I can tell you. It's March 6th. Oh, yeah, March 6th. Okay.
Ooh, okay, I'm on I'm up, I'm probably
Oh,
not.
there's someone.
Yeah, just promoted her she's on this upcoming panel.
Okay, all right.
I think I'm in, Mr.
Take a break, but okay. Okay, our next panel, we have Ms. Sandra Rubin from the Cleveland Woodley Park Village, Teresa Smith, Maria McPhail from the Vita Center,
Debbie Peterson from the Model City Steppers.
and Debbie Peters. Where is her name? Okay, all right, Miss Deborah Peterson from the Model City Steppers.
Good
And Miss,
morning.
we'll take you first because you are online, all right?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. I really appreciate your patience. Good morning, Chairman Bonds, committee members, and DC residents. As you said, my name is Deborah Peterson, and I attend the Model Cities Senior Citizens Program, and I'm here today representing the Model City Steppers. I also need to ask your indulgence to read a statement from Ms. Kay Brisbane. Neither one of our statements are long. She also attends Model City Senior Center. So I'm again here as a MC Stepper. Our group has been around for years, and we provide much needed socialization, exercise, and activity for senior participants throughout the city. This goes hand in hand with our social activity goals. We urge both DACL and the mayor's office to continue examining innovative ways to expand and increase programs and services to the senior community. The expansion of such programs allows older adults to live independently in their homes and neighborhoods. Additionally, we would like to commend Seabury Resources on Aging and DACL in their quest to expand the Safe at Home program, support for all senior centers, activities with the LGBTQ senior community, transportation options, and all activities that focus on senior isolation, physical fitness, and other programs. That is the end of my testimony. Were there any questions? And I apologize, I'm at an airport. And we believe that overall performances as senior service providers has made DC one of the top areas for aging in place and senior activity. So our collective hats go off to both Director Hines and Dawn Quattlebaum, Chief Executive Officer, Seabury Resources for Aging. Thank you for this opportunity to provide these comments. Are there any questions? If not, I will go on to Ms. Brisbane's testimony.
Go right on to Ms. Brisbane. All right. Thank you.
Yes. All right. Good morning again, council member Bonds and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts about DACL and its role in helping Model Cities Senior Wellness Center thrive for many years. Model Cities has provided DC seniors opportunities to be engaged with community, participate in health renewal and sustaining activities and classes, as well as on-site wellness checks. Our director, Stacy Mack, and her talented and committed staff, along with a host of members, as well as staff from DACL and many other DC agencies, have succeeded in developing and sustaining a true model senior wellness center. While none of this is possible without the funds provided by our tax dollars, Model Cities has continually provided services, activities, education, daily lunch, and a multitude of adventures both inside its walls and in the larger community. For the past several years, the Model City Steppers, of which I am a member, the dance troupe organized and managed by Monica Carroll, who is the creative director and dance instructor, has performed at the Miss Senior USA pageant in Atlantic City, New Jersey. The success of Model Cities can be seen in the numbers of new seniors joining our center monthly and the overflow of participants in the many special events sponsored by the center. The oversight of Seabury Resources for Aging has allowed the center staff to use their many talents and skills to devise and execute programs and activities that continue to bring seniors through our doors in larger and larger numbers. My hope is that DACL will be able to continue supporting the expansion of our programs and activities while it undertakes the challenge of assessing the needs of the entire senior population in DC. Thank you again for this opportunity to highlight the successes of this excellent senior service. In meeting our goals of an age-friendly city, it is imperative that DACL develop and execute a plan to engage more of the over 100,000 DC seniors to help ensure their ability to age in place, engage with others, and thrive in their communities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for both sets of testimony today. Thank you. And now we'll move to our panel here in the council chambers. And we'll start with, I think we have Sandra Rubin. All right, Ms. Rubin, you're on.
Okay. Good afternoon. As co-chair of the Cleveland and Woodley Park Village, I have seen firsthand what an important role the DC villages have in our community addressing the well-being of our older neighbors, including myself. A good many of our members are transplants from other cities who have moved to DC to age close to their children. The village gives them the community of new friends and helps them to integrate into our city's offerings. This happens through participation in our full calendar of Zoom and in-person activities, which include fitness classes, outings to docent-led trips to museums and cultural events, informal lunch and learn programs, book clubs, monthly out to lunch in local restaurants, tech tutoring, walking groups, educational health and wellness talks like balance clinics, fall prevention, and vaccination clinics. Many of our events are open to the public, like Tuesday Talks, a monthly speaker series held at the Cleveland Park Library, and our summer outdoor concert series. Excuse me. I am often touched when I observe a deep friendship that has developed between members and volunteers. On a personal note, I've expanded my own circle through my contact with members. For those members who need help to age in their homes, our volunteer corps provides rides for shopping, doctor's visits, and rides to activities. We have trained volunteers to act as medical note takers who accompany members to doctor visits. Volunteers perform routine household handyman chores, including changing light bulbs, turning mattresses, gardening, and tech support. We serve many members who are extremely isolated in their homes. It has been well documented how isolation impacts physical and mental health. Our village vigorously reaches out to those members. Some enjoy weekly friendly visits, others receive phone calls on a regular basis from a volunteer, and many have been participating in a new program we created that is a monthly facilitated conference call to chat. Through our volunteer contacts, we are able to monitor any changes in a member and, when necessary, inform their family member or emergency contact. We do not want anyone in our neighborhood to not be able to be a participant in the village because of limited financial assets. To address that, we offer free memberships to those individuals. Another successful program we have established is the creation of care teams. We form a team of 3 to 4 volunteers to coordinate and resettle a member on their return from rehab or the hospital. The team will shop, cook, do errands, visit, help coordinate post-hospital appointments, etc. This intensive service usually lasts 2 to 3 weeks, and then the regular volunteer corps takes on the usual program. Given all that we do to attend to the needs of our older citizens, it should be clear why I love the village. I also hope that you will at least maintain our existing level of funding so that we continue to do our important work. I know there are more requests for funding than there are dollars, but the village has played such a unique and important role that I can only hope that you too can see the incredible value that the city's investment in the villages brings to older residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now we will go to Teresa Smith.
We know you are voting. We know when you abstain. We know when you remember seniors because we vote on everything. Greetings, Teresa Ann King Smith, Ward 8 resident that you've known for years. And even though you only see a few Congress Heights Senior Wellness Centers up here, we have a busload that's down in the mayor's room supporting you and the task force. And now I'm going to give the actual performance evaluation, so let it begin.
All right.
Let's start with communication of DACL. At this point, I would have to give them an A, because even though we have budget decreases or staying the same, Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center, under the direction of William Ritchie, has added new programs by utilizing community volunteers and seniors. Now, we still need a little more money because of the fact those same seniors you have employed in the community as curriculum assistants for the senior and elementary schools. We've been working in daycare, as I mentioned, National Children's Center, and just some others. And we're still teaching dancing, choir, community service within the center. I do take responsibility for myself and other seniors that we must read all the different emails and other things that are sent out through DACL and Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center, and we must share it with our families and friends. Most of all, I would like to give a special kudos to the Mayor's Office of Community Relations and Services, because most of the MOCA people, like Wendy and Glenn and Eugene Kinslow, actually come out to the centers. At this time, I would like to thank you also, because you have come out without it being an election year. along with Robert White, and also former Councilman Trayon White and Vincent Gray. I know I have been a thorn in their sides, but they loved every minute of it. At this time, I'm going to take the opportunity to invite Councilperson Louis George and also Councilperson Christina Henderson to come out, because we had a meeting on Tuesday and there were a lot of questions concerning the Committee on Health and Transportation. So don't be afraid. Congress Heights, Anacostia, and east of the river are safe places to be. Also, I would like to give the nutrition program and food program, it actually went up to a B this year, B as in boy. And this because the food is significantly improved in taste, appearance, and quality. The biggest improvement is that we're doing it dining style. They're having the restaurant, we can sit down instead of the long lines, and we can sit down and we're served. And that helps some of our handicapped or less than young seniors sit down at the table. So that's why I still am waiting for the 2023 food sampling of various vendors report. Transportation, C- to D+. We're still having problems with transportation. Here's my Uber bill from last year because I had to catch an Uber back to the center. The bus left me. They said, bye-bye. Safe at home. We need safe at home. The biggest problem is that mechanical problems and incompetent installation of items has need for repairs. There should be a limited warranty because we cannot afford it. The safe at home include that we should be able to afford our Pepco bills and DC WASA. I have people that have $500 electric bills that are on a fixed income. Finally, you say I haven't asked for any money yet, and I'm still not at this point. Finally, with transportation, something like this Ward 8 meeting that will be next, there's no way for the people that are in their homes to go to it. And it's over about 7:30, 8 o'clock, and some of them do not like to catch public transportation at that time. So in order to give you something good that DACL has done, another feather in their cap is that we have Grandparents Against COVID. It moved over to Grandparents to Promote Mental Health. That's a free program, and 2 of the directors so far have implemented it in Washington Wellness Center and also in Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center. It's actually a new initiative staffed by seniors and grandparents that provide empathy, support, and improvement to those struggling with problems and I'll say a little depressed feelings. We're actually trained grandparents, and it's a free it's free to the community. It's listening ear and talk therapy. So if you'd like some more information of that, we've spoken on many occasions. You're still involved in many other local associations and civic groups, so you can always contact me. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And next, Ms. McPhail will have your testimony.
Honorable Chairperson Bonds, member of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, witnesses, agencies representatives, my name is Maria McPhail. I serve as President and CEO of FIDA Senior Centers. I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support of the Department of Aging and Community Living and to highlight the essential services VIDA provides to Washington, D.C. with DACL support. VIDA is an organization dedicated to serve Latino and low-income seniors in Washington, D.C. Since 1969, VIDA has been a trusted resource for our community, providing essential non-clinical services in the areas of food security, mental and behavioral health, nutrition, education, social services, health promotion, recreation, and socialization activities, and more. These services not only enhance the well-being of seniors, but also combat social isolation and other critical health and economical issues that unfortunately can come with aging. VIDA's missions aims to support the wellness, self-sufficiency, and independence of DC Spanish-speaking and low-income seniors, bridging cultural and linguistically barriers that led to isolation and chronic disease. In fiscal year 2024 alone, VIDA delivered 115,000 services to our seniors. Specifically, under the ACL program, VIDA provided 52,979 services. Additionally, with this service, achieving 109% of the projected annual goal. We surpasses the goal. Additionally, the ACL funds our Congregate Meals program, enabling VIDA senior centers to serve over 27,000 culturally appropriate hot lunches at our centers, addressing food insecurity among the seniors we serve. The ACL also provided aid for transportation for outdoor activities and 1 day a week for 15 homebound seniors to visit our centers once a week. These numbers reflect not just the program effectiveness, but also the increase in demand of well-needed services. My deep appreciation to the ACL for decades of support to VIDA, to Director Sharon Hines, who I have seen firsthand her outstanding leadership during my time with VIDA Senior Centers, and of course, to her amazing team. We are deeply grateful to many institutions and individuals that have advocated for VIDA. While I won't name each of you due to time constraint, please know that your support has not gone unnoticed. I also take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude to Chairperson Anita Bond and the City Council for your approval of funds to restore VIDA staff hours from 35 to 40 hours a week in 2025. This was made possible in part by restatement of $60,000 in funding after the budget shortage in 2024. This restoration ensures that we maintain services levels and continue supporting the seniors who rely on us every day. With deep appreciation for your commitment, on behalf of our seniors, our staff, our board of directors, we ask you and this committee to please continue safeguarding the resources that allowed organizations like VIDA to serve our most vulnerable residents in Washington, D.C. In closure of my testimony, it is important to highlight that despite the challenges, VIDA's team remained steadfast in our mission. Last year, we welcomed, enrolled, and cared for 106 new clients. And despite the limited space in our location, we have already enrolled 42 seniors in just the first month of fiscal year 2025. And these numbers continues to grow by the hour as the demand for our services rises. To meet this increasing need, more funds are needed, and also VIDA is actively exploring alternatives to expand our hybrid capabilities, ensuring that no senior is left behind. Madam Chairwoman, please be assured that VIDA remains fully committed to working tirelessly in building strategic partnerships, expand our capacity, and ensure that more seniors in this great city can age with respect and dignity. Therefore, we urge you and this committee to please consider not only approving the DACL budget for fiscal year 2026, but also find a way to increasing it so we can continue meeting the basic needs of the seniors. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. McPhail. May I ask, what is the current enrollment for the VITA program?
What is
The current enrollment of your members?
Yeah, we have enrolled 1,800 seniors, and we serve lunches every day in Calvert location to 70 seniors. So we have to improvise tables in every floor we have. And in the Bravo location, we serve lunch every day for 40 or 60. So basically, the membership is not what is coming all the time to the centers. We do hybrid. We do phone calls, we do monthly outreach, we do a lot of non-present care for them too. But the space, as you know, has been a big problem for us.
Right, and you said 118?
No, yeah, 1,018
Oh,
enrollment.
1,000.
Yes, 1,018, and we enroll around 100 seniors in the last 3 years, new enrollments.
All right. Thank you very much for
Yes.
that. Thank you. Thank you to the panel. I may send each of you a little follow-up question about one or two points that you made, because I'm focused on how do we pull all this together so we have a package as seamless as possible so that we are capturing any person who needs our services if we can. So thank you.
so much.
Thank you very, very much. Our next panel, Judy Bergman, Capitol Hill Village. Okay, I'll put her on later. Thank you very much. Angeline McAllister. Okay. Florentine Jones. Lester Sutton. Is there any? Salim Adolfo. And I think Ms. Bisbane's testimony was presented earlier. Susan Carter. Nidra Martin. Erwin F. Kylie Hogan. On Zoom? All right, okay. I knew we'd get there sooner or later. And what about Betty Gentile? Zoom, okay. Justin Johns? All right, we have 3 on Zoom and 3 before us, so we're gonna start with you. And please state your name for the record because I might be out of order now. Start with you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Anita Bonds and members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Angeline McAllister, and I serve as Chair of the Advisory Board of the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to begin by expressing my thanks to Mayor Bowser, Chairperson Bonds, the members of the committee, and the Department of Aging and Community Living for their unwavering support of the senior community in DC. I am proud and thankful to be a member of this community
because of the numerous opportunities provided to us. Your efforts in ensuring that each ward in DC has a senior wellness center allow us to stay healthy, fit, and connected through various programs. Thank you for that. We at Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center are aware of the budgetary constraints faced by wellness centers across DC over the past several years. I would like to publicly acknowledge Director William Ritchie and the staff at the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center for their exceptional work in maintaining the center and its programs at a high level of efficiency despite budget shortfalls. It has come to our attention through NBC News and information on the internet that a $60 million grant from the American Rescue Plan Act has been awarded to DC to fund 5 major projects. Among these projects, according to the NBC News report, a Ward 8 Senior Wellness Center in Congress Heights is set to get more than $12 million. You cannot imagine our excitement upon hearing this news and the hope and possibilities it brings for the seniors in Ward 8. We began to dream big. However, to date, no one has spoken to us regarding this grant and what it means for the seniors in Ward 8. Members of the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center would like to know how the money is going to be spent, what plans are being made for this wellness center. Will the current senior center in the Congress Heights be modernized, or will there be a brand new structure? Will the seniors in Ward 8 have a say in what we need or would like to have? These are just a few of the questions and concerns we have. According to the news report, the grant money must be spent by the end of 2026, which is less than 2 years from now. And we have not heard anything regarding the plans on how this money will be spent. Of course, we would like our voices heard concerning the needs and desires of the seniors in Ward 8 and across DC. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and we'll have some answers for you, okay? Right,
Thank you.
And next, Miss.
Good afternoon, the Honorable Chairman Anita Barnes. My name is Florcine Jones, and my testimony is on the subject of transportation.
And you are, oh yeah, there you go. Now it's better. There you go.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman Anita Barnes. My testimony is on the subject of transportation, and that is transportation read door to door. In order to encourage our senior residents who live in many communities to maintain as much independence as possible and live meaningfully and purposeful lives, they need transportation to and from the center, which is helping them with many challenges, such as being mentally fit, physical, and emotional habits that enable them to achieve their full potential on a daily basis. We seniors here at Ward 8 need these transportation services, which will enable them to have door-to-door delivery to the wellness center, free of charge, so that they can continue to live in a healthy and friendly environment. However, without transportation or the ability to afford transportation, seniors are left alone in their respective homes for days on end and without any contact with others, feeling depressed and unmotivated. Thank you, Chairman Anita Barnes, for taking the time to carefully consider my feedback. I appreciate your willingness to hear my perspective on this matter. Thank you. Florcine Jones, Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center, Ward 8.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. I
You're welcome.
appreciate that. And I know transportation looms big. It would be great if we could ask all seniors who have some transportation concerns to come forward, and one by one, we could address those. We'll see what we can do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. We want you to be able to get around. That's the important thing.
Thank you.
And moving as long as you can.
Thanks.
Sure. Next, Mr. Sutton.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Anita Barnes and members of the Committee and Executive Administration and Labor. My name is Elester Sutton. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you on behalf of Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center. I'm a member of the Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center Advisory Board, and today I'm here representing the members of Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center. To advocate new chairs, which has been on our list for 5 years. But yet, we have not received chairs as of yet. And we have continuously spoke on behalf of our need of the chairs for our center. The ones we have are old, broken, no caps on the legs, soiled, and unsafe for a lot of the folk. We have folding chairs and plastic chairs with plastic seats and plastic backs and armrests on them. And a lot of the armrest screws out of them. And like I said, there's no caps on their legs, so they're really unsafe to use while performing physical activities at the center. So once again, we are here asking for these chairs. The members of Congress Heights have been promised chairs and have been told that the money for the chairs have been in the budget since 2021. Yet, no chairs. So here we are in 2025, speaking on the same subject, new chairs. And we'll be advocating until we get some new chairs. Like I said, some of them are soiled and damaged. And we have seniors that don't always control their system for urination. And sometimes the chairs get urinated in and they be clean, but they're still not sanitary. And we've been doing this for, I've been a member since 2012. So them chairs were there when I first came. So I think we about wore those out. And like I said, the chairs are unsafe and unhealthy by not being clean. I want to thank you, Ms. Barnes, and members of the executive committee for giving me a chance to speak on behalf of the members of Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and thanks to all of this panel. We're now at number 40 something, so in our lineup. So we're going to try to speed it along. I'll stop asking too many questions. Take your testimony, but I may actually send you a little note so you can further inform me about particular issues. I was not really aware of the chairs. What tends to happen in these kinds of hearings, the agency will then take charge of these matters of expenditure, and perhaps somehow there's some mix-up in that process, but we're going to work on getting those chairs.
Thank you.
immediately.
Thank you.
Definitely. So thank you very much for your testimony. Oh, our onliners are, let's see, we have Carly Hogan from the Systems Advocacy Director for DC Safe. Also Betty Gentel, who is with So Others May Eat, and Justin Johns with the DC LGBTQ plus Community Center. So, all right, I'm sorry, I don't have a monitor that's showing you. I have to look over.
You start speaking.
Okay, all right. So we'll start with Ms. Hogan.
Thank you, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee.
Now you are on. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. As you mentioned, my name is Kylie Hogan, and I'm the Director of Systems Advocacy for DC Safe. DC Safe is an integral part of the city's public safety infrastructure with services available 24/7 to provide critical crisis intervention for domestic violence survivors in the district. We assisted over 12,000 survivors in 2024 with almost 1,000 clients who are over 60 years old, highlighting the unfortunate overlap between domestic violence and elder abuse. And this is our first testimony in front of this committee, so we really appreciate that opportunity to highlight this important issue. As DC's interfamily offense statute casts a wide net defining domestic violence, we receive referrals related to intimate partner violence, family violence, and violence within shared households. While our primary focus is on intimate partner violence, we do see occurrences in the aging population. Family violence is also a significant safety concern and a disruption for elderly, disabled, or vulnerable adult clients. We strive to make our services accessible to all, including in our new shelter space, which we designed very purposely to ensure that the structure and build of the units was easy to access and negotiate for individuals with physical disabilities. However, we have seen that access to accessible housing for emergency and crisis shelter at large is limited, particularly for general victims of crime. In fact, we were asked last year by Crime Victims Compensation to house a disabled older adult who was unsafe in his home due to community violence. And unfortunately, crime victims did not have wheelchair accessible shelter space available to accommodate his needs. While we pride ourselves in being flexible and having a spirit of cooperation with partners in the community, we would like to see greater access to accessible shelter, and further would love to strengthen our partnership with the Department of Aging and Community Living and Adult Protective Services to build on our knowledge of resources and supports for older adults who have specific needs. While physical access and accessibility is important, we are also particularly interested in strengthening our partnerships in situations where vulnerable adults are living with intellectual or age-related disabilities that make it challenging for them to live independently. In these instances, folks often require caretakers, which can be difficult to accommodate at confidential domestic violence locations, where protecting the privacy and safety of the entire shelter population is paramount. Also, we know that abuse can be committed at the hands of caretakers themselves, who are often family or live-in staff. Unfortunately, we are not equipped to provide the kind of specialized and nuanced support this population may require. And further, our attempts to connect with adult protective services have resulted in limited success, and we struggle to find minimally invasive or disruptive resources to assist this extremely vulnerable population. Overall, as you mentioned before, our population is aging, and there is a serious need for dynamic, expedient, and responsive services, particularly for those facing violence. And while we will continue to do our part, we want to uplift the critical need for services from the Department of Aging and Community Living and the need for the council to prioritize investments in this community at large. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hogan. I think you mentioned that you'd like to see more accessible housing for those that have domestic violence issues, particularly family type services. Am I correct?
Certainly.
We don't have your testimony, so I'm trying
Yeah.
to.
No,
Okay.
that's totally okay. I think for them, we feel fairly confident in our ability. I think what we find is there are often kind of general victims of crime who don't have the same access since we are so specific to domestic violence. And as I said, we try to be flexible, but we'd love for them to have their own more stable resources and resources they can count on in that space.
All right. Thank you very much. Next, we'll hear from Betty Gentile from So Others May Eat.
Greetings, Chairperson Buns and members of the committee. My name is Betty Gentle. I'm the Senior Advocacy and Community Engagement Specialist at SOAM Incorporated. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Since 1970, SOAM has steadfastly worked to dismantle the pervasive cycles of poverty, homelessness, and hunger through a comprehensive whole person approach. We maintain a strong commitment to assisting older adults in retaining their independence and improving their quality of life, all through a network of permanent affordable housing, community-based resources, and holistic programming. We are honored to partner with DACL, whose unwavering support makes these efforts possible. Today, I want to highlight 3 key areas where greater investment can strengthen our partnership with DACL and advance a more age-friendly DC: affordable senior housing, combating isolation through senior centers, and expanding transportation for better service access. First, stable housing is the cornerstone for aging with dignity and security. Yet, as demonstrated by the 2024 annual point-in-time count, 28.7% of unhoused adults in the district are aged 55 or older. This stark reality means that on any given night in DC, more than 1,300 older adults are living without the stability and dignity they deserve, often in conditions ill-suited to their needs. Furthermore, the Urban Institute's 2023 report revealed that 16.4% of housing insecure adults in DC are age 65 and over, equating to approximately 13,522 seniors grappling with unaffordable housing, unsafe living conditions, and frequent disruptive moves. These troubling statistics underscore the critical need for substantial investments in affordable housing for seniors, particularly those who are either already experiencing homelessness or at risk of losing their homes. The health implications for older adults facing homelessness are devastating. Research consistently demonstrates that homelessness contributes to a mortality rate 3.5 times higher than that of their house peers, even after accounting for demographic factors. SOM's Keener Place, which benefits from funding and supported by DACL, is the district's only temporary housing program designed specifically for abused, neglected, or displaced seniors. Keener Place provides residents with essential wraparound services, including hot meals, access to medical care, and assistance securing permanent housing. Expanding and replicating programs like Keener Place, which offers seniors a 90-day stay, is indispensable. By ensuring that seniors have stable housing, we can mitigate health risks, enhance overall well-being, and empower older adults to age in place with dignity. Second, senior centers are a strategic solution to alleviating isolation. At SOAM, we take pride in fostering a vibrant, inclusive, and engaging environment for ODC residents at our senior centers. These centers serve as vital resources in combating senior isolation. Senior isolation increases the risk of chronic illnesses, including hypertension, cardiovascular disease, depression, cognitive decline, and even premature death, while meaningful social engagement improves mental and physical health and extends life expectancy. With essential support from DACL, SOAM provides a range of enriching activities at Caron House in Ward 4 and Keener House in Ward 8. Our programming includes wellness workshops, fitness classes, community advocacy efforts, and educational seminars on topics like nutrition, cooking, and navigating DC's public transportation system. Regular outings to museums, parks, and shopping centers further strengthen social connections and mental well-being. DC senior centers play a crucial role in reducing isolation by offering older adults a strong support network, stimulating activities, and meaningful social interaction. Therefore, even amid anticipated fiscal constraints of the FY26 budget, we urge you to not only protect, but also expand funding for senior centers. These vital resources are essential to the well-being and dignity of our aging community, and any reduction would undermine the support they rely on. Last, expanding transportation resources will enhance access to senior centers. The discontinuation of the Seabury Connector buses has severely limited many DC seniors' access to senior centers, with a particularly profound impact on SOM's Ward 8 location. While we deeply appreciate the transportation grants provided by DACL for community outings, which allows us to transport seniors on 4 trips per month, our senior centers are open 5 days a week. As such, additional support is necessary to fully meet the ongoing transportation needs of seniors who depend on our centers. We reaffirm our request to reinstate the Seabury Connect Advance or a comparable transportation service, though we recognize this may not be immediately feasible. In the meantime, we urge DACL to expand financial support for senior-centered transportation and explore innovative solutions to ensure all seniors, especially those in underserved communities, have reliable access to these essential services. In closing, we sincerely thank DACL and Director Hines for their commitment to DC seniors. Strategic investments in housing, senior centers, and transportation are key to building a more equitable, age-friendly city. As our community ages, we must ensure they have the resources to live with dignity and independence. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now, Justin Johns. Mr. Johns?
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, committee members, and my fellow panelists. My name is Justin Johns, and I have the privilege of serving as the Director of Operations at the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center. We've been providing vital life and human supportive services to DC's LGBTQ+ community for more than 20 years. We've received funding from the Department of Aging and Community Living beginning in FY 2019, supporting our LGBTQ older adults via a program we call Center Aging. We provide we provide 2 weekly drop-in meetings as well as a monthly luncheon, alongside special events like our Lit Lovers Book Club, art classes, and quarterly opportunities to receive feedback from our participants in terms of programming, ideas, and offerings. I'm happy to report that my experience working with DACL staff is very positive. I feel like I have a good relationship with our grant monitor, Nathan Gomez, and with other staff as well. I appreciate their availability and support. There are questions or issues that need resolving. And at the beginning of the pandemic, I observed the care with which DACL pivoted to providing services virtually to make sure that our seniors were taken care of. Throughout, I've seen a willingness to listen and respond to the community that they serve, and I find that very admirable. One point I would like to raise, the purchase order process throughout the DC government was delayed in FY 25. And there still isn't much clarity whether it was an issue with individual organizations, with DACL decision makers, or with another DC agency. Timely communication about the status of the purchase order assignment would have allowed our organization and others to come up with alternatives or otherwise address the shortfall in reimbursements. I'd also like to raise the issue that due to the way that reporting works in C-STARS, collaborative events are disincentivized. Only one grantee can claim participants. This means that organizations are going to get the most bang for our buck by creating and running our own events rather than working in collaboration. If we could share credit, it would allow us to create opportunities for participants to meet and mingle across organizations and boards, to be introduced to new service providers and to enrich their lives. In closing, I'd like to draw attention to the exciting news about the long-awaited opening of our new community center. We'll be roughly tripling our space, hosting other service providers, and increasing the amount of services we are able to provide for the entire community. We'll continue the vital life and human supportive services our community relies on, such as mental health counseling, sexual education testing and education, a cyber center, and peer support group services. We'll also be able to provide more job training support and robust behavioral health services, including an increased number of therapists, counselors, and case managers. We'll be able to enlarge our food pantry and create educational classes around nutrition and cooking, expanding our current clothing closet into a boutique offering free gender-affirming clothing and providing lockers, laundry services, showers, phone charging, and mail services for our unhoused communities. Finally, we look forward to offering a larger, safe, and affirming space for community events, training, and educational opportunities. The new space will have intergenerational events, and we'll be able to build that community through both planned events, but also serendipitous interactions as community members come to this center to be in community with each other. And we're very excited for what the future holds. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'm available for questions at your convenience, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony as well. I just want to, if you could help me understand, you mentioned FY25 delays. Are you indicating delays in funding, information, or something else?
The way that we receive reimbursements from the DC government, we have to have a purchase order number, and submit the purchase order through DIFS, District Independent Funding Services, something like that. And we did not receive a purchase order assignment, I think, until well into December, if not a little bit later. And then we're able to start submitting our reimbursement requests, which were processed relatively quickly. But I can share we have other grants from the DC government, and all of the purchase order number assignments were delayed across the board. So we don't know why, as an organization, we haven't been told what we can do to address that or make it not happen again. So I hope that someone can help us out and help us understand what happened.
All right, we'll work on that immediately, and we'll be in touch with you. And so thank you very much for your testimony. Ms. Gentle, thank you for your testimony. I know you're always reminding us of the value of $1 and how there's more resources needed. So thank you very much. And to you, Ms. Hogan, who are going to give us an opportunity to get more involved in providing for families that may be encountering violence, in particular our elderly. So I want to thank you all for your testimony as well. And now, can we move to the, can we take like a quick 10-minute break, and we'll come right back. We've been at it since 9:45, so might need to. All right. 10-minute break. Okay. All right, we are ready to resume. Thank you. I understand we have Judy Berman, who is in the Zoom, and Aaron F., who is also in the Zoom. I think Max Broad is here in person, so we'll take you at the witness table. We also have Myra Morris, who is in the Zoom, and I believe Mr. Charles Turner is here with us. Excellent. And Patricia Wilson Ross, are you here as well? Okay. Jihad Salim, are you here as well? Mr. Turner, you just take your time. Okay. I know you're pretty speedy, but just take your time. And remember, so many of us want to be like you, able to move. That's so important. And Miss Jo Patterson, were you planning on testifying? You're not on our list, but if you would like to join this group, we'll take you. That's because I have eyes in the back of my head and I saw you moving over there. Glad to have you. So we have at least 3. All right, we're getting better. Okay. We're going to take the, your ride is outside. All right, you all, okay. They're letting you go first, Ms. Patterson.
I appreciate.
All right, pull it over and get going.
Good afternoon, Honorable Council Member Bonds and guests on the diocese and everyone in the room. I really want to speak to how seniors are treated in DC Housing Authority. It is very, very, very serious. I have spoke with Director Shaw and he said he's going to start a committee.
Could you speak up a little bit or pull, there you go, pull it
Okay.
closer, there.
First of all, we have seniors that don't know all about these portals and putting information in the portals, and it's just not a good fit. They really need to have flags or stars on seniors that at least range, let's start like at least in the 60s on up. But if you have a senior that is illness or going through a medical circumstances, it is very dangerous because sometimes the person has to have a serious surgery immediately. And sometimes the move is because of that, because sometimes you can't work. So we already know the whole story. Then you're unemployed, you don't have the money. So I just feel that I even used the word, and I don't mean it, but I have to say it, it's really the process is dehumanizing for seniors and for anyone really, but especially your seniors. I believe that they need a special unit for our seniors. And when there's a medical circumstances, I don't know what they have to do. Maybe they need to call in the National Guards to help them or something, but I'm just saying, when a person is sick and the housing depends on their living longer and being safe and having aids, and that's why I came down, because I just want it on record, because even though Director Shaw has acknowledged that he knows that that's an issue, and even beyond seniors, but right now I just want to talk about the seniors. But that portal, I even said to Director Shaw, the portal is not human. You can't keep on saying the portal said it or the portal is doing this. It's not a human being. And it really, a landlord will say yes, right? But then the portal And no one picks the phone up to say anything. And I think also for our seniors, when they apply with our different developments, I'll apply for apartments. I think that we need, I don't know if we have the right to do oversight, but some of these developers are really illegal and hustling and not giving our seniors the appropriate kind of housing, and then long waiting. Why does it take 3 months after you've been approved from the landlord for you to lose your apartment because the portal? It's really, it has to be dealt with because it's very dehumanizing. It really, really is. It really, really is.
I appreciate your testimony. It's just a few days ago, I had a conversation with the director of the Housing Authority, and the emphasis that he is placing on seniorhood. So let me follow up on that.
Okay.
And can you tell me, when you speak of portal, what is that? Is that like an electronic system that they must use?
I don't know.
You just
I
know something about a
that
portal.
The portal, they put the information in.
I got you.
Okay, if you have an issue, if the landlord says one thing, and then you call DC Housing Authority, and then DC Housing Authority says, well, the landlord didn't put something in the portal.
I got you.
So that's not good. So they all need to support each other.
I got
Because
you.
when I do the advocacies for that, and also safe moves for seniors that live in neighborhoods where bullets or something have gone into their window, it's just entirely too long. Everyone's a human being, but I think we should take better care of our elders.
All right. I appreciate that so much, and thank you, and go catch your ride, and we will definitely follow up with you on this and a couple other matters that we've
Right.
had chats about.
Well,
in
he
the
said
past.
he's going to start a task force. I would love to serve on it, and I'm quite sure our senior
Yes.
queens will too.
I love it.
Okay.
I love it.
God bless you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
y'all
much.
for letting me go
Thank you.
first. And everyone on Zoom, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Patterson has been an activist literally for, I know, 50 years. I mean, really and truly, at the community level, at levels where you and I would just get a little tired. She's been doing it, so I appreciate you giving her a moment of personal privilege. Thank you. And so now we'll turn to Mr. Turner, who is very speedy these days, and he's going to give us some testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds. Thanks for the opportunity of testifying again before you. I am speaking, representing the views, the interests, the opinions of the seniors at the Washington Senior Wellness Center, which I am a member of the executive board of their members assembly. I also have the opportunity of serving as vice president of the Congress Heights chapter of the AARP, as well as being the Ward 8 liaison to AARP. I reside in a senior building, so through all of this, I get the opportunity to speak with, listen to, interact with, hear the concerns, complaints, and interests of a whole lot of seniors and their various views. In the previous hearings, I focused pretty much on seniors having the opportunity of making more decisions for themselves. And I'll lead off with that. We're just asking for the self-determination that DC is asking from Congress. I'll speak to the usual challenges of transportation, nutrition, and programming a little later. Sure. But we believe that the seniors are best positioned to monitor and evaluate the operations and the activities of DACL. We interact with it on a very personal level. We get the fruit of it for good or for ill of whatever happens with DACL, it filters down to us. So we speak from a position of very broad knowledge. And before and now, our concern is how little input we have in the decision-making and how the limited resources are dispersed. We don't have any say. We get some surveys, we get some suggestion boxes, we get to ask in different forums about what we think, but it stops there. Whatever happens after that happens. We have no say in it. We don't hear about it until it's implemented. And at that point, it's little or no time to give suggestions, to push back, to come up with an alternative way of doing things. We're the last to know about any changes, like I said, until they're implemented. We, most centers have advisory boards. We at the Washington Center Wellness Center have a members assembly. We're elected to represent the tenants. The members of the center. But in the past, when Ms. Best was head of East River, after some asking, she allowed us to sit on the interview process for new staff members. We did that. It seemed to work really well. It seems like we've lost that because the last couple of hires, we didn't know until they popped up. We have rules and regulations that are set up that are passed down to us. And it reads, and I want to get this straight, deemed by the center director. And that is so capricious and so arbitrary and those so dependent on whether the director had a good breakfast or not. We've had instances where the director, example, one member went to the director and complained that another member had said something to them. The director just went in and banished the member from the center. When the people who were sitting at the table found out, they went to the director and told, no, that's not what it said. She misheard. At that point, the member was always banished, already banished, and I have not seen him come back. And we lost, and it was a male member. We had so few male members, we can't afford to lose any of them, you know. With no rights, with this rules and regulations, we have no rights of due process. We have no rights to a fair hearing or recourse once a decision is made. You know, we have no way of pushing back or saying this is not true or confronting our accusers or anything that's we're supposed to have under the Constitution. I guess the Constitution stops at the door of the Washington Senior Wellness Center. I've had the police called on me and threatened to have the police called on me for speaking up. You know, police came, asked what happened, asked me what happened, asked them what happened, and the police left. I told them, this is not a police emergency. And I pushed back on one of the people coming in, speaking to the center, gave some erroneous information. I tried to correct her. She said she felt threatened because I was correcting her. I wasn't threatening her, I was threatening her views and her opinions. And immediately the director came up to me and said, be quiet. I said, no, I don't have to be quiet. He said, to leave. I said, I don't have to leave. He said, call the police. And so we're threatened with call the police, we're threatened with security anytime we do something they don't like. And again, it's arbitrary, it's capricious. We seniors are aware, we're knowledgeable, we're skilled, we're educated, we have vast experiences. Senior programs should be centered on us and not centered on staff, not centered on program, not really centered on DACL. They should be centered on us. And by centered on us, meaning we have some say at the, in the decision making. What's that old saying? If you're not at the table, then you're on the menu. And that seems to apply here. The only way to ensure this is for the council to legislate it, to require it. give us the rights to do for ourselves and be responsible for ourselves. We've earned it. Shortly, I want to talk a little bit about the transportation. The Connector Card, the Metro Access, the Transport DC are not working. I avail myself of all of those. With Transport DC, you get 10 trips a month, which means I can go to the wellness center 5 days. That's if I don't want to go to the doctor, if I don't want to go shopping, I don't go to cleaners or anything else. Connect the card. Last year, I got to hold the $100 put on my card. This year, now I should give $24. If I don't have $24, I don't get anything. My question is then, okay, if I can't make my $24 contribution, give me the 76. You know, it's still the same money. You know, if I make the $24, I get the $24, I get 100. If I don't get it, I don't get anything. So if I don't give anything, give me the 76 or what else. I don't understand why that's a problem with that. A reference, I think the city would save money if the city just purchased buses for each of the center. You know, with the money we're putting toward the Connected Card and all those other programs, I'm sure that in 2 or 3 years, the city would recoup their money. Then it would open up Transport DC and the Connected Card and those other programs for other people who need it, not the people at the center. And lastly, on nutrition, oversight by the DACL nutritionists are not working. I spoke to the two ladies who they hired, and I found out that the nutritional standards are set or overseen by a computer program. The computer program does not take in consideration on how the food was prepared, if it was overcooked, if all nutrition was cooked out of it, how long the food has been sitting there, or if there's a substitute, if what's on the menu is not giving, but they substitute something in. I had some issues with it, so I took the training for food service handlers manager, so I could know what's going on and what the rules and regulations are. I found out that when they bring the food in, they check the temperature there. The temperature is not checked again. That food may sit out there for 45 minutes, an hour while they're serving people, and the food is not checked again. I have had to ask the site manager to put another sterno under the plate because it had gone out and wasn't heating the food. There's no oversight. I eat the vegetarian meals. I asked the nutritionists, they had never even seen a vegetarian meal. My question is, how can they oversee something they've never seen? And of course, they've never tasted. So that oversight is the case in point. A couple of days ago, they didn't send any vegetarian meals. So what I ended up eating was a whole lot of white rice and a little bit of beans and carrots. I'm sure that didn't make the nutritional regulation. We're just asking the council to give us the rights to do for ourselves, be responsible for ourselves, and be accountable to ourselves. We seniors are the solution for our challenges. As paraphrasing Calvin Roloff, no one can do for us better than us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turner, for your testimony. Mr. Broad, I see the admiration you were sharing.
There you observed correctly. And Mr. Turner, I'm here to speak about a very similar topic, so I appreciate everything you shared. Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for having me here, and to your staff for helping fit me into the schedule today. My name is Max Broad. I lead DC Veg Week, a nonprofit focused on plant-based nutrition and the veg-forward economy in the nation's capital. So going back to 2021, when the DC Council passed the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act, you enshrined a schedule to cut carbon pollution from food, which is the second largest source of carbon emissions after fossil fuels. The ultimate goal is to cut emissions by 25% by 2030. And the first milestone is this year, FY25. So we're looking at how the agencies are progressing. Our analysis looked at two components, whether the agency that purchases food, whether they can, in their contracts with vendors, do they include language about green food procurement? And then secondly, whether that agency has taken steps to reduce the carbon footprint of food. So, in our first analysis, the first component of contracts, the Department of Energy and Environment outlines that agencies which buy over $10,000 in food should, which includes, Department of Aging, Community Living, require contractors to provide food procurement data on a quarterly basis. And then the second component is to reduce food-related emissions. We found DC Public Schools to include language with partners such as Sodexo's Aramark and DC Central Kitchen to support values-based procurement. And Department of Youth and Rehabilitation Services and Department of Human Services have included language specific to green food purchasing. In regards to making changes to food, Department of Corrections has already begun serving plant-rich dishes and collecting feedback from residents. Department of Public Schools has done the same and is even carrying out culinary training to teach chefs how to prepare climate-friendly meals. And Department of Youth and Rehabilitation Services is planning one of the most important interventions, plant-based by default. In this paradigm, the plant-forward meals are started as the default, and the conventional meal is available as a backup, preserving consumer choice while greatly enhancing the rate of climate-friendly meals chosen. So, in terms of recommendations, we encourage the Department of Aging and Community Living to follow the actions of their peers. So first and foremost, this means DACL can do, the first thing they can do to be in compliance with this law is to include explicit green food procurement language in all vendor contracts. This language should provide clear goals, milestones, timelines, and a requirement to submit purchasing records to Department of Energy and Environment for vendors who provide food so they know exactly what the expectations of them are. Second, DACL can look to their peers for methods to transition to a more sustainable and nutritious food system. Small changes can make a big difference. Swapping red and processed meats for legumes, whole grains, and protein-dense plant-based nutrition tremendously cuts carbon. One of the best tools for making food more climate-friendly is to eat lower on the food chain. I understand the weight of making these changes as agencies deal with a plethora of variables in preparing reliable food for their program participants. Nonetheless, this is DC law and is extremely important. Shifting food systems is a highly potent tool to support our city's climate goals. Moreover, plant-forward nutrition poses to benefit our communities, especially for individuals suffering from heart disease, cancer, and diabetes. Councilmember Bonds, we would love your support to include questions about the Green Food Purchasing Act in your performance oversight of DACL. And then, to the DACL staff, we invite you to discuss strategies that will make your work easier. We want you to succeed so we can share from other institutions that are making simple shifts that have a big impact on the goals of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I'm very curious as to where we are going with the green food and inserting a measure in our contracts seems easy enough. So we'll see. And thank you very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone else? We have. Yes, now we're ready. We're going to turn to our virtual witnesses. And I think we have a charming, a new attendee to our hearing today, a young lady. I'm going to give you a moment to come to the mic and tell us who you are and your school and anything else you want to tell us about seniorhood, because we're talking about seniors and the needs of seniors. All right. You can come to the mic.
Hello. My name is Mila, and I'm from Bruce Monroe Elementary School, and I'm in 3rd grade.
All right, 3rd grade, your school?
Bruce Monroe.
All right, we kind of hear you. If you speak up like you're on the playground. Or at home. You can speak louder. We're a very friendly audience. We want to hear what you have to say.
Okay.
Anything in particular you want us to know about seniors, being a senior?
Actually, is a witness and she has her testimony.
Ah,
If you want to read.
okay.
So you can introduce yourself. Ready?
My name is Mila, and I am a 9-year-old citizen of Washington, D.C., and I'm going to tell you about my experience being involved in the community through Greater Brooklyn Intergenerational Village. It allows you to meet neighbors and other people in the community. Some activities we did were chocolate making and making Valentine's Day cards. I enjoyed this because I got to connect with people I've never met and have fun with them while making more friends and doing fun activities. I hope I can keep doing these very exciting activities.
Thank you very much for your testimony. All right, you see you've got a fan club here of seniors. Thank you. And now we'll go to our virtual witnesses. All right, Judy Berman, you're on. And then we'll move to Erin. It's fixed. On my paperwork, it just had F. Okay, fix. Okay, Erwin Fix. All right. And then Myra Morris. All right. Ms. Berman, you're on.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, and everyone else in the committee room. I am Judy Berman, Executive Director of Capitol Hill Village, a community-based organization that helps older adults navigate and embrace the opportunities of aging. Our service area includes portions of wards 6, 7, and 8. We, along with the 12 other villages in DC, envision a vibrant, inclusive, and age-friendly city where everyone has access to a village or village-like services, which to me means personalized, readily accessible, and proactive support from a known and trusted source to meet their social, emotional, and practical needs as they age. Capitol Hill Village was the first village to open back in 2007 in DC and has led the way in the development of a network of volunteer-first organizations that value and promote the contributions of older adults, both as volunteers and users of services. CHV alone has nearly 500 members, about a third of whom also volunteer in some capacity. Village volunteers do everything from accompany members to medical appointments, carry laundry to laundromats, set up and troubleshoot computer and phone technology, make daily reassuring phone calls, deliver newsletters to folks who dislike email, prepare meals, drive, and more. As you heard earlier, together, DC Villages facilitated the contribution of over $1.8 million worth of volunteer time last year. CHV is a grateful beneficiary of funding from DACL that supports a few of our programs, including technology support, friendly visiting, our anti-racism activities, and LGBTQ programming. I sincerely hope the level of support the DC Villages received this year from DACL will continue. As Mr. Finnemore explained earlier, our baseline funding was reduced last year and was replaced with one-time funding, which could amount to a budget cut if not addressed. You have heard from numerous village representatives today who will have spoken about our partnership with DACL, the ways that villages reduce social isolation among older adults at all income levels, the contribution of villages to community resilience and readiness, and village roles in helping older adults meet basic needs. My written testimony focuses on 3 things: continued support and commitment to our LGBTQ elders, the value of villages in DC, and planning for and filling gaps in services. I've also included 3 attachments that address the village's impact on social isolation, village's role in reducing hospital readmissions, and CHV's Dementia Caregiver Respite Program. I'd like to use my time with you to focus on an experience we had with one of our members. Ms. P is a solo ager, someone without immediate or extended family available to support her in her aging process, and dual eligible, which means that she relies on both Medicare and Medicaid for her health insurance. Despite having 2 case managers who were supposed to be looking out for her, one through United Healthcare and the other from the facility, she was literally languishing in a rehab center for months. Getting no therapy or rehab, she lost her mobility, her mental health was suffering. When we got involved and asked why she wasn't being discharged to home, we were told that there was no capacity for home health services at any of the Medicaid-funded home health agencies. With our help, she was connected to an attorney at University Legal Services and was discharged. The discharge was so poorly coordinated that we literally had to arrange for a hospital bed to be delivered to her home, arrange for prescription medication to be ordered, and for home health services because the assigned agency refused to return and said they'd be calling adult protective services instead. I'm sharing this because it appears that we don't have a system to catch situations like these. We have ombudspeople and legal resources, but not everyone knows to reach out. If we've learned anything about this work as villages, it's that we often have to be proactive. We have to reach out, not just wait for folks to come to us. And that, I think, is part of the village's value, our ability and authority to do that for our members. Everyone deserves to have someone who is actively looking out for them. In conclusion, I would say today, I know funding for essential health infrastructure is under threat from the federal government that is zealously undermining our collective well-being. But I sincerely hope that the needs of older adults, including but not limited to LGBTQ older adults, solo agers, and people living with dementia, will not be neglected in this environment. We are already struggling with the shortage of home health aides, a shortage that hasn't gotten nearly enough attention from Mayor Bowser or Deputy Mayor of Health and Human Services Turnage. I'm grateful to you, Councilmember Bonds and Councilmember Henderson, who have scheduled a roundtable on March 26th to address this issue. I hope that DACL, though not currently a major player on this issue, will be invited to play a larger role in facilitating coordinated solutions. I further hope the mayor and DACL will recognize the potential that villages have to be an even larger contributor to innovative, cost-effective responses to the needs of older adults aging in their neighborhoods in the District of Columbia. Thank you for accepting my testimony.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I am looking forward to the joint roundtable to examine a little more in depth what might be the plight for those who are in long-term care facilities. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
And now we will, okay, Ms. Fix, okay. We'll take your testimony.
Hello.
Hello, go right ahead.
Yeah, so my name is Erin Fix. I am a volunteer with the Citizens Climate Lobby and the DC Veg Week with Max Broad, who just spoke earlier. I'm here to advocate for the continued implementation of the Green Food Purchasing Act and to urge this body to continue procuring sustainable and environmentally friendly food. The Green Food Purchasing Act was passed in 2021 with the goal of decreasing the carbon footprint of food bought by the DC government agencies, such as the Department of Aging and Community Living. There are many contributors to global warming, but in the face of issues like fossil fuels and plastic pollution, it is easy to forget the cumulative impacts of meat procurement and distribution. Cows are a large source of methane, a greenhouse gas, and the carbon footprint for shipping and processing meat contributes to an estimated 25% of greenhouse gas emissions globally. As a result, DC Veg Week urges this committee to focus on a plant-based by default approach to food procurement. There are many advantages to this, the least of which would be reducing the carbon footprint of this organization. DC seniors are deserving of healthy food and local produce, which would in turn improve their quality of life and give back to the DC economy. As such, DC Veg has the following recommendations for this body, the primary of which would be to add language to vendor contracts and ensure that those vendors have clear guidelines and timelines that meet the goal of the Act. The second would be the plant-based by default approach, which would be to serve plant-based meals as the default option and then have meat and other less sustainable options available on request. Number three would be to adopt friendly nudges and to use tools to highlight plant-based dishes and reduce meat portions while increasing plant portions, or blending plant and animal proteins to promote climate-friendly meals, as is done by the DC public schools. Number four would be taste testing. Let people try and provide feedback on plant-forward meals to increase buy-in. This would give people control over their own meals as well as allow them the opportunity to try new things, which is, always fun. And five, education and awareness, sharing information about the benefits of climate-friendly meals and ensure the staff are trained to prepare and promote them. Council members and agency leaders, I ask for your support in adopting the practices outlined by the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act. By emphasizing nutritious, delicious food that supports our local economy and helps make healthy eating accessible, we can build a more sustainable future for DC. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And I believe we have, okay. Oh, Ms. Meyer Morris, you're next.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Anita Bonds and esteemed members of the Executive Administration and Labor Committee. My name is Maya Morris, and I serve as the Director of Resident Housing Director of Resident Services at Jubilee Housing in Washington, D.C. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be able to testify today. At Jubilee Housing, our mission is to provide safe, affordable housing paired with comprehensive support services that empower residents to live dignified and independent lives. We're proud of our longstanding commitment to our community and recognize the critical role the Department of Aging and Community Living plays in supporting seniors across the district. We appreciate the work being done and hope to serve as a thought partner in strengthening services to ensure seniors receive the support they need in a timely and accessible manner, sharing our firsthand insights to help enhance the services that our seniors rely on. We just want to touch base on a few background and opportunities for improvement. Our ongoing engagement with the community has highlighted a few areas where enhancements could significantly benefit the seniors we serve. One is in timeliness and service delivery with case management assignments. We've observed that at times the process for assigning case managers results in longer wait times. These delays can leave residents waiting for critical support during important moments in their lives. Also, speaking on the EPD waiver processing, our team has assisted residents with submitting EPD waiver requests, but the lack of timely responses creates uncertainty and delays in care. Streamlining this process would help ensure that residents receive the assistance they need without prolonged wait times. And we actually added to our testimony today after hearing about delays with the Safe at Home program. And we just wanted to echo concern raised by home care partners regarding the growing Safe at Home program waitlist. As a provider of service coordination for our affordable housing senior residents, we've actively integrated the steady fall risk screenings to identify seniors at risk of falls. So, for example, we have 150 senior households at Jubilee Housing. Of our 464 households currently, we've completed 56 screenings so far, identifying that of those that we screened, 39 of those seniors are classified as high risk using the steady tool. Safe at Home referrals are planned for those seniors, but the significant wait list for this program is alarming. Given that Jubilee Housing alone will soon be submitting nearly 40 referrals, it is critical that the city prioritize increasing capacity for this essential program. Delays in home modifications and accessibility improvements could lead to preventable falls, hospitalizations, and worsened health outcomes. Expanding resources for Safe at Home is an urgent priority, and we urge DACL to work swiftly to reduce the backlog and ensure timely access for all eligible seniors. So in terms of language accessibility and communication, we also wanted to raise that many of our residents are non-native English speakers. While telephone communications can be supported with interpreters, written materials, such as the detailed trip information for medical transportation, are provided solely in English. This approach can inadvertently limit the effectiveness of the service for those who need language support. So enhance multilingual support, ensuring that all written communications and digital interfaces are available in multiple language options would make vital information more accessible and improve the overall user experience. While we have faced some challenges, we do want to acknowledge that we've had some positive support experience that we've received when we've had to make adult protective services calls and reporting concerns on behalf of residents, and their responsiveness was an asset to the work that we were doing and in playing a role in safeguarding vulnerable seniors. So we hope that the efficiency and attentiveness seen in some of our experiences can be replicated in other areas of senior services just to improve the overall accessibility and timeliness. So we're eager to work alongside DACL as collaborative partner and respectfully propose the following improvements around streamlining of services, expanding language services, fostering a collaborative partnership. We're committed to working together with DACL by offering our on-the-ground experience and community insights. By partnering closely, we can co-create innovative solutions that not only address these challenges, but also build a more responsive support system for our senior community. The recommendations outlined today are opportunities to build upon the great work that we have seen is already being done. By implementing these targeted improvements, we can create a more efficient, inclusive system, ensuring that our seniors receive the care and support they deserve. Jubilee Housing looks forward to continued collaboration with DACL in these efforts, and we would look forward to the chance to contribute our expertise and insights to drive meaningful change. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony as well. And does that conclude this panel? All right. We're narrowing it down. All right. Thank you so very much. I appreciate, Ms. Morris, I particularly appreciate how you have articulated the 4 different areas. And so we will hopefully touch on those during the discussion with Ms. Hines, the Executive Director for DACL. All right.
Thank you.
And so now we'll move to, I think we have Joan Shapiro, Jaron Hill Lockridge, Janet Corbett. All right, finally getting there. All right. Okay, everyone else is on Zoom. All right, okay. So,
I think Eva Sarah's one of the members.
okay, Eva Lucero, she's not here. But maybe she's on Zoom. She is on Zoom, okay. Oh, see, you guys can see what I can't see. Here, all right. Do we have any other in the house, in the room that are, please come forward. You must be Miss Furness. All right, Miss Furness. Okay, Nicole Furness from the Greater Brooklyn Intergenerational Village. I'll just go down the rest of the list. Sharon Sellers. She's on Zoom, okay. June Jones. Tanya Martin. She's on Zoom, all right. Ms. Shapiro is on Zoom as well, correct? No, we don't.
Sarah is now on Zoom.
Okay, Ms. Lucero is on Zoom now. All right, great. And Jaron Lockridge? June Jones? Albert Reed? Adam Heller? Nick Deladon? Okay. All right, we've got an audience on Zoom. All right, we're getting there. Okay, well, we're going to start with you, Ms. Senior DC, and tell us, of course, your name, and then tell us how great has it been in your reign?
Thank you, Councilman Barnes. I'm sorry, trying to see my notes right here. Councilmember Barnes, the City Council. I would like to give my deepest gratitude of the Office of Muriel Bowser, Director Sharon P.W. Hines of DACL, Department of Aging Community Living, my Queens Court in their absence, the DC Seniors Cameo Club, and the residents of the District of Columbia that have supported me greatly. And it has been an awesome, awesome task being Miss Senior DC. Thank you for asking that. My name is Janet Corbett. Miss Senior DC, it's a pleasure and honor to serve the city in this capacity. This capacity is made possible by DACL support of community service through annual pageantry, which celebrates 30 years this Monday, March the 3rd, 2025. And we invite all of you all to attend the MLK Library and watch something magical happen on Monday at Martin Luther King's Library. DC Department of Aging and Community Living plays a crucial role in fostering active aging, community engagement, lifelong well-being, and intergenerational connections. The question is, how can we ensure every generation thrives as they age? We are here to advocate for generational wellness, empowering individuals to live boldly while aging gracefully. With your continued support and funding, we are not enriching the lives of today's seniors, but also laying the foundation for future generations to ensure aging is a journey. As my reign as Miss Senior DC comes to a close, I am grateful for the guidance and support of my queen mentor, Vanilla Jackson Crawford, and Pat Ragland, whose wisdom has enriched my journey. The pageant has given me a voice as well as a platform for family, education, and intergenerational connections, where we can bridge the gap of seniors and students sharing experiences and ideas. This role extends far beyond the title itself, serving as a beacon of inspiration, empowerment, and advocate for senior women in all communities. Here are a few ways this role has done for me. Representation, embody confidence, grace, and the limitless potential of senior women, showing that age is not a barrier to achievement or influence. Community engagement, public appearance volunteerism to uplift and connect with seniors, encouraging active and fulfilling lifestyles. Legacy and mentorship, set an example for future generations of senior women, showing them that they can continue to grow, lead, and inspire well beyond retirement. Intergenerational connections workshops, where seniors and students come together to have a conversation in a safe place. I have the opportunity to continue to pave the way for others, ensuring that voices and contributions of senior women are recognized and celebrated throughout the District of Columbia. The pageant experience brings diversity, passion, personal stories that inspire and give hope to many in the senior centers, nursing homes, and private homes, such as building sisterhood and support, showcasing the power of senior women, encouraging community engagement. Miss Senior DC role includes impacting over 300 plus seniors for over 30 years of volunteer community service. During that time, we're also promoting the pageant's legacy, ensuring the ongoing process and prestige of Miss Senior DC has not forgotten. Uplifting the reigning queen, providing the mentorship and a strong support to seniors. Community outreach, engaging in service and performances that bring joy and purpose to senior communities. Before I close, I just wanted to let you know how DACL, Department of Aging and Community Living, Sharon P.W. Hines and her staff, the DC Seniors Cameo Club, saved me. I would not be here today. I was asked to be in the pageant. I had many losses during COVID. I lost 4 family members, and I am just here to tell you how grateful and how it all has saved my life. It has been a moving experience. I wouldn't trade it for anything. Being a mother, a grandmother of 3 beautiful grandchildren, a wife, I am ecstatic just to be here. It's a privilege and an honor to be here. And I thank you so very much for allowing me this opportunity to continue here. I look forward to your ongoing support of this life-changing process. Thank you.
Thank you very much to have you with us and to express gratitude for your journey in itself is very moving. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a privilege and an honor to be here. And I thank you so very much for allowing me this opportunity.
All right, we're getting a little feedback on the electronic system. All right, Ms. Furnace, you're next.
Thank you. I didn't know I'd be following a queen, so I'll do my best. My name is Nicole Furnace. I'm the Executive Director of the Greater Brookland Intergenerational Village, GBIV for short, so I'll refer to it as that from now on. I wanted to thank you, Councilmember Bonds and committee members for the time and listening to our feedback. GBIV is a community-driven, volunteer-powered organization dedicated to supporting older adults as they age in place with dignity, connection, and purpose. Through our programs, which are mostly supported by DACL funding, we address critical needs, including senior support services, transportation access, social engagement, and health and wellness initiatives. Key factors in reducing social isolation and improving the quality of life for older residents. GBIV's impact on the community has been great. Over the past year, GBIV has expanded its programs and services to better meet the needs of Ward 5's aging population. Some of our key initiatives include transportation assistance. As many older residents face challenges in accessing medical appointments, grocery stores, and community events, GBIV provides a number of rides to village members, ensuring seniors remain mobile, have access to the city, and maintain their independence. We conduct transportation trainings on how to navigate public transportation options, as well as private options for people to get from where they need to be, especially as mobility levels change with age. However, transportation remains one of the top barriers to aging in place, and we need sustained funding to support the growing need as the demand is increasing. Secondly, reducing social isolation. Social connection is a fundamental pillar of aging well. Through intergenerational events, peer interest and activity groups, such as book clubs, knitting, cooking clubs, gardening clubs, and cultural programs, GBIV has fostered meaningful relationships that combat social loneliness, and our neighbors age in their communities and their neighbors and neighborhoods transform. This past year, we hosted over 100 events at our village, and members for our village members and the greater Ward 5 community, bringing together seniors and community members for shared experiences from storytelling workshops to art classes. We also provide volunteer support and senior assistance. Our trained volunteers provide critical services such as home maintenance support, yard maintenance support, technology assistance, snow shoveling, and companionship. These services allow seniors to remain in their homes safely and comfortably. And lastly, what we'd like to focus on is health and wellness programs. Through our partnerships with DACL, local health providers, GBIV has facilitated wellness workshops, nutrition education, and movement classes, helping seniors maintain their physical and mental well-being. With partners like the YMCA, private fitness instructors, and food partners like DC Central Kitchen and the DC Area Food Bank to ensure accurate information around healthy food options, dietary considerations, and reducing food insecurity in our aging population. Expanding these programs is essential, and access to preventative health resources leads to better outcomes and reduced strain on emergency services. And what I really want to bring our attention to, as some of my other village leaders have talked about it as well, is that we really need to focus on an equitable process for aging and supporting those aging in wards that have been historically marginalized. And while GBIV has made meaningful strides in Ward 5, we recognize that aging services must be equitably distributed amongst DC communities, especially in traditionally underserved wards and populations. Historically, Black and Brown seniors, low-income older adults, and aging LGBTQ+ residents have faced systematic barriers in accessing quality housing, healthcare, and social services, and we have the power to change that. Equity in aging requires intentional investments in community-based solutions that directly serve the needs of our most vulnerable elders. Many seniors in underserved wards experience such things as limited access to transportation, fewer social support networks, and disproportionate health disparities, often due to decades of disinvestment in their communities. As we plan for the future of aging services in DC, we must ensure that organizations like GBIV are embedded in communities throughout the different wards in the city and trusted by residents to receive the resources needed to expand our reach. We urge the council and DACL to provide funding for community-based aging initiatives in historically underserved neighborhoods to close these gaps and provide seniors, regardless of their zip code, income, or background, the ability to age with dignity and the support that they need. Continued support from DACL and the community is needed, especially for GBIV in Ward 5. As the aging population in Ward 5 is growing and the need for community-based aging support has never been greater, the DC Department of Aging and Community Living has been a vital partner in this work. But more investment is needed to ensure that organizations like GBIV and the other villages can continue to serve our elders effectively. We would encourage sustained funding and programmatic support to allow us to expand our transportation services, strengthen our social programming to continue to reduce social isolation and improve mental health outcomes and well-being, enhance our volunteer coordination to better match community members with seniors in need and better serve those intergenerational connections. We would like to increase our wellness and prevention programs to promote healthier, more active aging and lifestyles. We also want to ensure that seniors in traditionally underserved wards have equitable access to the support that they need. Investing in GBIV is investing in the well-being of our elders by supporting organizations that provide direct, community-rooted service, such as villages. We are ensuring that older residents in Ward 5 and beyond have resources, connections, and opportunities to age with dignity. On behalf of GBIV and the many seniors we serve, I urge DACL, the DC Council, and all community stakeholders and partners to continue to expand its support for aging in place initiatives such as the DC Villages, with a specific focus on ensuring that equity remains the central guiding light to aging policies and programs. As a longtime resident of DC and my daughter who was able to testify earlier today, these are the future faces of aging in DC, and these are the programs that we want to set up for success to ensure that my generation and hers can age in a thriving environment in DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Now we'll hear from Sharon Sellers, who is on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Bonds and the rest of the committee. I am really pleased to be here. I am Sharon Sellers, the Assistant Director of Community Health from Sibley Memorial Hospital, part of Johns Hopkins Medicine. I direct our community dementia program that serves over 900 seniors in all 8 wards of the city. In addition, we support 160 care partners of persons living with Alzheimer's disease and other related dementias. I am so grateful to be able to share our story of how we partner with DACL to care for our aging population, especially those living with Alzheimer's. You know, our members say that we reduce their social isolation and make them feel connected to a community. They are constantly learning how to take better care of both their physical and mental health and having fun at the same time. So I want to certainly thank you for what you have done to make certain that our DACL funding has been intact all of these years. I've been running this program for over 10 years now. And I also want to clearly justify our request for additional funding to address unmet needs, particularly in marginalized areas. Okay, here's the good news. Club memory attendance has increased 30% beyond pre-pandemic levels using our hybrid program of in-person and virtual sessions. We're often the Senior Wellness Center program with the highest attendance, but we need to revision how we might connect with seniors that have not returned to the centers for various reasons. So the monies provided by DACL have allowed us to reach 770 persons across the 6 senior wellness centers and 5 churches through the in-person programming, bi-monthly mailings, weekly reassuring phone calls, emails, and virtual meetings. Sibling monies have allowed us to reach an additional 150 seniors and care partners. 42% of the persons that we serve reside in wards 7 and 8 as part of Sibley's mission to promote health equity. Now, here's some statistics. The overall prevalence of dementia among adults 65 and older in DC is 13%. So in absolute numbers, this translates to over 10,000 DC residents with dementia. So, our Club Memory Program and our support groups have available funds to reach only a small percentage of the 10,000 persons with Alzheimer's and the 14,000 caregivers that are supporting them. We are constantly being asked by faith communities if we would come in and start a Club Memory Program and start an Alzheimer's support group at their site. Here's what we would love to do. With additional funding of $250,000, we could extend our program in the following ways. Provide 50 more community presentations on reducing the risk of developing dementia and understanding dementia. Increase outreach to recreation centers and community dining sites. Start 10 new Alzheimer's support groups, including groups to support Spanish-speaking care partners. Extend our Club Memory programming to 5 additional faith-based partners, reaching at least 150 additional seniors in marginalized communities. Increase the number of memory screenings that we do by 100%. Target 50 additional seniors who are living alone and experiencing changes in their memory. We want to educate the volunteers in selected DC villages so that they recognize cognitive decline and are better equipped to provide care to persons with Alzheimer's disease. And we want to increase the number of weekly reassuring phone calls that we can make to seniors with cognitive decline. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to come before you again and share the good news. Yes, we're reaching a lot of seniors, but the other news is there are still more seniors that need to be reached that are experiencing significant cognitive decline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sellers. May I ask, what is the average size of the groups that you do?
The average size is 30.
30.
There are some, pretty much 30. There are some larger groups, but we attract normally 30 people every time we're doing our programs.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
You're welcome.
Now I have Tanya Martin. Is that, am I right? Oh, and see Eva too. Is okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Sellers.
She's trying to unmute right now.
Who is? Okay. I see Eva.
Good evening.
Good evening. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Ms. Bonds. I want to say thank you for your warm spirit and your understanding as a native Washingtonian. My name is Tanya Martin, and I'm a born Washingtonian, and I live in my childhood home in Petworth community. Also, I'm a disabled veteran, a retiree, and a young senior. In my community, the DC leaders and the ANCs have never thought about the seniors and people with disability when making decisions that did not affect them. How should seniors and people with disability travel around the city? In case of an emergency.
Go right ahead.
Hello? I mean, hello, somebody else is speaking?
No, you're the speaker, but I think if you would turn down your audio.
No, somebody else came in. Somebody else came in there.
Oh,
So somebody Lucy Rich and somebody, I just saw somebody else came. It wasn't me, it was somebody else.
I'm sorry. I thought it was you. All right,
No,
please.
no, it's not me. Okay, so in the
All
case
right,
of
please go
emergency,
ahead, Ms. Martin.
in case of an emergency, how would these residents receive medical attention? Where would they park when returning home? This DC administration could care less about their residents. I live on the 3900 block of 5th Street. This street is very narrow and dangerous with a heavy traffic load. As a disabled veteran, I can barely get in and out of my car. My car door opens over the white line. Would you want to live like that? No. So how do you think I feel? Due to the narrowing part of the street, it is difficult to back in, park, and people get frustrated waiting in traffic. I have been subjected to name calling and objects thrown out the window because I hold up traffic. Every day, my neighbors and I deal with this problem. Several times I was almost hit getting out of my car. If my car gets hit one more time on this street, I'm definitely going to shut it down. Where was the survey and or traffic study on my street before ANC C4 decided to approve this project? Once again, no in community engagement with ANC 4C. Council member Jonice George is aware of this problem and she did nothing. She physically visited my street and witnessed the bad conditions and a car was driving in the wrong direction. Her favorite word, I'll get back to you. That was almost 4 years ago. Sad and unacceptable. ANC 4C commissioners do not interact with the old residents, especially the seniors or people with disability. The DC leadership gave the ANC's authority to do whatever they want, like make big decisions that will affect their community. This is unacceptable. That is why Ward 4 community is very divided. That is Councilman Louis George's fault. Her behavior has demonstrated in several of her weekly newsletters. The ANC 4C do not inform seniors and residents with disability about programs and services. They do not think about these residents because they do not have family members under these categories. Do their family members are seniors or disability issues that live in DC? No. I will continue to inform old residents like me about what is happening in Ward 4. You never seen an ANC, especially my ANC 4C, Eric Holder, walking around his community talking to residents. Their communication skills are inform residents to search the ANC website for meeting information. I do not know any seniors or people with disabilities trying to navigate through a non-user-friendly system. Also, I want to say I have a friend who's a born Washingtonian. Her mother lives in Southwest. Every time she has to take her mother to a doctor's appointment, they have to call the fire department because the building that she lives in does not have an elevator. So if she goes 4 times a week, that means that's 8 times that the fire department has to come to get her mother out. She has been trying to get some assistance and was not able to. What I want to say is I'm glad I'm a Washingtonian. I'm glad I've been here when it's been good because as we see it now, this city will never be the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Martin, for your testimony. And would you please call my office so we can have your phone number and be in touch with you? I think we have your email, but if you could leave us a phone number, we want to be in touch with you.
Thank you and have a blessed day.
All right, thank you very much. I think we have, who is next? Okay. We're going to have Eva Lucero, who is the Executive Director of the DuPont Circle Village. I see. Thank you very much, Ms. Martin, for your testimony. And would you please call my office so we can have your phone number and be in touch with you? I think we have your email, but if you could leave us a phone number, we want to be in touch with you. So thank you. Have a blessed day. All right. Thank you very much. I think we have.
Am I next? I'm Ava Lucero.
Yes, you are. And if you could turn your TV down, we're getting the feedback. The Executive Director of the
I don't have a TV or anything.
See, we're trying to find whose system is?
Yeah, I get that. I hear it too, and I can't do anything here.
Okay. All right, well, we'll go with you now, please.
So I should begin?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
Good afternoon, Chairman Bonds and committee staff. My name is Ava Lucero. I am the director of the DuPont Circuit Village, DCV. We are one of the 13 villages in the District of Columbia, and I'm very pleased.
Miss Lucero, we are not hearing the feedback. All right, well, we'll go. We're hearing it again. Is it in her system? Your system is the only one open, so. You want her to leave and come back in?
We are one of the 13 villages in the District of Columbia, and I'm very pleased. Should I continue or?
Yes, just go right ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry.
I hear it as well. I mean, as long as you can.
Your system is the only one open, so. You want her to leave and come back in? I know it can be very disturbing, Eva, so would you go out and come back in? And we'll pick you up as soon as you're back in. All right, now we're going to move to Nicholas Del Dante.
Thank you.
Please go right ahead, sir.
My name is Nick Deladon, and I represent DuPont East Civic Action Association and its DC Safe Streets Coalition. In the past few years, particularly since COVID, the district government has made a big push to make biking accommodated in the city. And it has produced a radical transformation of traffic in the city. And this includes the removal of traffic lanes, the installation of protected bike lanes, and these have caused congestion, confusion, and many hazards. The population that is most likely affected by at risk are seniors, and the agency DACL, which is responsible for addressing the issues of seniors, has been silent and done nothing. Despite the fact that these changes were undertaken in the name of safety, we're not getting safer, we're getting more dangerous. The Washington Post issued a report last week saying that in the last 3 years, the fatalities had not gone down. And on Christmas Eve, after the DDOT had spent considerable money and effort to change the road design at C Street and 16th Street Northeast, a pedestrian walking on the sidewalk was hit and killed. This does not show that they're making a lot of progress and that something is wrong with what they're doing. So it's the complaint, as we travel around the city in neighborhood after neighborhood, we find that the seniors are complaining that the biking is reckless, that the bikes go anywhere they want. They can go on the sidewalk, in the street, or in the bike lane, and they are silent and they are surprising. And it's a disturbing event when you're trying to cross the street or walk on the sidewalk. In addition, it's important to realize that seniors need their cars so that if they want to go to the grocery store or to the doctor's office, they need a place to park. And if they don't have their own car, they may be using an Uber, and that is a car, and it has to park. And if they're not doing that, they may be using Metro Access, and that there we face with the same problem. Metro Access needs a place to park. Imagine if you're an invalid and you're getting out of Metro Access and you have to get out in oncoming traffic. That's not a good thing. And that's where we are as the bike lanes have seized the curb lane. So we need access to the curb lane. I attended a presentation last year where they tried to explain that there's a new traffic plan for Georgia Avenue where they're going to remove the traffic lanes. They're going to remove a traffic lane going north and one going south. And I asked the question, isn't that going to cause congestion? They never seem to account for where is the traffic going to go if you take the traffic lanes away. And the answer was, without hesitation, he said, yes, it's going to cause congestion. They intend to cause congestion to make driving inconvenient and frustrating so that we will abandon our cars. That's a long way around the horse's barn, if you ask me. And it is the problem with it, the principal problem with suggesting to people that they use public transit is we don't have a good public transit program. That would be a better draw. It would be better to have a good public transit program that had good schedules, that came on time, that worked around the clock, that visited neighborhoods that need public transportation. But we don't have that. That would be the money to invest in. And if that were the case, people would willingly give up their cars and use the public transit. But we don't have that yet. And we're putting the public in a difficult situation. DC Safe Streets Coalition has 4 goals. We want to pause on the installation of bike lanes, bike lane installations. We'd like to see a commitment to engaging with the public so that they know what's going on. Too often we hear people say they didn't know anything was going to visit their block and they didn't hear anything about it. We'd like to see bikers being held accountable with regulations like registration, licensing, insurance, certification to be able to ride in the street, and protective gear. DC does not require wearing a helmet. That's ridiculous. And the last thing that we would like to see is that a lot of money and effort should be put into public transit. So, and this is what we would recommend finally, is that DACL work to adopt our coalition goals and work with DDOT and the council to see that efforts are made for improving public transit and making bikers accountable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And now I think, do we have Ms. Luker back? Okay. All right. Okay. Eva, I think you are.
I think it's better now. Is this better?
Yes, yes, yes. All
Yeah,
right.
getting any feedback. I think it was Nicholas doing that. Thank you, who saved me. Again, good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds and committee staff. My name is Eva Lucero, and I'm the director of DuPont Circle Village, one of the 13 villages in the District of Columbia. I'm pleased to testify today on behalf of DCV's membership, as well as all the older adults in the community who benefit from the Department of Aging and Community Living's efforts, DACL. After Surgeon General Vivek Murthy declared loneliness and social isolation a public health epidemic in 2023, many organizations launched new initiatives to address the crises. However, villages were already at the forefront of this issue, actively working to combat social isolation and foster community connections. Social engagement has always been a core part of a village's mission. In response to the declaration, villages didn't need to shift their focus. They simply expanded their efforts to strengthen and enhance the support they were already providing. Villages in Washington, D.C. are vibrant hubs of community support and engagement. According to research from the National Institute on Aging, NIA, staying connected and engaged not only boosts our mood, but also supports mental and physical health. Strong social ties can help prevent depression, reduce memory loss, mitigate epigenetic aging, and even aid in fighting certain cancers. Hopefully, with more NIA research, additional benefits will be revealed. In my village alone, we offer over 70 programs each month, with 30 of those being partially funded by DACL. These programs cover a broad range of activities designed to meet diverse needs and interests, from daily walking groups to wellness programs to book clubs, Tai Chi, yoga, meditation, cultural outings, social hours, bridge, mahjong, knitting, and Friday and Saturday in-house matinees. There is something for everyone. We also have 2 active intergenerational partnerships with Washington International School and George Washington University. Each program is carefully designed to provide our members and the broader community with valuable opportunities to connect socially, build lasting relationships, and create a strong sense of community. I'd like to share a story of a village member who highlights the profound impact of community. As a solo ager with most of her family in Israel, she found unwavering support from the village during one of the most challenging moments in her life, receiving a cancer diagnosis. In her own words, she shares how the village was there for her when she needed it most. In a transient area where many are focused on school or career, having a supportive community is invaluable. I'm deeply grateful for the advice and help DCV provides, especially when living alone with few reliable contacts. During a recent medical crisis, DCV's assistance was crucial. DCV's executive director reached out to members for doctor recommendations across multiple specialties. In addition, I am grateful to the village members who were kind enough to meet and talk with me to help me navigate my medical situation and provide support. DCV has also eased my burden by connecting me with the healthcare navigator to handle a mandated hospital call with post-op instructions. While this may not be a major obstacle for someone with family and friends nearby, the requirement that there be someone to hear and accept these post-op instructions can be a monumental worry and constraint for someone who lives alone. This is what a caring community does for its members. This is what the DC villages do. Since 2017, when the villages first began receiving city funding, Mayor Muriel Bowser has led our city. Her administration's priorities for seniors have consistently aligned with all the villages' missions. These priorities are implemented through DACL and the broader aging services infrastructure, which includes the villages. The villages are an essential resource for many older Washingtonians, and our partnership with DACL exemplifies a model of collaboration built on respect and care. Through our joint efforts, we foster meaningful connections that lead to fulfilling relationships, helping everyone in our community thrive. I am hopeful that this collaboration continues to grow stronger and actually more impactful in the future. Thank you for hearing all of our testimonies today. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much for your testimony, as always. I think next we have, we have Albert Reed, Senior Ombudsman, LEC, DC Long-Term Care Ombudsman.
Good day, Chairman Bonds. My name is Albert Reed. I am a Senior Ombudsman with the Office of DC Long-Term Care, LCE DC Long-Term Care Ombudsman, often referred to as OMB. My testimony focuses on the important and collaborative relationship between the Department of Aging and Community Living, DACL, and OMB. Our agencies advocate for, protect, and improve the lives of long-term care residents throughout the district. We share a commitment to ensure that residents in all long-term care settings live with dignity, respect, and autonomy. My testimony builds on LCE Executive Director Rhonda Cunningham Holmes' testimony with greater detail about the OMB. OMB is an advocate for residents and investigates residents' rights violations, neglect, or inadequate care. The relationship between DACL and OMB functions on communication, data, and coordination to ensure that residents receive the support they need. This collaboration is vital for several reasons. First, problem solving and advocacy. When the OMB's office receives a complaint, our team works with DACL to ensure swift and appropriate action to resolve the problem. DACL provides resources, training, transitional services, and EPD waiver application support to resolve complaints. This collaborative approach ensures that no resident's concern goes unaddressed. For instance, I received a complaint from a resident that a facility social worker was not supporting the resident's desire to transition into the community. Client said that the problem was communication regarding updates on the social worker's efforts and dissatisfaction with the pace of their efforts. While investigating, I shared the resident's complaint with the social worker, who indicated that staffing issues prevented the level of communication and speed the client deserved. I suggested they engage with DACL transition coordinators who provided support to residents, primarily monetary resources through Money Follows the Person program, to residents during their transition back to the community. DACL transition coordinators also shoulder some of the workload of the facility staff by researching resources and programs available to the resident to help with the transition. The DACL transition coordinator worked with the Department of Housing to clear the hurdles to secure a voucher for the resident. The coordinator assisted the resident in finding a place to live, expediting required inspection, and assisted the resident with Money Follows the Person support for housing, food, and furniture. This example underscores the importance of our collaboration with DACL to support a resident's right to live where they choose. Second, educational outreach and resident empowerment. Both DACL and OMB office recognize that informed residents are empowered residents. Through joint outreach efforts, we provide education materials, training, and resources to both residents and their families about their rights. This helps prevent problems from arising and ensures that residents can advocate for themselves. Finally, policy and advocacy. The partnership between DACL and OMB extends beyond day-to-day operations. Together, we advocate for policies and systemic changes that benefit long-term care residents. Our agency's collaboration addresses immediate concerns and also works toward long-term solutions that ensure the dignity and well-being of every resident. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to continuing our efforts together to strengthen the protections and services available to our most vulnerable citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reed. When you, in your testimony, what are the numbers, the number of, I guess, clients or individuals that you worked with in FY24 as a gauge gives us the extent of the need to some degree?
It's probably best served by complaints, number of complaints, which probably range around 300 to 400, with 82% success rate. So it's better served by complaints because a resident will probably have sometimes more than one complaint. So if I say we serve 30 residents, well, that 30 residents could be, 75 complaints. So that's where the emphasis should be more on the complaints as opposed to the number of residents that we serve.
All right. And with this 82% success rate, can I assume that the complaints are minor and did not require you to reach out across many different agencies, require 3-4 months working on one particular case?
I'm sorry, would you clarify that question,
My
Councilman?
question is just how intense were these 300 to 400 complaints? I mean, did they require extensive work on your part or your agency's part, having to bring in resources from other sources, so to speak? Intense timelines, you had to wait, 30 days, 60 days, those kinds of deadlines tend to get in the way of, getting resolution quickly. So I'm just trying to
Right.
understand the nature of your work.
Yeah, so if you could imagine, we have 17 facilities for nursing homes alone. We have 2 nursing homes ombudsman that focuses on those 2. We have 2 ombudsmen that focus on community resident facilities, and we have 2 ombudsmen that focus on assisted living and 2 that focus on the home and community base. And on a given day, you can be dealing with 4 or 5 different residents or clients, and with them, probably about, depending on, let's say that's an average of 2 to 3 complaints a resident. So what if you have a resident that's focused on discharge? You have to reach out to DACL. What if you have a resident that's focusing on an abuse complaint? You're reaching out to APS, or you're reaching out to Medicaid fraud unit. On a given day, you can reach out to so many different agencies depending on the type of the complaint. Some of these complaints don't, some complaints can be addressed immediately. You walk into a facility for monitoring and you look at, and a resident says, I need some water. They're not giving me water. I haven't been changed. So those things can be addressed while you're on the premises. But if a resident says, like the example I gave you, they're just not helping me to discharge back into the community, I'm not only contacting DACL, I'm contacting DVH if they need support. Whatever agency they need, DC Health, that they need support. And so we are not case managers, we are advocates. And that means when we go in, we don't try to do the job of those individuals. What we try to do is assess the problem and bring in those resources to make certain that whatever complaints that are raised by residents, we have brought in the resources to make certain those complaints are addressed in a timely manner. Sometimes the timely manner is not satisfactory to the residents because of the example I gave, they look at us and say, wait a minute, you're supposed to be helping us. And we have to constantly reaffirm that we are helping them, but we can't do the work of the resources that we bring in. And that can get challenging for the residents sort of to swallow. But the important part in our advocacy is communication. It's making certain that the resident knows that we are engaged with them every single point of the way. Have an open contact to them, and so they know that somebody is on our side. That is our main role, is that they know that somebody is on their side advocating for them, and that whatever falls through the crack, we won't fall through the crack for them.
Thank you very much. I've had the occasion for my family member to be interviewed through your services, so I was very curious. Curious because the family member was determined that you were going to make everything better. Okay, so you may not see yourself as a case manager, but some of them are tagging your work as such, just so you know.
Well, I appreciate that.
All right, thank you so much. And do we have Miss? Okay, Adam Heller.
Hello, Chairperson Bonds, excuse me, and members of the committee. My name is Adam Heller. I'm with the DC LGBTQ+ Community Center, a nonprofit providing supportive and life-affirming services to members of the community here in DC. I started as a volunteer in 2014, and now I have the privilege of providing support as the program coordinator for the Center Aging, our program for older adults. Our organization was formed in 2004, and for many years now, we've been providing services to LGBT older adults via Center Aging, which engages in targeted outreach and supportive service offerings for LGBT older adults, specifically around combating social isolation. Some of them include weekly and monthly social gatherings, lunches, exercise classes, and educational and other enrichment activities. First, as you may know, we will be opening our new community center space in the spring. I want to thank you and the rest of the DC Council for your support on this. It would not have been possible without you. We look forward to continuing this work together. Your continued support in the years to come ensures our ability to consistently provide services, plan for our future, and meet the needs of our community. One area we could use assistance in, which my colleague Justin Johns, our Director of Operations, mentioned earlier, is with purchase order reimbursements. There have been a few delays in FY25. Our team would just appreciate more timely communication and cause for delays, as well as possibly a plan of action around correcting those delays. I can connect you with Justin if you have more questions about that. And finally, I want to thank DACL for their steadfast support. I'd like to give a special shout out to Nathan Gomez, DACL program analyst and our own grant monitor, who helps ensure LGBT senior voices are heard at regular meetings throughout the year. We actually have one today. At these meetings, stakeholders in the LGBT senior space are able to connect and strategize how we can best support our constituents. It's through this network that DACL's LGBT grantee organizations are able to collectively host events throughout the year and give our seniors special times to look forward to. Our next events are in the spring and in June for World Pride. There's much more we have to do in order to better support our seniors as they age in DC, but knowing that DACL hears them and allocates resources to help them combat the unique social isolation their community faces is of great comfort to them. I just want to thank you and for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. I did want to have you been given any timeline for when you might have your purchase order card? I know you're waiting for that number.
Yeah, I'm happy to connect you to our Director of Operations, Justin Johns, who will be inside more of the details on that.
All
but I don't
right.
have those on hand.
Okay, we'll be in touch with them then. All right, thank you very much. All right, all on Zoom. Julia Gales, I'm sorry, Christine Haley, Lou August, and Kathy Pointer, all on Zoom. Who is on? All right. Ms. Gales, we can start with you. We know you're online. If you'll unmute and we'll take your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chairperson Ms. Anita Bond and members of the Committee of Executive Administrations and Labor and witnesses on an agency who are testifying in this oversight hearing. My name is Julia Gales. I am 69 years old, and I am here to represent Vida Senior Centers, the DC seniors, and advocate on behalf of my peers and myself. Vida Senior Centers has been supporting the Latino community for 45 years. This service Vida offers with the support of this DACL are crucial. I it helps us to decrease isolation and to feel that we that we are belong to this community. There is a lot being done. However, we have so many needs yet to be addressed for our aging in place and with dignity. Please help the DACL to continue supporting organizations like Vida by maintaining and increasing their budget in 2026. The main needs for most seniors in the city, not just Vida Senior Center, includes transportation, especially for those who has limited mobility and cannot make it to the Vida Senior Center on their own, or to other centers. It's also necessary to create programs for seniors, companionship, the value that other peers brings to a senior in need is great. Not only is beneficial for the senior getting support, but also the companion feels like she or he is contributing to a well-being of their peers. It is crucial to maintain the daily exercise and wellness classes art to continue providing the daily hot meals and increasing the social activity and mental health support we currently have. To the members of the committee and this DACL who have been faithfully supporters of Vida Senior Centers, I urge you to continue providing us with so well needed support for the fiscal year 2026. Thank you for allowing me to deliver this testimony today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Scales. And may I ask, how long have you been a participant at the Vida Center?
I have been here since 2021.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony. And now we can hear from Christine Haley, a board member, Capitol Hill Village.
Good afternoon, Chair Bonds and members of the committee. My name is Christine Healy, and I'm the Vice President of the Board of Capitol Hill Village. The members and board of Capitol Hill Village are very grateful for your leadership and that of your committee on issues of importance to older district residents. In particular, we thank you for your support for the Department of Aging and Community Living Grant that has strengthened the district villages and improved the lives of district seniors. Continued funding for this DACL grant to the district villages is critically important, and we urge you to ensure support, at least at current levels. By the end of today, this long day, you will have heard or received much excellent testimony about the district villages and how they allow seniors to age in community. You know, villages are locally based, nonprofit, grassroots organizations that address important needs of senior adults. As you also know well, the population of adults in the district age 65 and older is large and growing. As these residents retire in age, villages provide them a wealth of services and programs addressing their needs for connection and combating loneliness and social isolation. In my short time as a member of Capitol Hill Village, I've personally seen how effective this support can be for the well-being of individuals whose partner is afflicted by dementia or whose partner has recently died, as well as for individuals without any family members at all nearby. Beyond the social connection and community building being done by the district villages, some villages, such as Capitol Hill Village, have professional staff who can provide crisis prevention and/or crisis resolution and case management services. As witnesses such as Jean Sofer from the Northwest Neighbors Village so well explained in today's testimony, these village services are a cost-effective way to deliver needed services and broaden the district's reach to help older residents beyond those whom DACL or other district agencies would otherwise be able to serve on their own. In sum, the DACL grant to the district villages is an excellent investment that helps mitigate funding pressures on other district agencies and programs, and we urge your continued full support in the upcoming budget process. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Haley. Now we'll hear from Lou August from Wild Tech. I think Wild Tech is the provider of the recent, I'll say, load of iPads.
Well,
to our
yes.
seniors.
Thank you, Councilperson Bonds. It's such an honor to speak on this call. Thank you to the panel as well. Hopefully you all can hear me okay.
We can.
I'm actually
Go
talking
right
on
ahead.
Okay, great. I'm actually on my cell phone here. I'm with my colleague Bijan, who's with Project Empowerment. And as we speak here, we're refurbishing laptops that'll be gifted to seniors at the senior wellness centers, a project that we've been doing for the last 3 months. So first off, I want to thank you again for the opportunity to speak. If you all are not aware, WildTech is a digital equity nonprofit organization. We've been in DC since 2007. We've been working with DACL, though, since 2020 on the Senior Tech Connection Program. The goal of the program is to reduce isolation of DC's seniors and improve their lives through technology access, training, and support. Especially during the pandemic, social distancing through technology was literally life-saving. And today it's essential for everyday life, especially for homebound seniors. WildTech is a lead agency for that project, but the partnership is made possible through intensive work by the DACL team, by DC Public Library, Octo, Cyber Seniors, and a score of others. Since 2020, we've distributed 2,155 iPads, dozens and dozens of laptops to socially isolated seniors who did not own a computer, and had tens of thousands of attendances to our virtual training sessions, our face-to-face training sessions, had scores of senior service providers make presentations, and supported thousands on our help desk. In the first 5 months of this year alone, we had 2,800 attendances at our technical trainings, 2,391 attendances at our information sessions from senior service providers, including Cyber Seniors, the DC Department of Energy, Legal Counsel for the Elderly, Parkinson's Foundation, Capital Food Bank, Office of the Inspector General, and many more. We fielded hundreds of calls from seniors from our help desk, and we visited senior wellness centers, MARCA for returning citizens who are senior citizens, DC senior housing sites. We do this every Friday, providing free face-to-face training along with free laptop computers. DC seniors have really come to rely on these sessions. But at the same time, our budget from DACL has been cut by 97%. Yet because of the success of the program and the partnerships we've built, we've attracted many outside funders. Currently, 73% of our funding for the Senior Tech Connection Program now comes from outside sources, including the Washington Home, the Greater Washington Community Foundation, and others. Without that outside support, though, this program would have ended 2 years ago. We received an exceptional grant last year from the Washington Home Foundation. Unfortunately, it's unlikely that they will provide that level of funding this upcoming year. And even with that grant this year, WildTech's current engagement is unsustainable, as much of our staff time for this project is unfunded. So we are literally burning through our cash reserves right now, but we're so committed to the seniors who we've truly come to cherish and love for the people that they are. Please know that working with DACL staff has also been a pleasure for us. They're tireless, they're professionals, they're hard workers, yet they seem to be constantly facing with ever decreasing funding. At the same time, we've been in awe of DACL's wide range of services, from the wellness centers to their lead agencies to the amazing events that they hold for the seniors. And DC seniors deeply appreciate these services and have come to rely upon them in almost every way. Truly, what DACL has created for DC seniors is a model for all of America. I just hope and pray that you increase their funding to keep it all going. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. August. And I just want you to know I'm here with a large group of staffers from DACL, and they are so thrilled with your comments. I just have a couple of questions, very quick questions. You indicate that you're funded by DACL. You're funded by DACL for the supply of instruments that are used, or is it the technical service?
Yeah, we were originally funded for the devices for the 2,155 iPads, but that funding unfortunately ran out. So that 97% decrease in funding, a lot of that is because DACL's no longer providing any devices. The only direct support they're funding now is one part-time trainer. All the other products and services we provide are provided by outside sources. The laptops are being donated by WildTech because we so believe in what technology can do for seniors.
Okay, I just want to begin to look at the budget as we move into April and May. So thank you very much for that clarification.
And thank you for your participation in the call too. Really, seniors loved it.
Well, I am happy that our seniors want these pads, and when you say 155, I think you've heard today that we probably have a good 10,000 that participate in programs, and so do not be surprised if there will be more requests for the pads. So I hope you'll get more donations that you can then turn over to our senior population, along with the training, of course, so they know how to use it.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Kathy, is Kathy on? Yeah. All right, next we'll hear from Kathy Pointer, the Executive Director of the Kingdom Care Senior Village.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Chairperson Bonds and members of the committee. I realize, as they would say in my world, that it is getting late in the evening and the sun is going down, but I too thank you for this opportunity to testify this evening. My name is Kathy Pointer, as been said, Director of the Kingdom Care Senior Village in Ward 8. We are one, as has been said today, of the 13 villages that have been already mentioned several times. 8 years ago, our existence was made possible only by a grant from the then DC Office on Aging. At that time, the Office on Aging recognized the need for a village east of the river and released an RFA for an organization who would establish a village either in Ward 7 or Ward 8. We responded to that RFA, we received the award, and with the support of seniors in the ward and many community leaders, including Mr. Bobo, whom you heard from earlier today, we started our thrust to ensure that the Ward 8 village was strong and viable. We remain even more committed today to make sure that seniors in our area have access to a village. And to do so, our continued existence relies heavily on funding from DACL. We are grateful to Mayor Bowser, to you, Councilmember Bonds, to the City Council, and to Director Hines for continuing to invest in the village model, embracing it as part of the city's overall network and support system to provide services to seniors in the district. I appreciate and certainly have gained more appreciation today for the diversity of organizations in the city's senior services network that allows us all in some way to focus on one goal and one purpose, and that is to support the health, safety, wellness, and well-being of our seniors. With limited resources, one of the things that I take great pride in, that we as the Kingdom Care Senior Village take great pride in and value, is our network of partners who help us to support and service our members today. Those partners include DACL, which we've heard so much about today, the Capital Area Food Bank, DC Central Kitchen, Iona, East River, Goods for Goods, DC Greens, Families for Families, DCBC, the YWCA, and the 12 other villages, and so many others I cannot name at this moment. Through the services that we provide to our members and our partnerships with these many, many organizations, we've benefited from so many. We do our best to aid and assist our seniors to receive the services they need to age in place. That is, that we want them to stay in their homes and communities as long as reasonably possible. And we can do that with the number of support services they're able to get. As we've heard today, each senior service organization brings a unique offering to the table. And although maybe some similarities, the uniqueness is valuable to helping the city carry out its mission to serve our seniors. The village model certainly has its uniqueness. The personal and relational aspects of the village is unparalleled. Our availability to respond and support seniors after hours, weekends, and holidays is uncommon. And our ability to be nimble and turn on a dime to address emergency situations is unmatched. As with my peer villages, we've addressed so many needs. Just within the past month, we had a senior building that was out of heat. 9 o'clock at night, we're on the phone talking with seniors ready to deploy some of our volunteers with heaters. We had a situation with a senior with Metro Access, continued to send the wrong vehicle. She couldn't get in the vehicle with a rollator. We made the call to make sure that that didn't happen again. Seniors with no food will call. We're the ones going grocery shopping, delivering and putting food, not just in their house, but putting it up, making sure they're okay. We provide prepared meals for our seniors after they are released from the hospital or out of rehab for 2 weeks. We make sure they have prepared meals so that they can eat. We have a transportation fund, even with limited money. Metro Access is $4.50. Somebody said it earlier. Round trip, that's $9. 2 trips a day, that's 2 trips a week. That's $18. You look at that over a month, you're looking at about $72. That's a lot for some seniors who are living on $700 a month. At KCSB, not only do we support our members, but we receive calls from others for support for seniors across the city. Just yesterday, we received a call from a DACL case manager with a senior who's now blind in need of a volunteer to accompany him to a doctor's appointment. He has only one family member, and that member is in Pennsylvania. I'm working with her now to try to address this need. Even with a small budget, we have allocated resources to assist other seniors, not just our members, when we can. We're so thankful for the relationships that at times, Director Hines, at times I picked up the phone to call her staff, Angela, others, to help us, to direct us, that we might get resources to help seniors, not just our members, but seniors across this city. I want to use the final few minutes of my time today to share about the importance of the village model reaching into communities of color. Chairperson Bonds, thank you for your longstanding support. You asked me a question 2 years ago, if more villages are needed. That answer is still yes, across the city. This is the vision of the now DCBC, as Dr. Polk talked about earlier today, and Frank Fenimore related to as well. As relates to communities of color, we are the only village in Ward 8. As a 13-village collaborative, now DCBC, in 2022, we recognized the need to address this disparity and committed to doing something about it. With the funding the villages received from DACL, we allocated a portion to launch an outreach effort called Age in Place DC, partnered with houses of worship in various wards. And we started in 2022 with 7 churches. We provided 1,700 services provided to seniors and provided 89 referrals to DACL for further assistance support services. Some of those support services include those check-in calls, that transportation, groceries and shoppings and errands and light yard work, in-home support, vaccine clinics, lunch and learns, trips, wellness fairs, and other outings. In 2023, we received the same amount of funding, but we served 8 churches, serving 1,278 seniors, providing over 8,000 services. In 2024, thank you again, Director Hines. We appreciate the focus on what we needed to do, that we had 780 unduplicated seniors with a budget of $47,000, which is only $60.79 per senior. And in 2025, again, we are now serving 13 churches with a budget of about $69,900. So we are very appreciative. We're working in wards 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. And we appreciate it. Councilmember Bonds, this model shows us that villages can assist in our pursuit to serving seniors throughout the city. This model has shown us that we reach many with little. We can do much more with additional. We thank Director Hines again for the time she has invested in getting to know the villages and the support we provide to help DACL and the city meet the goal of supporting seniors across this city. Thank you again for your time today and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and I just have one question. Did I hear correctly, your estimate of it costing about $69 per person that is served through the senior process?
Yes, it was $60 and some change. I have it
Oh,
right here.
$60. Oh, that's
Yes,
even better.
ma'am. It was $60 and some change. We had 47.7 was our budget. And so it was $60.79. We served over 780 unduplicated seniors. And we did start tracking our data a little bit differently so we could report that to DACL.
Thank you very much. I'll want to follow up with you on that remarkable number. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Thank you all.
And thank you for your testimony. I will ask, are there any other public testifiers, witnesses that we may have missed? I know a few we missed early on. Are there any? First call? Second call? Third call, all right. We will now transition to our government witness, and we'll take about 5 minutes to get ourselves organized for that. Thank you. Now we will hear from the DACL, which is the affectionate terminology for the Department on Aging and Community Living. We're joined by Director Hines and her team, and we'll ask them if they'll raise their right hand and be sworn in. All right. Do you swear and affirm that your testimony and any statements that you make before us today to be truthful and complete? Yes. All right, thank you. And Ms. Hines, you can begin with your testimony. I think I usually read a few, superlatives about the organization, but I think everyone is very clear as to the work of the Department on Aging and Community Living. And I know it's late, but I'm also pressed to make sure that we go through our series of questions. So bear with us and we will bear with you and your team. So please go ahead and read your testimony.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Bonds, members of the Committee on Executive Administration and Labor, and committee staff. My name is Sharon P.W. Hines, and I'm the Director of the Department of Aging and Community Living. It is an honor to testify before you today on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser to share the agency's performance during fiscal year 2024 and our vision for the year ahead. Accompanying me today are Angela Richardson, DACL's Chief of Staff, and Melanie Johnson, DACL's Chief Program Officer. I want to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to Mayor Bowser for her steadfast leadership and service to our city seniors, adults with disabilities, and their caregivers. She remains committed to every resident having the resources and support necessary to thrive, shaping our work at DACL. And I am grateful to be part of an administration that prioritizes the needs of our oldest residents. I also want to extend my appreciation to the incredible team at the Department of Aging and Community Living and our Senior Service Network. Their dedicated efforts provide our seniors with the highest level of care and support every day. And for that, I am thankful. And of course, I must recognize the seniors of the District of Columbia. They are the foundation of our communities, and their voices, experiences, and advocacy drive the work that we do. At DACL, we often say, for without the seniors, there is no us. It is because of them that we continue to push forward, ensuring they can age with dignity, independence, and joy. The mission of the Department of Aging and Community Living is to advocate, plan, implement, and monitor programs in health, education, and social services for the elderly, to promote longevity, independence, dignity, and choice for aged district residents with disabilities regardless of age, and as well as our caregivers, to ensure the rights of older adults and their families and prevent their abuse, neglect, and exploitation, to uphold the core values of service excellence, respect, compassion, integrity, and accountability, and to lead efforts to strengthen service delivery and capacity by engaging community stakeholders and partners to effectively leverage resources. As I entered my second year as director, I reflected on three core areas that have defined our agency's progress: strengthening relationships with our sister agencies, streamlining resources to enhance efficiency and customer satisfaction, improving the overall well-being of our seniors so they are empowered to live boldly in the District of Columbia. One of the most significant ways we have maximized our impact is through deepening our partnerships with sister agencies. The responsibility of caring for our city's older adults is not DACL's alone. It is a shared priority across government. Through our work with DC Fire and Emergency Medical Services, seniors have received critical fire safety education and emergency response support, reducing risk in their homes. Our collaboration with the Department of Disability Services and the DC Developmental Disabilities Council has streamlined the resources available to residents with disabilities, providing the care and support they need. As a member of the DC Developmental Disabilities Council, I am further building my capacity in this space, recently participating in our annual retreat to learn new ways to provide greater support for adults with disabilities in the district. With the Department of General Services, we have addressed maintenance and work order concerns across our wellness centers, creating safer and more welcoming spaces for seniors to gather, connect, and engage. Our partnership with the Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency has allowed us to better respond to emergency situations involving seniors, delivering timely assistance during crises. Additionally, Serve DC has worked alongside us to mobilize volunteers who provide direct assistance to seniors, including the most recent Snow Heroes activation that hopefully we will not activate until 2029. The Snow Heroes activation partnership with Serve DC helped clear pathways for hundreds of seniors during the most recent winter snow emergency. Our collaboration with the Department of Housing and Community Development has expanded support for older adults through the Single-Family Residential Rehab Program, which helps senior homeowners in the district repair their homes, including roof replacements and accessibility modifications. Furthermore, DHCD's Heirs Property Assistance Program assists seniors and their families in maintaining their homes, ensuring their legacies remain within families for future generations. Lastly, our partnership with the DC Housing Authority has allowed us to meet the needs of older adults residing in DCHA properties, making sure they have access to nutritious meals and supportive services that enhance their quality of life. Our longstanding partnership with the Department of Parks and Recreation remains a cornerstone of our efforts to combat social isolation among seniors. Together, we have expanded DACL dining programs at recreation centers across the city, ensuring older adults have access to nutritious meals and welcoming social environments. Additionally, we continue to collaborate on citywide events like Senior Fest and our newest event, Red, White, and You, bringing together thousands of seniors for meaningful engagement and celebration. As we continue to prioritize streamlining resources, we have made strategic changes to improve efficiency and service delivery. We have integrated the Medicaid Enrollment Service Unit under the Clinical Services Officer cluster. This will allow us to enhance coordination and maintain continuity of care for seniors, adults with disabilities, and their caregivers. This alignment allows us to better navigate Medicaid-related challenges and provide more seamless support. Moreover, we have brought our heavy house cleaning program in-house under the Clinical Services Office cluster to better serve seniors experiencing hoarding situations. This transition has expanded our budget and capacity, allowing us to address more complex needs while ensuring greater oversight and efficiency. In addition to the cleaning service, we collaborate with the Department of Behavioral Health to connect individuals with ongoing mental health resources. Furthermore, we have restructured our lead agencies to improve service delivery across all 8 wards. Iona Senior Services now serves as the lead agency for Ward 4, in addition to Ward 2 and Ward 3, while East River Family Strengthening Collaborative has taken on Ward 1, continuing to serve Ward 7 and Ward 8. Seabury Resources for Aging remains the lead agency for Ward 5 and Ward 6. My team and I meet regularly with our lead agency directors to ensure that efficiency, effectiveness, and high-quality service remain at the core of their work. Nutrition remains one of the most pressing concerns for older adults, and we are committed to continuously enhancing our programs to meet this fundamental need. Our food programs remain a critical resource for our seniors, and in fiscal year 2024, we came closer than ever to serving 1 million meals. Through our various nutrition programs, DACL provided just under 930,000 meals to seniors across the district, providing access to nutritious and culturally relevant food. The introduction of a new DC-based food vendor, Ocean Pro, brought increased satisfaction among seniors, complementing our existing partnership with Dutch Mill. Now, seniors in all 8 wards are receiving high-quality, nutritious meals that support their overall health and well-being. In partnership with DC Health, for more than 7 years, DACL has continued to support the feeding of over 5,700 seniors through the Grocery Plus program. Nutrition remains one of the most pressing concerns for older adults, and we are committed to continuously enhancing our program to meet this fundamental need. Beyond nutrition, our efforts to enhance the well-being of seniors have extended to specialized programs that address memory loss and caregiving support. In FY24, we provided essential services to just under 2,000 seniors and their caregivers navigating the challenges of Alzheimer's disease and related dementia. Our citywide money management program assists older adults with cognitive impairments and managing their bills, promoting financial stability, and reducing the risk of exploitation. Our dementia navigators provide hands-on support, connecting families with critical resources and offering guidance on managing behavioral symptoms. Additionally, our caregiver support programs offer vital respite and wellness activities, including meditation sessions that promote caregiver resilience. Club Memory, a stigma-free space for those in the early stages of dementia and their caregivers, continues to foster community and connection, hosted at senior wellness centers and faith-based organizations throughout the district. As part of our efforts to expand these vital services, we are in the final stages of recruiting a dementia coordinator to enhance support for individuals with dementia and their caregivers. DACL's commitment to engagement and outreach remains stronger than ever. In FY24, we hosted close to 300 community events, a nearly 6% increase from FY23, reaching close to 70,000 residents across the city. These events provide valuable opportunities to hear directly from seniors about their needs and concerns, allowing us to tailor our services accordingly. Our network of more than 20 senior ambassadors plays a crucial role in disseminating information about our programs, making certain that resources reach seniors in every ward. Additionally, our Adult Protective Services Division continues to be a lifeline for vulnerable older adults experiencing abuse, neglect, or financial exploitation. In FY24, APS received over 2,200 referrals, a 4% increase from FY23, and conducted nearly 1,200 investigations, providing timely intervention for those at risk. Our expanded outreach efforts have included National Scam Awareness Day roundtables in all 8 wards in partnership with the Metropolitan Police Department, equipping seniors with the knowledge to protect themselves from financial fraud. Elder abuse prevention also remained a focal point at Mayor Bowser's 13th Annual Senior Symposium, where seniors received critical information on recognizing and reporting abuse. The Safe at Home program, Mayor Bowser's signature initiative for seniors, continues to be a transformative force in helping older adults live and thrive in the communities they know and love. In FY24, the program served over 800 residents, providing in-home modifications such as grab bars, handrails, bathtub cutouts, and stair lifts. Since its inception, Safe at Home has contributed to over 7,300 households safer, allowing seniors to remain in their homes with dignity and independence. Madam Chair, as you can see, the work we do at DACL is deeply rooted in the belief that every senior in the district should have the opportunity to age with security, support, and respect. Our accomplishments in FY24 reflect our steadfast dedication to this mission, but we know there is always, as we heard today, more to do. As we look ahead to FY25, we remain laser focused on strengthening partnerships, enhancing service delivery, and making sure that all seniors in the district have the resource and access to those resources to live boldly. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. The team and I are here and welcome any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I do have a few questions. Let's talk a minute about the Safe at Home program, which is, I'd like to say, world-class in that so many seniors have told me how they benefit from it. And I know you hear many, many additional stories almost weekly. I wanted to know, what is the protocol for this program? And what I am asking is, what happens when a individual contacts DACL to say, I need some help with mobility in my residence?
Thank you for that question. Our grantee Home Care Partners is our partner with the Safe at Home program. And so whether seniors call Home Care Partners directly or they reach out to DACL directly, there is an assessment that's completed to see if the senior is eligible. That involves an occupational therapist coming to do an on-site assessment in the senior's home to talk to them about their healthcare needs. And then there's a care plan that's put in place. We also look at their income eligibility to see how much they qualify for. And then again, going back to the care plan, is determine what type of modifications they need in their home.
All right, and so when we talk about, when you mention the, an assessment is completed by Home Care Partners, is that who does the assessment?
Yes, they do.
Okay. All right, and so they're under contract to do this work, correct?
Yes, they are a grantee partner. So they receive grant funding from the Department of Aging and Community Living for the Safe at Home program. Once a senior is approved to receive modifications, and then we have a contractor that comes in to do the work, so to speak. So whether that's taking the measurements and installing the chairlift. In many cases, a lot of our seniors also receive standing recliners as a part of the Safe at Home program. They may receive furniture risers because, as we know, oftentimes furniture may be a little lower. And so the furniture risers allow them not to have to sit so low, whether it's chairs at their table or their sofas.
All right, and so how are the contractors selected?
Home Care Partners manages that.
They manage the whole package?
Yes.
Of Safe at Home now?
Correct. On behalf of Department of Aging.
All right, and what is the value of that grant, which includes everything?
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
In FY24, the value of that grant is $4.4 million.
4.4 mil, okay. And I think you mentioned it's like at least 3 parts. The evaluation, the application evaluation, then there is the selection of a contractor or
Yes.
assigning a contractor, I guess.
Yes, there's one vendor that Home Care Partner works with.
One vendor.
Yes.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then the work happens. How
Yes.
long does the work usually take? Do you have any metrics on?
It can take, and this is based on a very recent conversation with a senior, it could average up to about 10 months, depending on what is needed, when application is made to the program. As you indicated, and I've testified about this before, Safe at Home is a very popular program. And so I do want to take this opportunity to kind of manage expectations while we're having this conversation. It's not as simple as you call tomorrow and then you have someone show up on Monday. It's not exactly that fast because one, It is a thorough process involving, as I said, an occupational therapist coming to meet with the senior. There's mobility observations. And so where the seniors may ask for one piece of equipment or furniture, so to speak, as a result of the occupational therapist conducting the in-home assessment, they may make additional recommendations to the seniors. So some may end up doing a chair lift. They may do it. Some seniors have done a chair lift going upstairs. Some may do one for their basement if their laundry is there. But we work as fast as possible. We also know we sometimes encounter some supply chain issues, which may cause a little longer time to complete the project.
All right, well, thank you for that.
And Ms. Johnson would just like to add
Okay,
something
Ms.
else.
Johnson, go right ahead. All right.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to offer some points of clarity. So the 10-month time frame is going to include the time that a interested DC resident reaches out to the Department of Aging or Community Living, as well as or to the contractor itself, home care partners specifically. So reaching out to either of those two places, the time that they express interest to the time that their job is completed is about that time frame that the director mentioned, the 10 months. However, the project completion time, it really depends on what the client's needs are. And the longest project completion time we've had once a contractor was assigned was about 59 days.
All right. And so for FY '24, the value of the grant, 4.4 mil, how many cases were we able to accomplish with that budget and that timeline?
So FY '24, there were 801 projects completed.
801?
Yes.
I can't do the math fast, but what's the average of per project?
So there is a up to $6,000 limit per project. So each project varies depending on what the client needs are.
Okay. Thank you very much on that. Let me ask you about the, I'm looking at your testimony. So, I like to understand exactly what we are being presented with. As it relates to the FY '24 referrals, the 2,200 from the Adult Protective Services received, and you said it's an increase. I wondered, and then you conducted 1,200 investigations. So does that tell us what happened to, well, tell us what happened to the other 1,000 that were referrals?
And Councilmember, thank you for that question. I've invited Joan Williams to the table, who is the Clinical Services Officer at DACL. And under her purview is the Adult Protective Services Unit.
All right, go right ahead.
Hi there, thank
How
you.
are you doing?
So once a report comes into APS, it enters a review process, which goes to a team of supervisors on a daily basis. It's called a red team meeting. So that's review, evaluate, and decide. And so the supervisors look at every single report and determine whether it falls under our purview. So if it meets the criteria for self-neglect, financial abuse, neglect by a caregiver, physical abuse, emotional abuse, something in that line. If it is, it's screened in and an investigator is assigned. If it does not meet that criteria, it is screened out and referred to likely one of our sister agencies. Some of those things might include, if it's extremely emergent, MPD. If it's something to do with a provider or maybe a report regarding a long-term care agency, we would work with our partners at Department of Healthcare Finance. And so we work with our referral partners for those things that are screened out.
All right, so what would be some examples of why a referral would go to MPD?
So if somebody sometimes we receive calls of imminent emergency. So somebody's in the home and being attacked or feels immediately threatened or at risk. And we would make sure that MPD is looped into those things so that there's immediate response as opposed to a social work investigator going to the home.
All right, thank you very much. I was very curious about that. I have a lot of questions about the dementia program and your involvement with that. When we talk about how do you fund dementia programs? Is it done through a grant process or a contract?
It is done through the enhancement that the council provided, the ADRD enhancement. In addition, two of our grantees, Iona Senior Services and Genevieve and Johnson Adult Day Program, they receive grant funding from DACL as well that funds their Alzheimer's program. And in the case of Genevieve and Johnson, it's their Caregiver Support Lounge.
Okay, want to make sure I understand that. And you mentioned you're going to put in place a dementia coordinator.
Yes.
Okay, how are we going to fund that? I'm asking these questions in
yes.
advance, so I understand
Yes.
when April comes, what we've got to do.
Yes,
Okay.
the dementia care coordinator is funded by FTE that I had available at DACL.
Okay.
So we anticipate that being a permanent position. It is not a position that's considered a one-time enhancement. In the previous fiscal year, we had an opportunity to meet with the Alzheimer's Association. A team of us also attended the U.S. Aging Conference in 2024 and had an opportunity to network and liaise with national organizations as well as our regional partners who provide dementia care services. And so having those opportunities allowed us to create this position. We knew that there was a need. But the goal that we see in the dementia care navigator will work very closely in the clinical services cluster because one of our supervisory social workers is a certified dementia care navigator already. And so what we are looking forward to in this position is being able to collaborate with our grantees who are doing this work on a macro level as well as a micro level, and then working with our sister agencies that have components of dementia care that they're providing to residents too.
All right, so in FY '24, how many requests did DACL receive from individuals that were concerned about dementia, as an example? I don't know how to really put that, but individuals who say, I'm losing my memory. In other words, how do you track? How do we come to the conclusion of the need that we have as it relates to dementia?
I
Are the
would say
questions to you at the agency, or is it a accumulation of ideas and thoughts and information from the, let's say, Alzheimer's?
It is all of
Active
the
community.
above. Council members, all of the
That's what I
above.
thought.
It is a culminating amount of feedback from our senior service network. So our grantees who are very close to the work. I think about our senior wellness center directors. We hold a monthly project directors meeting. And so when I'm doing check-ins to see how we can support in addition to the grant funding that they already receive. And we've actually seen an increase of family members, loved ones coming to the senior wellness centers and literally may have a relative in the car and will say, I need some help. I'm trying to figure out how to best support, it could be my aunt, it could be my uncle, it could be a parent, it could be a grandparent. We're starting to see some memory loss and we're trying to find some activities to help. And so as a result of that, we decided that it was time for us to add a staff person in place to help us coordinate where the resources are within DACL, within the government, but also on the nonprofit CBO side.
All right, and so does DACL track that information? In other words, would you be able to tell me that in 24, FY 24, you received 2,000 such
I can follow up
inquiries?
with
That's what I
you in our
really
post
would
hearing
like to
follow up
know.
around that
Yeah,
data.
I'd like for us to be able to make the case for any service that we think is critical. I think that's important. So,
Okay, go ahead.
Just to add to that, in FY 24, approximately 1,759 seniors received services under the ADRD programming. And I did want to also add, in terms of our grantees that are receiving funding under ADRD, in addition to Iona Senior Services and Genevieve and Johnson, Sibley Senior Association, through their Club Memory Program, receives funding from DACL as well.
I'm glad we have continued that. I remember the day they spoke to me about it decade ago, but thank you very much for that. We have been joined by colleague Councilmember Louis George, and I do not want to keep her from a little one that's critical to the future. So there you are,
Thank you.
Councilwoman.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Director Hines, and the Department of Aging Community Living for all the amazing work you all do to serve our seniors. Our Ward 4 seniors are certainly appreciative of how you show up, the way you show up, and how consistently you show up for them. I want to take a moment to give a special thanks to Alice Thomas, who retired from DACL, for her many years of service with DACL and Ward 4. Alice, I hope you are enjoying your retirement. And I know that the agency is going to miss a gem that is Alice Thomas, but I want to publicly thank her for her service serving Ward 4 for DACL. I also want to thank Hattie Homes Director Teresa Moore, who also does a phenomenal job serving our Ward 4 seniors, and of course, our mini Commissioner on Aging for their advocacy. I only have a few questions. First is, we keep having changes in service providers in Ward 4. And so in 21, 23, we had Terrific Inc. And then after Terrific, last year we had Genevieve Johnson. And then this year we have Iona. I just want to understand sort of why we keep having the change in service providers, given sort of the consistency we want for our seniors, and what factors are you considering when changing service providers?
Thank you for that question,
Yeah.
Councilmember Louis George. And first, let me say that it is always a priority to make sure that we're delivering on behalf of all of our seniors in all 8 wards. You know, I'm a Ward 4 resident as well, daily. And upon my arrival, one of the tasks that the team presented me with is the fact that we had not recompeted our lead agency grant in about 10 years. And so, you know, I was able to share with them some community leadership history timeline. For me, I was in one of my terms as president of Lamont Riggs Citizens Association when that 10-year period initiated.
Yeah.
And so we did an RFA process.
Okay.
And so for FY 20, was it 23, 24? When we did the RFA process, it was based on applicants. And so at the time, when the RFA closed, we did not have any applicants for lead agency for Ward 4. The applicants that had come in, the applications that had come in, did not meet the standard.
Okay.
And so I reached out to Genevieve and Johnson to see if they were interested in applying to be the lead agency, because they were already providing work in Ward 4 in the aging space to seniors.
sure.
And so they submitted an application. And so they served as the lead agency in Ward 4 for 1 year. It was an opportunity for them to grow because they have been as a DACL partner for a few decades now with their adult senior program. And so we knew that was going to be a 1-year commitment.
Oh, okay.
And so that then moving forward, we knew we were going to have a void for Ward 4. And so I reached out to all of our active lead agency partners, Seabury, East River, Iona, to talk to them about the opportunity to
Yeah.
add a ward. And Iona said yes.
Okay. And so, and thank you for the work that you did to get us a lead provider.
And let me just
Will
add,
you all recompete, or how long will
yes,
Iona
so,
be?
the RFA process is a little tedious. And
Yes.
so it is my expectation that the lead agency partners we have in place will be around for a few more fiscal years at least. But one thing I wanted to add is during this process, I did maintain communication with our seniors, visiting the senior wellness centers to keep them abreast of where we were in the engagement process. And then once we made decisions about lead agency organizations, I visited with the team to the senior wellness centers so we could bring the new lead agency to them to meet them, and they could ask their questions about what would remain the same, what would change.
Right. Okay. I appreciate your work there. And so it sounds like we will have some consistency with Iona, at least for this fiscal year and maybe next.
A little beyond, yes.
Or a little
I don't
beyond
want
that.
you to, I see it as a long-term commitment.
Okay.
Okay,
Great.
across the board for all of our lead agencies.
Wonderful. I wanted to ask about Hattie Holmes as well. Mary Center was doing, I thought, a great job at managing at Hattie Holmes, and now it's switched to Howard University.
Yes.
Another wonderful change for us here in Ward 4.
Thank you for framing it that way, a wonderful change. And
So
I'll go ahead and let you know.
So what
Mary-
happened there?
So Mary Center informed me that they were no longer able to maintain the grant, which is outlined in our grants policy manual. You have to provide 60 days notification to DACL if you are no longer able to maintain your grant commitment. We had a very short runway. That just happened a few months ago when you think about it. Because January and the new year is when we started with new operators and managers. So for Hattie Holmes Senior Wellness Center, they're now operated and managed by Howard University. And so again, it was important that I provided communication and engagement directly from me to the seniors. And so I kind of went on a road show where I went to Hattie Holmes in Ward 1. We had a change as well because Mary Center operated and managed Bernice Fontenot. And so East River Family Strengthening Collaborative is the operator and manager now for Bernice Fontenot. What was also important is that Mary Center joined me in those community conversations so that they could talk to the seniors and answer their questions as well. The major change is that Mary Center is not the operator manager. Partnerships that were in place from Mary Center, as far as seniors who still go to Mary Center for some of their medical and health needs, that did not change. That's not connected to the DACL Grant 1. And so I've been back to both centers, just kind of checking in and seeing how that transition has been going. Our programs and grants program manager, Jermaine Dillon, led this transition, had daily calls with Mary Center as we were closing down the grant, also engaging with bringing on Howard University, who already manages and operates Hayes Senior Wellness Center in Ward 6. And then East River Family Strengthening Collaborative already operated and managed Ward 7 Senior Wellness Center, Washington Senior Wellness Center, and they had Congress Heights Senior Wellness Center. With the short runway and notice that we had with Mary Center, it was important for me to make sure that we identify one of our grantees who had experience operating and managing a senior wellness center, because with 60 days, that was not a lot of time.
Yeah.
And so I will say it was a great opportunity to really roll up the sleeves again, which I do frequently alongside the team. To be collaborative and strategic about making sure we had continuity of services for the seniors.
Yes, great. Thank you for that. So I think for us in Ward 4, when seniors going to meet with change and change happens, people are only like, why the change?
Yes.
And I know you all are maintaining that level of service, which I really appreciate. And I always say change can be difficult, but your outreach to them and actually delivering it yourself, I think goes a long way and has gone a long way.
Thank you.
So I'm happy to communicate further that piece. My last thing is Hattie Holmes again. Facilities, as you know, I'm the DGS chair. We have some sort of, when I went there the other day, there was some work orders that were outstanding, like a door broken, there's only one working sink in the bathroom.
I'm
at
happy
Hattie
to
Holmes.
report the sinks were repaired today.
Look at God. Okay.
DGS,
And-
yes, DGS was on site yesterday with DACL facilities and today. So while I've been here today, I got the report that all the sinks are working in the women's restroom, and I did update Mrs. Lumpkins.
Okay, wonderful. What I was gonna ask is about facilities work orders. It seems like they don't know the work order. Like when they reported it to me, I was like, do y'all have a work order? And they were like, no, DACL has the work order. Who is the facilities person from DACL who does Hattie Homes, so that in the future I can just email them and say, hey, is there a work order for this?
Yes. Understood. So we have two facility specialists at DACL, but in this case, if you email me, that would be best. The system that we currently have in place is that our senior wellness center directors will email the two facility specialists at DACL with whatever work order issue concern is. We send that to DGS. I have an overdue call with Director Hunter because I really want to explore with him a new model that we can put in place that will address work orders more quickly. And I'm going to base this on my time as a school leader in central office at DC Public Schools as well, just so we can have a more efficient process on both ends, so that everybody is aware of what the work order is.
Yes.
And it's not oh, I sent it. Oh, no, I didn't send it. So I want to put a little bit more structure around that alongside Director Hunter. So we just kind of missed each other because my hearing was today and I was getting ready and prepped.
Right. Well, as facilities chair, I'm, want to be of support and help with any sort of program, facilities changes with work orders. The more we improve, the better we can be. So thank you for that.
And thank you for that
Last thing is
support.
I appreciate our villages because I'm heading out. I appreciate our villages. Hope they stay funded in the upcoming budget as well. We continue to fund our transportation and meet those transportation needs for our seniors as well. Oh, can I ask this one last thing?
Yes.
Agency relationships, this is important for me to have on the record. So you're speaking to the public when you speak. There is some confusion that council members determine whether bike lanes and DDOT changes come from the council member. And I want to be clear that DDOT is an agency within the executive that makes decisions. But I do want to ask, because what seniors are really saying to us is they don't feel like they're being heard. So I'm just curious if when DDOT is making these changes, whether they come to you as the Department of Aging Community Living and say, whether they ask you sort of or give you input on some of the traffic changes that are made. Because I think what seniors wanted to be heard, and there's a confusion whether me hearing it versus someone else hearing it will make a difference in those traffic safety changes. So I just want to see what your relationship with DDOT is in advocating for seniors.
DDOT has an ex officio role on our Commission on Aging. There is, if not one, it may be two DDOT staff members that participate on the monthly meetings where they provide updates around transportation changes. What I will say is all of us, collectively on both sides of the executive or the legislative, we can all become thought partners around how we can enhance and increase community engagement. Councilmember Bonds and I were here last night for my pre-hearing check-in meeting, and I think we both walked away knowing that working together as a team, collaboratively, particularly when it comes to seniors, because most of us in the room are native Washingtonians. It's been a lot of change, especially when we think about infrastructure and roadways. But it's always a conversation. And so I do have conversations with Director Kirschbaum. And I'll put on the record that we talked very intently about South Dakota Avenue because I had heard the feedback from the seniors, gave her some guidance on, when you're going out to the community meetings, have visuals, get feedback from the seniors so that they can understand the need for the change, or is there a need for a change? And what I'm learning in my role as the DACL director as well is having that historical knowledge of what type of roadways used to be in place and what may have worked, what may not have worked. It's still relevant. It's still relevant. And so, as you know, I get to the Ward 4 mini commission meetings as often as I can, but I always have staff there to represent me from our external affairs communications team. They're there to engage, share that information, but also to be present so that they're engaging with the seniors as well and bringing back concerns to keep on the table. So the commitment I will make to you and to the seniors and residents of the District of Columbia is to make sure we're kind of keeping that senior lens and focus in mind when it comes to DDOT roadway changes, whether it's a bike lane, whether it's a curb cut, whether it's, the residential parking piece, whether it's when you need a handicap, reserve parking. And Councilmember Bonds, we've talked about this too, like building a relationship with your neighbors. So let's say if you didn't get approved for your handicap parking space, but you have off-street parking in the back, but you may not be comfortable using it because of the lighting and it's in the back, kind of swapping out with your neighbor. Like you park in your neighbor's spot and then let your neighbor park in your spot behind the house. So thank you for that feedback.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much for your input and glaring attention to some of these issues. I would love for us to give more attention to DDOT issues because we've been hearing it for the last 7 or 8 years, issues about DDOT. So I'm hoping that your conversations with DDOT pay off. For many, 5, 6, 7 years is a long time. For many, they're not here any longer to even see what the outcome would be. And so we have to work, I think, a little faster to get some resolutions for our senior population.
Duly noted.
All right, well, before I move to asking my questions, I will acknowledge Councilmember Matt Fruman from Ward 3. I'm sure he's here because he has some thoughts that he wants to share.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman Bonds. And thank you very much to the DACL team for the great work that you're doing. I've been listening for much of the day, but have not had the opportunity. Thank you for your iron performance here for this long day. One of the things I want to start with is something that Councilmember Louis George raised, which is I want to associate myself with all of the testimony today in support of the villages. They play such an important role, and I think we're all hoping that they will be funded at least at the level that we ended up funding them last year. A piece of that is a thing that I think that in your pre-hearing questions you take pride in, which is standing up a new village and new villages in all parts of the city. And I think we're getting there. And the way in which the village community is collaborating in support of expanding the model, I think is a thing we should be encouraging in the budget. So I'm hoping that we'll see that come April.
Noted. I shared with Councilmember Bonds last night that I had the opportunity to see a college friend I hadn't seen in years who just moved to DC. And, we're kind of like, what have you, she knew what I had been up to. And when I tell you why, you're gonna be like, see, she is a volunteer with East Rock Creek Village. And I mean, I was so excited when she told me that. And, just sharing some of the testimony we heard today, excuse me, as a village volunteer, she's had the opportunity to take seniors to the grocery store, accompany them to a doctor's appointment. And at some point this week, she was telling me she was going over to, change some batteries in a smoke alarm for one of the seniors. But she said it's such like rewarding work as a volunteer. And she said, I want to kind of start recruiting more volunteers in my neighborhood. And I said, go for it. I said, you have no idea how happy this makes me feel. I said, I have my performance oversight hearing in the next week. I said, and so I'll have an opportunity to talk about it. And so if you're watching, I just gave you your volunteer for the villages shout out.
No, and it's that multiplier effect because the person who gets the services benefits, but the person who gives the services benefits, and then they spread the word and you build community. So it's such a great model, and let's do all we can to support it. One of the things that sometimes I hear about and maybe help me understand is on the connector card, which is a great thing, that there are challenges in meeting all of the demand for the connector card. Is that the case? Where do we stand in terms of being able to meet all of the demand?
You know, when I think about accomplishments and challenges, a challenge has been not having enough money for the connector card. Right? We get a certain amount of money that we have to budget for. But we also, as a team, we looked at how can we maximize participation? And we realized that up until this fiscal year, seniors could self-attest their monthly income. So we had to make a hard decision to look across all of our programs and look at income eligibility and kind of put some consistent parameters in place so that, you know, one program wasn't self-attest, another program you had to, you know, bring, you know, your life's binder, but to streamline this process as much as possible. And so the connector card was one of our first programs that we had to look at. And so we had to utilize our eligibility, our income eligibility criteria we're using for our other programs. Was it painful? Yes. But as we talked to seniors, they understood. We had a lot of seniors who kind of were just, they had the connector card because they could get it. And then they would, you know, just accrue their monthly allotment and then forget like, oh, I forgot I had signed up for that. Oh, I don't need it. So it took us with our partner, which is our grantee Yellow Cab, to make calls to seniors. We also did multiple communications because I'm big on that, particularly for our senior community, making sure that we're sending a letter through the mail, as well as making a call, as well as sending the letter via email, asking seniors to provide their income eligibility information. Some seniors have let us know that they never got the letter, so then we had to kind of go back and do the paper trail. Connector Card is a very popular program because who wouldn't want to receive an opportunity to get up to $100 to use, you know, with a rideshare company, with WMATA. But we do have to manage the expectation of what our budget kind of restraints are, how many seniors we're actually able to serve. And so as a result of going through the new income eligibility process, we're probably going to be able to move about 100 or so seniors from off the waiting list into the program. So that's in progress right now.
So how long, two simple questions, I hope, is what's the income eligibility level and how many people are still on the wait list?
I'm going to turn that over to Ms. Johnson from my team. She's our Chief Program Officer. So programs and grants is in her portfolio.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Director. So right now, the wait list is upwards of 600 people. Those 100 or so people that the director mentioned have already been contacted and asked to submit their income eligibility to begin getting their cards.
Right, and then the income eligibility level, is there a dollar amount of monthly income?
So we're using the federal income, the poverty level requirements. And so it's the same as a lot of other district programs. Our senior nutrition program uses the same limits. To the director's point about streamlining all of our eligibility requirements. So it's remaining the same. And seniors can turn in their income eligibility in person. They can fax, they can email, they can even text.
I mean, is it 100% of the poverty level or a higher percentage of the poverty level?
I'm getting that confirmed right now. I don't
Okay,
want to
great.
misquote on.
All right, let me
Yes.
move to a couple of other topics. And one, again, editorializing in a positive way, and the work in the Alzheimer's dementia care world. I think that we've actually made a lot of progress. You've made a lot of progress. Some of the other agencies have made a lot of progress. And I really want to applaud you. And I heard in your testimony that a dementia coordinator is coming on stream. I think that was the thing that we talked about last year in the budget process as a goal for us to be able to do. And I think you felt like you were going to be able to do it with the funds that you had. So thank you for delivering on that. So I'll leave that as positive editorializing.
You're welcome. Thank you for that, Councilmember Freeman.
Another topic that we talk about over time is the Ward 2, Ward 3 Senior Wellness Center project, which appears to have had another delay. And I take it that the goal now is by the end of the fiscal year, there will be some sort of a report on where we go with that. So now I'm, in candor, when I read end of the fiscal year, I think I'm looking for this in September of this coming year, and maybe it'll be sooner than that. But can you tell me what the shape of that report is? Do you think that that's a report that says we think a senior wellness center should go at this site in Ward 3 and this site in Ward 2? Or is it we think the senior wellness center should go in more general than that? Square footage requirements?
It's
What should I
all of
look
the
for?
above, Councilmember Freeman. It's a culmination of everything you just said. So one, I do want to acknowledge our task force members that comprise the Ward 2 and Ward 3 Future Senior Wellness Center Task Force. Angela Richardson, Chief of Staff for DACL, the outreach and engagement for the task force in her portfolio. So I'm going to allow her to provide an update to you.
Thank you, Director Hines. Councilmember Freeman, to answer your question, we have had some delays with procurement process, but we are working very hard with our contractor who is not on board to get this feasibility study in sooner than September 30th, which is the end of the fiscal year. And to answer your question, as well as to the director's point, it will be a combination of both. We are looking at a multi-pronged approach in terms of what's included in the report. So the report will include not only should it be at this specific site, right? But also in which areas that best serve the seniors in Ward 2 and in Ward 3. Our task force members have been very engaged with us with providing that information. For example, Karen Zuckerstein, who testified earlier today, who's also a commissioner on our Commission on Aging, has been very involved in letting us know where the best site is as it pertains to where metro lines are, where there's the most concentrated seniors, particularly in Ward 3. So we are going to be looking at it from all fronts to ensure that we can share what is the best location or locations for a site to be feasible in.
All right, well, I think that my time is up. I think yes, do you have something you wanted to add?
I just wanted to go back to your question. It's a sliding scale, which explains there is no percentage or dollar amount. There is a range of an up to amount for each person in a household, an up to income limit. So we have the charts available. We can send those to you. But it's broken down and there's a max income amount for the household size.
All right, well, please do send it to me. I mean, I think the idea of a program that's oversubscribed and that is a support, I agree with the idea that it should be targeted to the people who have the greatest needs. You hear over and over again, though, that transportation, and I'll get to it in my next round, nutrition and transportation are two enormous needs for seniors. And so the more we can do for as many seniors as possible, the better. But if there's a limit to what we can do, targeting it to the people with the greatest needs obviously makes sense. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilman. I wanted to follow up on Councilman Fruman's point about the eligibility. I think it's time that if you would send to the committee eligibility for any of your programs that have qualifying income requirements. for any and all of them so that we can have an opportunity to look them over, because this is back to some of the points that were made today by the public witnesses. Their desire to have one application that says you qualify for these kinds of things, as opposed to each time there is a need, there is another qualifying approach. So I'd like to take a look at all of those. So can we get that
Noted.
within the next, can we get it in the next week, or is that possible? All right, next week we'll see it by next Friday.
Thank you for
Thank
that
you.
rapid deadline.
Thank you. You didn't need 3 weeks, right? No.
No, it'd have been
Yeah,
nice to
3
say
weeks.
2 weeks and you get it next Friday,
All
but
right,
you know.
thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, thank you. I wanted to go back to this area of lead agencies and the services across the 8 wards. When we look at the lead agencies, how does their work really differ from what we have seen many examples of as the work of the villages? How more intense is the lead agencies? And I ask, Madam Director, because we heard today, and I'm going to jump on this, that $60 and some change can service an individual through the villages. And I am very sure if a lead agency is doing some of the same activities, it probably is much more costly. I'm trying to understand the why and how do we put the apples and the oranges together to make the fruit salad, that particularly in this time frame when where our dollars have to go further.
So let me say this first. Lead agencies and villages are vital partners to the work of program and services that we deliver to the district seniors. So as I talk about, without the seniors, there is no us. Without the senior service network, there is no DACL. As an agency, you know, we're grateful that DACL will turn 50, is 50 years old this year. We get our AARP card. But in order for us to be able to reach the over 100,000 seniors across all 8 wards of the district, we need the support and leadership programs and services of our lead agencies, because they are the anchors for the work that happens in every ward of the district. They have the larger footprint. Now, our villages, it's almost like a tree, right? The trunk and the base is DACL. The branches are the lead agencies. The leaves are the villages. Because all of us have a culminating bunch of resources to provide. Now, as I said to you last night, when in doubt, when you need something, when you need to get connected to a program and service, call us at DACL. Call us at 202-724-5626 and let us help you navigate in which direction you need to go into. Our villages have the neighbor helping neighbor model, okay? They're in our neighborhoods. So are our lead agencies. But the work of the lead agencies, you know, they are our anchors for our community dining sites. They're making sure that our seniors are getting fed a hot, nutritious meal Monday through Friday, that they're having
nutrition education courses through the partnerships with DACL's registered dietitians, as well as their nutrition managers that are on site at our community dining sites, many of which, if they're not occurring in our senior wellness centers, they're also occurring in our senior buildings, whether they're DCHA buildings, it could be at the Department of Parks and Recreation, or private managed building. And so, as you heard today, because every executive director from our lead agency had an opportunity to talk about the great work that they do on a day-to-day basis with the seniors across the district. But I also can call upon them in time of emergency response crises to deliver water to seniors, to bring food to seniors, if there's a fire, if there's a power outage, as we're getting ready for the snowstorms. And so what I want everybody to know is that it takes all of us through the senior service network that we've developed with the grant funds to provide these programs and services. DACL can't do it alone. And I'm humble enough to say that. I need each and every member of the senior service network in order for us to produce the quality programs and services for our seniors. And so that's why when you think about the number of witnesses that show up to testify about all of the good and goodness they receive from DACL, it's not just one piece of us, it's every part put together.
All right, you mentioned, thank you so much for that. You mentioned dining sites. Can you give me a litany of a few other things that you know is peculiar to what the lead agencies provide?
I'll have Ms. Johnson
All
add
right,
in
Ms.
for that.
Johnson.
Thank you, Director. Our dining sites are unique in that we have dietitians on staff working with the seniors on whatever their individual diagnoses may be, health conditions, and how food can help heal them, working with them to answer their questions daily about the meals that are being provided. I did hear one of the people that testified today mentioned that her village helped to provide food to a senior who was just getting out of the hospital. Our dining sites are a place where seniors can be guaranteed and assured that they will get a meal every day of the week. And some sites we have weekend meal programs. So that's one of the major differences. And we are serving thousands of seniors every day through our community dining sites.
What I would also add, a major difference between senior villages and lead agencies. As we know, senior villages are membership organizations. Lead agencies, you don't have to pay a membership fee for a lead agency. So the beauty of this partnership is that lead agencies and senior villages, they work together as well. They call one another. I think it's more so the villages, of course, because they're smaller, working with the lead agencies to provide those services and programs to our seniors.
And so I'm going to stretch out here. I've heard about the dining sites. Is there one or two other things that the lead agencies do that we know the villages do not do? Is there anything else they do?
So, just to reiterate, the villages being more neighborhood-based and our wellness centers are centrally located. So a lot of the villages are heavily concentrated in wards 2 and 3, and there is no wellness center there. So our wellness centers just provide a more central location for seniors to.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry,
Oh, what
Ms. Johnson, I
happened?
don't know what's going on with the technology. I see that we will continue, and I have no knowledge. I know what is said, but I don't know what that means. I do not see a representative. You're still on the oath, so I can still take your information. Okay. I don't know the answer to that. I'm here with you. I don't know any more than you do. So I can't answer that at the moment. We're trying to get information as to what's going on. You know.
Yeah, we're so long.
What do you have on your end? Okay. All right, same thing.
Yeah, still live.
All right, if we're still live, we may not be able to bring in anyone else who may be on the outside, but I think we've completed our public witnesses anyway. So you were saying?
Yes, so the lead agencies, just to be more granular, are providing the congregate meals. They're doing counseling services. They're doing elder abuse prevention. They have geriatric daycare sites. They're doing health promotion, individual socialization, which that's the part that the villages and the lead agencies align. But the lead agencies are taking a more granular approach. There's nutrition education, nutrition counseling, a myriad of recreation and socialization activities that are more, I would say, widespread because they are targeting a large group of people instead of just a neighborhood.
Okay.
But we do not, I mean, we are not against working more closely with the villages. We are working with them to get more specific data from them so we can know exactly what seniors that they're connected to so that we can see what seniors are getting their services that are also getting other services from DACL because we want to be able to streamline all of our resources.
All right, and so are you informing that there is difficulty in getting information from the villages?
There has been in the past, however, they are open to understanding exactly how we need to receive the data. They are one of the few, I will really go on a limb and say the only grantee of ours that we do not receive specific data in our C-STAR system that tells us all of the demographic information that we need to be able to make more informed decisions. So we get basically just general numbers from them, but we don't know who the seniors are exactly.
All right, and so we work with the villages through a grants program, correct? Or is it a contract?
It is a grant program. They are grant funded from the Department of Aging and Community Living.
All right, and so we can build into the grant the methodology we need.
It's
for
already there, Councilmember Bond. So
receiving the information.
we'll partner on that to make sure that they,
I just wanted to kind of finish my
I'm
sentence.
sorry.
It's
You have me
kind of hard
excited.
enough.
I'm
you know,
excited.
I'm sitting here with you, you know, okay, I'm a partner. It's hard to prove that. I really want to know what we're missing, if there's some part that we're missing as the government that have not conveyed to the villages so that they therefore are not doing quite the part that we expected of them. Is there anything?
You want me to reply
Yes.
on that?
Oh, yeah.
Well, Ms. Johnson articulated it very well. All of our grantees are required to provide participation data to DACL. And so that is an area of improvement for the villages. They've been a little, they want to kind of keep most of it and share a little, but we need to be consistent. And as you know, from last year, there were a lot of numbers. Everybody had different, and I told them, I said, as the Department of Aging and Community Living, all of the data comes into us so we can talk collectively about the participants across all 8 wards.
Yeah.
Our senior participants across all 8 wards. And so we're working with Dr. Cat. You know, she's still new in her role. I think we were like a year apart in our leadership journeys. And so I do look forward to receiving the data that we have been requesting from the villages.
Well, thank you. I just really want the record to reflect what the reality that we are faced with.
Yes.
And so that's why I put that question out there. Not to do damage, Ms. Johnson, but to really point out, this is our life. And as funds become more expensive, we want to make sure that everyone understands that, this is what is required. So I
Yes.
appreciate your feedback on that. I think Mr.
Councilmember Bonds, I just wanted to add
Yes.
one more point about the difference between the lead agencies and the villages, and just to wrap a bow on it. I think it's important for us to know that our seniors have choice and autonomy. So we have some seniors who are engaging with the villages as well as our programs through the lead agencies, but also DPR, Department of Parks and Recreation. And I think our seniors are finding that they're able to choose how and which they want to age and who's able to best serve them at that time. So some of our seniors have some overlap with both of the villages, lead agencies, and DPR, or some seniors want more of a hyper-local approach like the villages, or they like coming to Hayes because it's a little more robust, if you will, in terms of that type of programming that they're getting. So I think it's important for us just to share that it's about autonomy and choice for the older adults in our city. And it's important to have all of those partners at the table for the seniors.
I appreciate that. I just think it's very important for us to think about these relationships holistically, and to help, yes, while seniors want to have a choice and have a choice, we should be concerned about how we're spending all our dollars.
Absolutely.
So that's where I'm coming from. So thank you. Councilmember Fruman is still here. I think he wanted to have another round.
That would be great if I could. I think it will only be one other round though, so thank you very much, Chairwoman Bonds. Talking about effectively marshaling our resources, one of the things that we talked about last year was in the nutrition space, that there's all different kinds of programs out there. And so I wondered, are there things we could do to try to improve collaboration and make sure we weren't sending 2 meals to somebody and no meals to somebody else? And I see that you worked with the lab at DC on this very topic in the intervening year. And I'm curious what kinds of things you found and whether there were things that you found through that process that could help us to serve more people and yet more efficiently with the dollars that we have.
I'll be happy to take that question, Councilmember Fruman. So we did get the opportunity to work with the DC lab. We worked with them over a long period of time. It was many months while they conducted their research. And what the findings showed is that DACL was one of the top providers of nutrition programs in the district by the sheer number of pounds of food that we provide to seniors. However, because the district had one of the highest levels of food insecurity in the country, it was baffling to find that there are actually a myriad of programs, food programs for seniors in the district. And the problem is not that there is a lack of resources, but that there is not a coordination of those resources. So seniors may not know about the program, they may be hesitant to apply. And so the initial findings from the lab's research were that we needed a coordinated entry system. And they were going to take on the task of creating one, but then they found, I should say, that there is already something very similar through DC Health called Link U. And so this is a place, if it is used by not just DACL, but all of the different food programs in the district, all the different nonprofits, we could just, connect seniors more easily to benefits, thus decreasing our rate of food insecurity. So DACL has implemented the use of Link U. It hasn't been, an easy transition because we have lots of other ways that we connect seniors to resources, but we are adding that into our standard operating procedure for our information and referral assistance team. Beyond that, the lab found that we should not only use LinkU as a district, but we should also help to increase the uptake of SNAP. So they say that only half the seniors in the district who are eligible for SNAP actually have SNAP. So that's kind of where we left off with the project, is starting to work together with other agencies to increase the number of seniors that participate in SNAP through a SNAP influencer program where other seniors would educate their peers about SNAP and help them to sign up.
Well, that anticipated the next question I was going to ask, but on LinkU, are other agencies also using it? Because if it's just you, then it doesn't help collaboration.
That's the problem. So that's the problem. But the lab just attended the Senior Food Hunger Conference over at Capital Area Food Bank. And so they're going to refresh the training for LinkU in all of these other smaller organizations and amongst other DC government agencies. They're holding a training session in March. And so that's the push, is that we want more people using LinkU so that we can have all of our resources in one place and we can get seniors the help that they need.
So do keep me posted on that as well, because that's an area that I would like to be helpful. On the SNAP side, I now have oversight over DHS, which is the processor for SNAP applications. And as you know, or you may know, our record on that has not been good. So we want to get people signed up, and we need it to work more smoothly at DHS going forward so that we get people signed up and do it correctly. So do keep me posted on that. I don't know.
Will do.
I take it that the way in which you're trying to encourage folks is sort of a network approach, a neighbor to neighbor, senior to senior kind of
Exactly.
approach.
There was some independent research conducted by DACL that actually found that word of mouth is the way that seniors like to receive information. So it's not necessarily through a mailer. It's not, they like to hear it from their peers. And so that's kind of, a part of what led the lab to feel that the influencer program would be a good way to get seniors to actually sign up.
Okay, thank you for that. I also, you mentioned that you've brought Ocean Pro on as one of your food providers. And I think I'm right that Ocean Pro is ProFish, and that's the
Yes.
people behind Ivy City Smokehouse. So I think that's very promising. These are great providers. What are you finding about how much of your demand is being met by Ocean Pro as opposed to Dutch Mill at this point? And are you seeing any kind of sense of which is the preferred provider?
Ocean Pro is our food vendor for wards 1 and 2, and then Dutch Mill has 3 through 8. OCP, Office of Contract and Procurements, manages that contract as far as contract years, putting out the RFP for that process. And so the feedback has been positive. Thus far, we collect daily satisfaction surveys from our seniors at the community dining sites. And so they also have input on menu items that they would like to see. And as you know, one of my pillars is always to go to the seniors to talk about any upcoming change. And we did have to make a change, which is why Ocean Pro only has 2 wards. Our previous food vendor, there had been some feedback, lots of feedback from the seniors and actually from our registered dietitians and our nutrition team on visits and observations. And so it necessitated us to go through the contract process to make a change in food vendor.
Is Dutch Mill a DC-based company?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, well, I'll be curious to hear how that goes over time. The food delivery in the district, I mean, you have challenges, DCPS has challenges, DPR has challenges. There's a whole effort in the Food Policy Council. Actually, do you have a seat on the Food Policy Council? Does DACL have a seat? I wonder if that's a thing that should be considered.
Let me know. Let me know.
All right, one of the things that I think we're all nervous about is the rumblings about potential changes to Medicaid reimbursement. And you have, one of the things that you play a role in is the EPD waiver process, which is a Medicaid-funded program. And I'm curious whether, maybe it's too early, but are people beginning to think about what would we do in particular context if there were a major change to the reimbursement rates?
So right now, the message that I have verbally communicated to our senior service network is that DACL is conducting business as usual. We do take the lead from Mayor Bowser as far as where we are on that fiscal level, so to speak. And so at any point, if we need to pivot, we're a part of Deputy Mayor Wayne Turnage's DMHHS cluster. So we still maintain our level of, meetings between our, Department of Healthcare Finance, for us with our federal partners at ACL, and advancing states. But at this time, we have not received communication that anything has changed or gone away. So we're continuing to work.
Okay, last thing for me for now. I thought it was intriguing, the tech hubs at the senior wellness centers. And I wonder if you can, the fact that you have the tech hubs, and one of the things, my wife had run around town DC for a period of time. And one of the things they did was help teach people how to use Zoom, teach people how to use computers, and it was an enormously valuable thing. And so the idea that you might have tech hubs at the senior wellness centers is another reason why I'd really like to see a senior wellness center in Ward 3.
It'll be here one day really, really soon. We'll both probably be able to have the opportunity to engage about that Ward 2 Senior Wellness Center, be at the groundbreaking and ribbon cutting in no time.
Okay, but talk to me about what's done at these tech hubs.
So Octo is one of our sister agency partners, and I always like to give an acknowledgement to Adrian Sutton, who is one of the staff members or team members at Octo that goes into the senior wellness centers and teaches seniors how to use their technology. So whether it's their smartphone, it could be a smart watch that they have, it could be their laptop, it could be any type of mobile device that they have. So they do workshops. He does a rotation of workshops at each of the senior wellness centers, and also does some partnerships alongside the lead agencies. So it also could be learning how to learn, to log into Zoom for virtual meetings. And so it is an intergenerational model. We heard from a student earlier today talk about that, because in the summer, he has a set of Marion Barry's Summer Youth Employment Program interns that also accompany him. So it's additional hands to work with the seniors to show them how to bridge that digital divide. And so they have enhanced some of the programming that they're going to be doing with the seniors later in the fiscal year.
Well, thank you very much. I started by associating myself with all of the praise for the villages, which I reinforce again. I mean, I think they play a great role. The lead agencies, Iona plays an incredible role between the caregiver support, the adult daycare, the nutrition programs, the meals that they provide, the social workers that they provide access to, all of the things that they do. It's an interesting ecosystem with lead agencies and DACL and the villages, but I think it works. So thank you for all the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you, Councilmember. I wanted to talk a little bit about the single rehab program and learn a little more about that, please, as it relates to the number of seniors from FY24 that were referred to the program.
So as you know, DACL has a housing specialist. I'd like to acknowledge Plathan Watson, who meets with seniors, has calls with seniors, particularly those who are interested in moving to senior housing. They may want to downsize from their home and move into a senior apartment building, for example. I've talked about the sister agency partnerships we have with DCHA and DHCD. DACL, we help seniors complete their applications, but of course, we are not the housing agency. So I want to make sure I communicate that while I have that opportunity with everyone. However, we are a referral. So seniors can call us to say, do you have a list of senior apartment buildings that may fit this particular budget? I'm looking to move in around this particular time. I will pass it over to Joan Williams, the clinical service officer, because she can go over more data points as far as the shallow subsidy program.
Sure. So as Director Hines mentioned, we have a housing specialist who focuses on the shallow subsidy program. Any referrals that come in or requests generally come in through our case management team first. So an individual may call IRNA or call for case management directly. And our case managers who do community and home visits with individuals will go out and talk through options counseling. If it's determined that they need a shallow subsidy, Playthin will complete that application and submit to DCHA. We have had some uncertainty in the past about when the program is open or what the budget looks like, but as of today, we are informed to continue to process those applications and pursue that program.
All right, and what is the value of a shallow subsidy?
I'm going to confirm, but I believe it's 30% of an individual's rent, yes.
30% of an individual's
Income.
income,
So,
okay.
excuse me, thank you.
Okay, I didn't hear you, I'm sorry. Okay,
Actually, you gave me an opportunity to correct myself, so that worked out.
all right, okay, excellent. And as it relates to single-family rehab program, what is that? What's going on with that? Is that the one where individuals think they can get up to $75,000
Yes.
worth of repairs?
And that's the program through Department of Housing and Community Development, DHCD.
Okay. All right, and you refer people, or your housing
Yes,
specialist refers people to that program?
as well as our case management team.
Okay, so any senior who has a housing concern that reaches out to DACL, your housing specialist refers them either to DHCD or the housing authority.
Correct.
For the-
And it depends on the request.
Well, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking you if
Yes.
you would just tell us about that.
Yes,
you
and I
know,
have.
For the
There-
public, you
Right.
don't have to
So
tell
we
me or
are,
tell
we
the
are the
public.
we are a referral agency. That's what I want to be on record to let everybody know. If you call DACL and you need housing assistance, we do maintain a housing resource list as far as apartments that are coming online that we can visit with you. We can go out. Mr. Watson has gone out to look at apartments for seniors because the seniors kind of give him the honey-do list. Is there an elevator? Is there a laundry unit inside the unit, or do I have to go downstairs somewhere? And he will follow up and let them know the outcome of his visit. And if they're interested, he will meet them back at the location to visit as well.
So, big question for me is, how many seniors have we referred to the senior family rehab program? How many have we referred to the shallow subsidy program? If that is how we refer them, and to the heirs property assistance program, another program.
We can follow up with you on those numbers.
Would you please?
Yes.
Thank you very kindly.
If I could too, I just wanted to note that while we're not the housing agency, we also frequently receive calls with concern of evictions and navigating that process. And so our case management team, as well as our adult protective services, works with individuals and community partners like the Office of People's Counsel to navigate getting eviction assistance, calling apartments and management companies to arrange payment plans, and setting up and providing any resources that we can to keep people in their current housing.
So thank you very much for that. So how many referrals? I would also like this information, if you don't have it today, on the number of referrals, let's say you make to legal counsel for the elderly.
Sure, we can get that.
Because they all, I'm just trying to match all this up. There are a lot of claims in our community, claims on every dollar that we have. So I'm just trying to be pretty studious about what I'm hearing and where we may be able to go.
So we'll put that in our package to you for next Friday.
Please do.
Okay.
That would be great. Does DACL survey senior communities as it relates to socialization programs of interest in order to prioritize seniors' preference? Just wondering.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit for me?
I'm really asking, are there surveys or discussions that you have with groups of seniors? You had indicated you do a lot of visits to programs. Wondered if through that process, you talk to seniors about what are their interests?
Yes.
What do they want to do? Is it book clubs? Is it parties? Is it gambling at MG?
Oh, no.
I mean, seriously, well, I hear all that kind of stuff anyway from
Yes.
the
And
public.
so our senior wellness centers have advisory councils or boards or committees. They interchange that title, who meet monthly and meet with the seniors at their respective senior wellness center to identify programming and services they want to see and feedback. Developing their monthly calendar of programs. In addition, our lead agencies survey the senior participants as well and make decisions around programming that they may want to reduce some of and bring in some new classes per se. I think about model cities. When we were there on Monday for the Mayor's Senior Budget Engagement Teletown Hall Forum, when I'll give him an acknowledgement, one of the instructors, Kojak, had this very high energy workout class. It was kind of like a chair aerobics class, but there was kind of a Zumba component to it as well. And it appears on the calendar more frequently because of the interest of the seniors as far as participation. And so at all times we're collecting feedback from our seniors. When I'm out in the community at events, I'm constantly asking seniors, how are we doing today? How are you liking the event? Anything we need to upgrade on? So daily collection of feedback is important for us because the data helps us to know if our programs and services are successful, effective, and efficient and making a difference.
Okay, thank you. How is management of the wellness centers determined? Is it through advertisement? We have this project and we're looking for a project manager, or is it through the advisory councils that say, well, this management company isn't working, or through some formal process, of course, where they send you something in writing documenting that things are not working and maybe they need to switch or would like to switch? How is that done?
So the hiring of senior wellness center staff is
Not the staff, the management of you mentioned earlier in your testimony that there was a switch. Hattie Holmes is now managed by
So
Howard.
it's a grant process. So it's a
That's what I
RFP
meant.
process, yes.
Okay, just one. So you do an advertisement.
Yes.
All right.
And peer
okay.
review, external reviewers as well.
All right. Thank you. Just give me 1 minute and we'll go through the balance of the 97 questions to make sure we captured them all. In your responses, you indicated that you're working with the MOTA, the Mayor's Office of Talent and Appointments, to recruit to fill the 4 seats on the Commission on Aging. Is that correct?
Yes, we are.
How is that coming? I mean, what is our timeline for filling those positions?
We have less than 4 vacancies on the commission. I actually was messaging DCAW Steve Walker during the public witness testimony to check in on that. I'd like to acknowledge MOTA liaises with DACL staff member Stephanie Legge, who attends, and you've met Stephanie too by attending the Commission on Aging meetings. So they work alongside Stephanie to keep her updated on where we are. So I know that we have at least 1 commissioner who is being reappointed, and so that process it's in process right now, and there is active recruitment taking place for the other 3.
All right. Can you describe the role of intake that happens at DACL? I'm calling 83 years of age or 55. I'm calling and I want to know how DACL can help me. I'm not feeling well. Do you refer me to a health provider, or how do you handle my call?
Yes.
I'm rambling on and you're like, the recipient of the call is wondering, my goodness, what am I going to do with this person? I mean,
So our information referral and assistance team, affectionately known as IRNA, our customer service specialists that work on that team participate in an 8-week customer service training where they learn, as we would say, those of us who are in the AARP zone, the proper phone etiquette and greeting that you provide when you call the agency. They also learn how to triage calls. So when you call our main number at 202-724-5626, we do give you a menu option to press, 1 for, it could be nutrition, it could be transportation, it could be general inquiry. Our customer service specialists take in the calls, and then they identify the best soft transfer. We do the work for the seniors. So we don't want seniors having to call around to various agencies and organizations to get the answer. So there are times where we will take down their information and ask them if we can research the best path and option for them. And then we return the call to them. They may call us back to say, someone called me, but I did not get the number. And we're able to go back into our database to look at the note that we inputted about the caller, the need, and who we did the soft transfer to.
all right, and you have a audit system in place, I guess, computerized system that tracks the calls that you get?
Yes, wait times as well.
Okay.
And we're able to, our IRNA team, the program manager, their supervisor is Odetta Alves. And so she is an excellent model for the team because she answers calls as well. She rolls up her sleeve to answer calls as well. And she has the opportunity to provide coaching to her staff. So if someone is on a longer call, she's right there alongside them to be able to give them strategies. Or sometimes she'll jump in on the call as well.
Has DACL received any new requests for grants this year?
What do you mean?
Are there new organizations on the horizon that have said, I think my program or this program is a good fit for DACL, and so therefore DACL should fund it?
I would say, as of today, sitting here for public witness testimony, hearing from some new organizations, I would take that as yes, as potential organizations possibly seeking a partnership with DACL. So I've kept my list of follow-ups and research so I can learn a little more about the connection, because a benefit to having the opportunity to testify at a performance oversight hearing for an agency on the public witness side is an opportunity to discuss how your organization is a good fit for residents of the District of Columbia. In this particular space, we're talking about our older residents. And so I would say the short answer is yes. But I do want you to be clear that it's not every day someone's showing up to DACL saying, you know, this is my product or this is my service or program that I can do. And it's not often that we have RFAs because, as we know, the coffers are pretty empty.
Well, thank you very much for that. Earlier today, in some of the conversations with the public witnesses, I was suggesting that there could be some sort of group process where the services that are provided to our senior population, we could do some sort of review and come up with maybe in some instances, additional service needs in one part of the city, maybe service needs that are currently in another part of the city are not necessary there. Just really an opportunity to look at, as you call it, the senior ego, I'll say circle in the District of Columbia and where the needs are. You've heard from some of the providers already, like I think I remember them memory circles and things like that, and just wondered if the organization DACL is at a point where you're looking holistically at the service delivery systems that we have and where we may have a gap.
We are continuously reflecting on program service delivery efficiency and customer satisfaction. And so that's a part of our common discussions with the senior leadership team at DACL.
All right. And are you also looking at how new services within our city are, as they come online or are available, how they can become a part of your ego circle?
Yeah, so with our external affairs communications team, there are boots on the ground. They're out at different events, tabling, engaging about DACL programs and services, but they're also meeting other potential partner organizations that can be collaborators with us. I also think about the work that our program and grants team does, and their leader, the program manager, Jermaine Dillon, looking at increasing our external partnership portfolio. So yes.
Well, thank you for that. I'm focused now on the services and the needs of our senior population that resides in rental property. As you know, more than nearly 70% of our seniors live in rental property. They're not the homeowners. And so wondered if there's any thought about the some sort of routine inspection to make sure that things work. It has been my occasion to visit with some properties where things are in a strong array of disrepair. And seniors are not the first to say, well, the kitchen cabinet is hanging off the wall, but you can see the 2-inch gap. And they're trying to continue to use it. So just wondered if that's something that we need to start thinking about. Many of the properties where our seniors live is older properties.
And when we get calls from seniors, we contact the Department of Buildings to go out and do an inspection.
So the agency perhaps doesn't have the capacity to
Correct.
help
That's not our
coordinate that
area.
kind
That's
of
not
thing.
our area. But Department of Buildings is one of our sister agencies. And so Director Hanlon and team, when we make a call, they go out to check and follow up with us. Oftentimes we have a rapid response member of our external affairs communications team who will go on site on behalf of DACL, liaise with the senior.
All right, so we basically are responding to providing quality living for our seniors on a case-by-case basis. We're not circling the wagons and creating this ecosystem. All right, okay. Yet, many, we heard today that relatives of younger residents of the city are moving here to be near their children. And that's going to continue. And that's one of the reasons I was asking some of the presenters today, how long have you been a part of this program? And many are newcomers to our senior programs because they're probably kind of new to DC. And I'm just wondering, I'm trying to look as a senior, I got to do this. I got to look ahead to what's on the horizon and how do we meet it. We had one presenter today talk about, well, this is about this young person, a third grader, and that future. But meanwhile, we have those that are here today. I'm just wondering how we are going to meet the charge of, when we say DACL, DACL is everything to seniors. Okay, whether it's a contracted service or a coordinated or MOU service or what have you. So that's why I'm asking these questions. Well, okay. On the iPad distribution, we heard from, I think, Wild Tech that they are they do it through donations now, is that correct? They provide the iPad itself to seniors, or is it that they provide the technical training for the use of the
Based
device?
on Lou August's testimony that I heard today, since their DACL funding has ended, because we have sunsetted the iPad program, he is now continuing work with providing technology to seniors and continuing training. I do know that Wild Tech was pursuing a grant that would help seniors close the digital divide. And so I'm possibly assuming that maybe he's received the grant, which is the work that he's continuing to do now. But that would be a good follow-up and I can do that on your behalf and include that in our follow-ups next week. Just
All
to
right.
check in with him to get more information about his current operations with and engagement with the seniors and technology.
All right, well, I have a number of questions about the contracts, the food contracts, the transportation contracts, and what have you. But I will send that to you in writing, and so you will have that. And we would like to have the record, embellished with your comments on those items. I recognize that you've closed your book, trying to send me a friendly indication that you would really like to disembark. And, I'd like to accommodate you, but I am still trying to do my job too. And so that's why we're still here. Does the agency track the number of seniors who reach out in search of employment? Do you get that kind of call? I want to know how I can get a
We
job.
get a very small amount of calls regarding employment. Just like all residents in DC that are job seekers, either they're reaching out to DC Human Resources or very specifically the Department of Employment Services.
Well, we're at 50, so we're getting close to 98. We had a lot of discussion today about transportation and the need for transportation, and I suspect much of it is focused on thinking that there can be dedicated transportation for seniors. Do you refer of that 600 waiting list that we have for the connector card? Have any of them been advised about the programs that are available through WMATA?
Yes, we keep all flyers for the various transportation programs that are available to seniors. But seniors have the option of continuing to be on that list. So to answer your question, yes, we do tell them about other options.
To that too. For example, on Monday at the mayor's budget, senior budget town hall at Model Cities, we had Metro tabling and they were providing seniors with senior smart trip cards right on the site. So we partner with them. Our external affairs and communications team partners with WMATA, Transport DC for hire vehicles to ensure that seniors know about various transportation programs throughout the city.
Thank you. I was just wondering how difficult that must be because seniors, again, they want that one stop, you know. One time I fill out my application for whatever you can help me with and trying to get them to note that there are other agencies and places they can go for these services.
Absolutely.
I know it's difficult.
I think our approach is really to meet seniors where they are. And we're doing that with our external affairs and communications team through the various outreach activities that the team has been doing in the community.
Well, yeah, if they reach out to you, you can do that. And,
I will
and
say
we
this,
appreciate that.
Councilmember Bonds, our team, and some of them are in the chambers now, and some of them are actually at the mayor's budget engagement forum right now. Our team will go to senior buildings without notice, right? To show up to buildings, to drop off flyers, to engage with seniors and let them know about our programming. So we call them pop-ups. So they frequently pop up at a senior building in Ward 1 all the way to Ward 8. So it's not always a coordinated activity. Our outreach specialists are in the community every day throughout the week, ensuring that seniors know about our programs and they know how to reach us.
All right, so have you coordinated with the utility companies? I'm thinking about the current uptick in these bills, electric bills, probably gas will go up. I mean, do the utilities reach out to you? Or do you wait until you get maybe 10 or 12 calls about this?
It's two-way. Pepco, Exelon, as well as Washington Gas were both present at the Mayor's Senior Budget Engagement Teletown Hall Forum on Monday at Model Cities. And so I have not had a chance to follow up with those respective organizations to see what type of feedback and concerns they receive. But in my outreach to them, I made sure that, you know, I want you to realize what's top of mind for the seniors, their higher bills. And they were aware of that. But we made sure they were definitely exhibitors on Monday for that reason.
Okay. I just want to clarify that when we talk about a wellness center for Ward 3 and 2, we're talking about two different.
Correct. A
Okay,
Ward 2
all right.
standalone senior wellness center and a Ward 3 standalone senior wellness. That's why the task force is called Ward 2 and Ward 3. I know that there's this thing in the air about what have you, but I've been very clear. We're talking about two separate standalone senior wellness centers, one for Ward 2, one for Ward 3.
Thank you for that clarification because it really, as one of those who instigated this process, I was very alarmed to think it might be something else. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
For that. The senior villages are very important, and so is the work of DACL and its lead agencies, as my colleague has pointed out. And I want it very clear that there is in no way the intention to think otherwise from this committee. But I do think it's very important to be concerned with how there may be some overlapping, if that is possible. Probably not, because as I mentioned earlier, every second now they tell me it's every second someone becomes a senior, and so they may want to then plug into DACL or into the village in their neighborhood. But I think the key is that we're trying desperately to make sure that our senior population is connected to any services that they may qualify for. So that's the whole goal, and to look at this system where there may need to be some augmenting of service delivery. And I'm thinking, for instance, why not DDOT having the ability to help with some of the transportation needs. Maybe the for hire help with some of the transportation needs. Maybe they need to have a pilot program that could assist in some way or the other. So that's the thought. Some of these agencies. Same with the Department of Buildings. And maybe they need a pilot program looking at some areas where we have private senior housing, or where areas where there've been complaints. A senior doesn't just make a complaint about their situation. They'll say, and in my building or on my block. And so just wondered if we're thinking about that. Does DACL track the number of senior calls in need of assistance in a different language other than English?
So through our information and referral assistance unit, when a senior dials into DACL, the language access prompts come up. And yes, our agency does have the ability to know what prompts the seniors are selecting.
All right. Thank you. Well, I want to thank you all very, very much for having this discussion with us today. And I appreciate getting just a few items I think we asked for from you in a week. That would be great. By the end of next Friday, that would be helpful. I'd like to thank everyone who participated in today's performance oversight hearing for their contributions. We certainly learned a great deal, and I hope that those who watched have a better understanding of the work of these important entities, the Commission on Aging and the Department on Housing, the Department on Aging and Community Living. I appreciate the chance to take a closer look at these agencies and look forward to working with them as we move forward, examining the FY25 budgets and moving into planning for 26. While I cannot make a commitment, but there's a very strong likelihood that this agency and that the commission will always have the resources that they need. It is only right and fair. And I don't need the model cities dancers here to tell me how tax dollars that are paid by seniors should be devoted to seniors. So, we all understand that economy, but anyway, I believe our city is better for the work of these agencies, and provides us with a bright future. If the public has any additional thoughts or would like to submit written testimony regarding the performance of DACL, please email it to CEAL@dccouncil.gov, and that's CEAL@dccouncil.gov, and it will be included in the hearing record. The hearing record will close in 1 week from today on Thursday, March 6, 2025 at 5 p.m. The committee's next meeting will be a performance oversight hearing on Thursday, the 6th of March, beginning at 9:30 a.m., when we will hear from the Department of Human Resources and the Office of the City Administrator. With that, the time is now 6:27 p.m., same day in which we started, Thursday, February 27, 2025. And this meeting is adjourned as I thank my staff and the staff of support services here at the council for helping to get us through this, even though we had some technical difficulties. But thank you to everyone, and especially to our in-person witnesses.